Chapter 10:23, The Gift of the Primordial Bell. How did you figure that out? After hearing Chen Mobai's words, the silent Hunyuan Bell finally couldn't help but speak again. My weapon refining skills are passable, Chen Mobai said modestly. However, as the last treasure that the primordial lord forged before his ascension, the primordial bell's understanding of weapon forging techniques can be said to be the best in the primordial Dao Palace. I see, then let me test you. Hunyuan Bell couldn't help but ask a few questions about weapon crafting, questions that only a true fifth-tier weapon crafter could answer. Chen Mobai was indeed a fifth-tier weapon refiner from a celestial sect, and his abilities even surpassed those of the heavenly river realm. He pondered for a moment, and just when Hunyuan Bell thought he couldn't answer, he provided an answer from a perspective he had never heard of before. Even the Hunyuan Bell needed to think for a while before it could match the answers to its questions, because these answers were better than what Hunyuan Bell itself had thought of. Your talent in weapon crafting is probably no less than your master's. The primordial bell couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Not at all, not at all. Our ancestor was able to forge a sixth-tier treasure like yours. My best work so far is only fifth-tier. Chen Mobai remained modest, but at this moment, Hunyuan Bell took the initiative to speak again, asking him about cultivation and weapon crafting techniques. Before his ascension, Master left me behind not only to protect his legacy with a treasured artifact, but also so that if the Dao Palace were to change and the legacy were to be severed, I would be there to provide a safety net. After the Hunyuan Bell confirmed that Chen Mobai was the inheritor of the One Yuan Dao lineage in the eastern wilderness, it opened up a topic of conversation. It knew this: before the true lord of One Yuan ascended to heaven, it was with it that he subdued the yellow dragon. After suppressing the yellow dragon, true Lord Yiyuan also reminisced about his arduous years as a pioneering cultivator in the eastern wilderness, reflecting on the hardships he had endured. It was precisely for this reason that when Li Zhangji came to the Yiyuan Dao Palace, the Hunyuan Bell was unusually awakened and even became close to him, passing on many of the secret techniques left behind by the Yiyuan true lord. So that's how it is. It seems that without the help of our predecessors, even Grandmaster Li Zhangji wouldn't have been able to leave Wudi Mountain so easily. After hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately used Li Zhangji as an excuse to get to the point. There's no reason why Li Zhangji could gain the favor of Hunyuan Bell. He can't. He definitely wanted this treasure that was the most prized possession of the Five Emperors Mountain. It's a bit of a pity about Li Zhangji. If the Dao Palace hadn't already selected a Dao child and a holy maiden, with his aptitude and my support, he would definitely have been chosen as the Dao child. Later, Wu Ming wanted to groom him to be the next Earth Virtue Elder, but Li Zhangji was arrogant and unwilling. Wu Ming also gave me face by asking Shen Zai of the Moral Sect to refine a batch of nascent soul pills for him. After the Hunyuan Bell was able to communicate, it began to talk at length to Chen Mobai about the hidden story of Li Zhangji leaving Wudi Mountain to open a branch sect in the eastern wilderness. The Taoist disciples and saintesses of that time were all raised by the Yiyuan Dao Palace from childhood. Wu Ming would never remove his own people for the sake of Li Zhangji, an outsider. If it were Chen Mobai, he would make the same choice. As they chatted, the topic returned to Hunyuan Bell itself. When my master ascended to heaven, he carried me through 7 heavenly tribulations. At the 8th tribulation, I couldn't withstand the pressure and cracks appeared. My master then abandoned me, and I landed back on Mount Wudi. At that time, I was only at the middle level of the 6th rank. Although the tribulation I underwent severely injured me, it also allowed me to experience various heavenly tribulations. With the help of my master, I absorbed a lot of innate energy. Therefore, during the thousands of years I spent on Five Emperors Mountain, I not only recovered from my injuries but also reached a higher level, reaching the current peak of the middle level of the 6th rank. However, taking that next step will be extremely difficult in the heavenly river realm. First, there isn't enough spiritual energy, and second, I need a new master who can truly refine me, or a 6th-tier weapon refiner. After confirming Chen Mobai's weapon refining skills, Hunyuan Bell seemed to show a hint of expectation in its words. That's me. In the entire Heavenly River realm, only I can simultaneously meet all these requirements. Chen Mobai naturally understood and spoke up without hesitation. To completely refine me, even with my cooperation, it would require at least the nascent soul stage, and also the cultivation of the Master's one Yuan Dao scripture, or the refinement of the primordial Dao fruit. However, the Hunyuan Bell pointed out the difficulties. I'll take a look at the Dao scripture of one Yuan later. If it also involves cultivating primordial true Qi, then I can follow the non-earth-based initial path to perfection left by the patriarch of one Yuan. I believe that with my talent, I can definitely succeed, and perhaps even reach the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai spoke with great confidence. The best method would definitely be to refine the primordial Dao fruit, but that can only be done when Tu De dies. If Tu De is hiding in Wudi Mountain, Chen Mobai will have a hard time making a move. After all, no matter how indifferent the primordial bell is, if it really dares to kill a primordial Dao fruit refiner here at 5 Emperors Mountain, neither reason nor emotion would allow it to stand idly by. Therefore, all I can do is showcase my extraordinary talent. Actually, that's not the biggest problem. After all, besides the Master, the one Yuan Dao Palace has had other nascent soul true monarchs throughout history. Do you know why they didn't help me improve my rank? The primordial bell spoke again, reminding Chen Mobai of the initial condition it had mentioned earlier. Not enough spiritual energy. This 5 Emperors Mountain is a 6th-order spiritual vein. Isn't that enough? Indeed, although I have accumulated a considerable amount of spiritual energy over thousands of years, if I want to advance to the upper-level 6th rank in one fell swoop, I need to absorb most of the 6th-rank spiritual vein of 5 Emperors Mountain. According to my estimation, it will probably become an ordinary 5th-rank spiritual vein. After Hunyuan Bell finished speaking, Chen Mobai finally understood why none of the successive nascent soul cultivators of the Yiyuan Dao Palace had helped Hunyuan Bell advance. After all, no one would be willing to pay the price of a 6th-tier spiritual vein. Even those who cultivate to the nascent soul stage still need spiritual energy. If we exhaust the resources and use the 6th-order spiritual veins to upgrade the primordial bell, then the nascent soul cultivators of the one Yuan Dao Palace will face extremely difficult times in the future. I am actually very willing to use the spiritual veins of Mount Wudi to support your advancement. But Chen Mobai is different. After all, the 6th-order spiritual vein of the 5 Emperors Mountain does not yet belong to him. If he could use this to win over the Hunyuan Bell, Chen Mobai would not hesitate at all. In the future, his main base will still be the Eastern Wilderness. After the 5 Emperors Mountain is subdued, it will at most be developed into a branch of the 5-element sect. Since it's a branch sect, there's no need to use such a good spiritual vein. All right, I'll remember your words. If I truly achieve godhood in the future, I'm willing to be refined by you. Hunyuan Zhang was also very pleased with Chen Mobai's promise. However, its spirituality is already comparable to that of humans, so it is also very rational and will wait until Chen Mobai becomes a god. Don't worry, senior. In less than 100 years, I will come to 5 Emperors Mountain to take you to the Eastern Wilderness. Chen Mobai spoke with great confidence. He already considered the Hunyuan Bell as his own. After the two finished their conversation, the Hunyuan Bell injected a beam of spiritual light into Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness. After refining it, the latter discovered that it contained information about the Eastern Wilderness one Yuan secret realm. This contains the method by which the Master created and transformed the one Yuan secret realm, as well as his insights into refining the 5-element spirit tree to the divine transformation stage. With this, you will be able to fully obtain the inheritance he left behind in the Eastern Wilderness. The Hunyuan Bell had also told Li Zhangji about these things. Unfortunately, Li Zhangji was hampered by the lack of resources in the Eastern Wilderness and eventually passed away. Thank you, Senior. After Chen Mobai finished refining it, he thanked him with a happy expression. All of these were extremely useful to him. The former would allow him to completely control the One Yuan secret realm, enabling him to use his own domain to completely devour and refine it, laying the foundation for the Dharma realm. Moreover, it also includes the secret technique to control the 5 altars, allowing Chen Mobai to incorporate all 5 elements of the One Yuan true monarch's great Tao into his own domain. However, Chen Mobai was a cautious man, fearing that true monarch Yi Yuan might have some hidden tricks up his sleeve, so he did not plan to move the 5 altars into his own realm. After refining the secret realm, he would move them out and use them as the sacred inheritance grounds of the 5 elements sect, so that the outstanding geniuses in the sect could have the opportunity to compare and comprehend the 5 elements great Tao with true monarch Yi Yuan. This requirement can be set higher. It is limited to the top 10 true disciples of a sect, or core formation cultivators. The latter, however, is the secret of the transformation of the One Yuan true Lord into a deity. He had refined and absorbed the 5 element spirit tree from the 5th rank to the 4th rank before he could cultivate his own 5 elements Tao, and even achieve the divine transformation Tao and condense the primordial Tao fruit. The Hunyuan bell gave this insight to Chen Mobai, which was practically giving him the nascent soul transformation experience of the One Yuan true Lord. This is equivalent to the treatment of the Grand Elder and Palace Master in the One Yuan Tao Palace. Practice diligently. After saying these last words, the spirit of the primordial bell fell into a deep sleep once more. As a 6th-order magic artifact, it consumes a large amount of spiritual energy every moment after it awakens, so it usually stays asleep to minimize its consumption and avoid excessive depletion of the spiritual veins of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Chen Mobai understood this very well. After all the magical artifacts of the immortal sects came from this source. However, the Hunyuan bell has seen great things. Back then, it followed the One Yuan true monarch through 7 heavenly tribulations. Such magical artifacts are rare in the entire heavenly river realm. Therefore, it cannot be bought off by small favors. It only values true geniuses. Chen Mobai's behavior in front of it was exactly like that. So, just like Li Zhangji before him, he was given the opportunity to become a deity. After receiving these unexpected surprises, Chen Mobai felt that coming to Wudi Mountain was absolutely the right decision. Grandmaster, all the inheritance has been copied and packaged. Please take a look. At this moment, Chen Lingaming also flew into the Yi Yuan Hall, held up a large storage bag with both hands, and handed it to Chen Mobai. Thanks for your hard work. Chen Mobai took it and saw that it was filled with densely packed jade slips. After scanning all the contents with the heavenly calculation bead, he put it away. Since Tuda was still in seclusion for recuperation, Chen Mobai could only bid farewell to the 2 mountain lords, Shui De and Mu De. However, these 2 did not seem to have a good impression of him. They merely responded with cold faces and then activated the mountain protecting formation. See you next time, everyone. Chen Mobai left behind these words and then led Chen Lingaming down the mountain. Within the immortal city of One Yuan. Having already learned that Jindu was a traitor to the demonic path and that everything was done by Tudu to eliminate the demonic aura within the Tao Palace, the 3 from Lion Shui had very complicated expressions when they saw Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai did not communicate much with the 3 Lion Shuis. After all, the prestige of the Yi Yuan Tao Palace for thousands of years was not something that could be easily subdued by these nascent soul cultivators when he was not yet at the nascent soul stage. The teleportation array is activated. Please proceed. After personally adjusting the teleportation array, Lion Shui spoke to Chen Mobai, seemingly wanting to send him away as quickly as possible. This immortal city is not bad. It's almost comparable to my Baiyuan city. Before leaving, Chen Mobai said something to Chen Lingaming beside him, and the latter nodded slightly. This place was originally a celestial city of the Eastern Imperial Court. With the addition of the Tao Palace's thousands of years of management, it has a history and foundation of more than 10,000 years. However, compared with Baiyuan City, the pearl of the Eastern Wilderness, it is still slightly inferior. Chen Lingaming was telling the truth, but to the 3 from Lion Shui, It sounded like he was mocking them. If Chen Mobai hadn't already stepped into the teleportation array and left, they probably wouldn't have been able to resist refuting him. People from the countryside in the eastern wilderness are really rude. Elder Chuan Shui couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva and said that she was Lion Shui's younger sister. Both of them had cultivated to the nascent soul stage, which was quite a story in the eastern lands. It's just a pity that it's in the Yiyuan Dao Palace. While the Water Virtue Mountain Master was still alive, the brother and sister were able to come to the outer sect and manage the One Yuan immortal city, but they still felt a strong sense of belonging to the Dao Palace. This person's fire attribute cultivation technique has reached its peak, reaching an unprecedented level in the Dao Palace fire vein. After Chen Mobai left, the last elder Yanhuo spoke with a solemn expression. As a cultivator who had achieved nascent soul stage using fire attribute techniques, he should have been promoted to the Five Emperors Mountain and become the new generation's Lord of Fire Virtue after the Lord of Fire Virtue perished in the war between the righteous and the demonic. However, because Tude wanted to clear the mountain first, it was postponed for the time being. However, as fellow disciples who had been together for hundreds of years, Lion Shui and Xuan Shui, the siblings, were very clear about Yan Huo's cultivation level. He was already at the peak of the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm a long time ago, and he had refined a fifth-order true fire from the Dao Palace. Both his weapon-refining skills and fire techniques were exceptionally powerful. But even so, he didn't dare to say a word when facing Chen Mobai twice. Only those who also practice fire magic know just how terrifying Chen Mobai's cultivation level is. That was the peak of the nascent soul stage, just one step away from becoming a divine transformation cultivator. Could this child really be able to open up a path to nascent soul that doesn't start with earth element? After hearing Yan Hu's words, the Lion Shui siblings recalled how quickly Chen Mobai had risen to power and learned that he had obtained all the One Yuan inheritances at Five Emperors Mountain, making up for the Five Elements sect's lack of content related to the nascent soul stage. They became increasingly convinced that this was indeed possible. If he has truly reached the divine realm, was his attitude towards him somewhat unenthusiastic during these two meetings? End of this chapter. Chapter 10, 24, 10 years. Chapter 10, 24, 10 years. One Yuan Secret Realm. Chen Mobai sat upright beneath the five-element spirit tree, comprehending the mysteries of the One Yuan Dao scripture. This is the fundamental law of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. In addition to qi cultivation, foundation building, core formation, and nascent soul formation, it also includes chapters on spirit transformation and emptiness cultivation. However, the last two chapters were not recorded in writing, but existed in the primordial Dao fruit. After Chen Mobai obtained it from Tuda, and with the copy made by Chen Lingaming, what he now possesses is the most complete Yiyuan Daojing scripture of the One Yuan. It is a supreme technique found only in the holy land of the heavenly river realm, capable of cultivating all the way to the void refinement realm and transcending tribulations to ascend to immortality. The primordial Dao fruit inherited by the Five Elements sect is like a passage excerpted from the One Yuan Dao scripture. While at Mount Wudi, Chen Mobai did not forget to ask Hunyuan Bell about the detailed experience of Yiyuan Zhenjun's transformation into a deity. This five-element spirit tree is of paramount importance. Before he reached the divine transformation stage, the One Yuan True Lord relied entirely on this spiritual tree to gather the spiritual energy of the five elements, and through its blessings and enlightenment, he was able to master the true energy of the five elements, and then unify the five elements to achieve the divine transformation. Chen Mobai placed 2 fingers of his right hand on his palm and raised 3 fingers to form a hand seal. This is a One Yuan seal. When meditating under the five-element spirit tree, practicing with this hand seal can make the five elements cultivation techniques twice as effective. This was also one of the contents left to him by the primordial bell, concerning the transformation of the one primordial true Lord into a deity. Chen Mobai closed his eyes in deep thought. The branches and leaves of the five-element spirit tree swayed gently above his head. Under the influence of the One Yuan seal, he gradually felt the five elements Tao in this world whispering in his ear. The textual content of the Taoist scripture of One Yuan, from qi refining to nascent soul, transformed into tangible patterns and the great Tao in his mind, which he easily comprehended. Subsequently, his powerful divine sense landed on the five altars within the One Yuan secret realm. With his divine consciousness split into five, Chen Mobai used the altar of the state as the standard answer, referencing the One Yuan Tao scripture he had comprehended and the five elements great Tao of the One Yuan true Lord. There are many differences between these and those of the One Yuan true Lord. Chen Mobai compared the differences one by one and reconsidered. At first, Chen Mobai felt that as a cultivator trained by the immortal sects education system, he should have dialectical thinking, so he did not think that true Lord Yiyuan was absolutely correct. However, after reflecting on the differences many times, he realized that true Lord Yiyuan was indeed worthy of being an ascended cultivator, and that his own understanding was too shallow. Even if both of them are right about some things, the answer from the One Yuan true Lord regarding this cultivation technique is more appropriate and broader than his. After carefully comparing the One Yuan Dao Jing copied by Chen Lingaming several times and confirming that he had thoroughly understood it, Chen Mobai took out the jade slip of Tuda and held it in his palm. The chapters about the nascent soul stage, under the influence of the heavenly calculation beads, appeared again and again in Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness, like a gentle stream. This section explains the mysteries of the nascent soul, transforming into a deity. If one cultivates according to the orthodox method of the Taoist scripture of one origin, the nascent soul needs a massive amount of primordial true qi to nourish it in order to grow strong and accumulate enough power to transform into a divine being. The simplest way to do this step is to refine the primordial Tao fruit. Without the primordial Tao fruit, one can only cultivate on one's own. In this case, several mountain lords of the five emperors' mountains would need to disperse their nascent souls to transform into the five elements true qi for infusion before one could condense the primordial spirit seed and take the step of transformation into a deity. To put it simply, the process of transforming from a nascent soul into a divine being requires taking 100 steps. Refining the primordial Tao fruit will allow you to fly directly to the 99 steps. Even with the help of outsiders to disperse their energy, one can only manage to walk about 60 or 70 steps in one's own cultivation. No wonder, since the founding master, all the nascent soul cultivators of the One Yuan Tao Palace have refined Tao fruits. After the nascent soul transforms into a divine spirit, everything will condense into the divine spirit's Dharma form. The form of a Dharma image depends on the fundamental practice of one's own cultivation. For example, the One Yuan Tao scripture, after transforming into a spirit, will condense a Hunyuan pearl. This bead can suppress the five elements of heaven and earth and evolve all things in phenomena. It can also refine all things in phenomena, and even the void, into the purest five elements spiritual energy. At the level of nascent soul, one can possess the abilities that only those who have mastered the void refinement stage can have ahead of time. It was precisely with this ability that the One Yuan true Lord was able to rebuild the One Yuan secret realm, which was in balance with the five elements. After mastering the chaos pearl, one can try to refine the void into spiritual energy in advance, laying the foundation for future void refinement. To unleash the full power of the Hunyuan bell, a Hunyuan pearl needs to be placed on the bell's nose. This is considered the most powerful trump card of the Yiyuan Tao Palace. With the blessings of the five-element spirit tree and the primordial bell, Chen Mobai experienced unprecedented clarity and tranquility in his mind while comprehending the primordial Tao scripture. He quickly understood how to nourish the nascent soul and transform it into a spirit with primordial true qi, and even how to use it to refine his mind, strengthen his divine sense, and condense it into a perfectly round pearl. As time passed, Chen Mobai's breathing became longer and longer, and his body shimmered with five-colored light. The already perfected Hunyuan true qi surged from his middle dantian, gradually transforming into a vortex that covered his entire body. With the blessing of the One Yuan seal, streams of extremely pure spiritual energy from the five elements spirit tree fell upon him, being absorbed and refined by the vortex. Then, a pure spiritual light surged into his purple mansion sea of consciousness and merged into his nascent soul. Chen Mobai felt that his nascent soul had undergone a qualitative leap at this moment. Although he was still at the 8th level of the nascent soul realm, he had become more solid, as if he had acquired a trace of the aura of the primordial spirit. The primordial qi is formed by the unification of the five elements, and it can naturally enhance and improve the nascent soul cultivated by any of the five elemental techniques. However, if there is no correct method, it is possible to dissolve the nascent soul of the five elemental attributes. It is unknown how the true Lord of One Origin perfected this method, and recorded it in the Transformation of Spirit chapter of the Taoist scripture of One Origin. Chen Mobai quickly became immersed in the wonderful transformation and improvement of his nascent soul. As his primordial true qi surged up again and again, nourishing his nascent soul, the entire One Yuan secret realm completely opened up all its mysteries to him. With the five elements spirit tree as the central point, his divine sense, resting on the five altars of the state, was like an alternative, mysterious five elements array, slowly refining this secret realm and integrating it into his own domain. This is a long process. Chen Mobai began to multitask, focusing his main attention on comprehending the section on refining the void after finishing reading the chapter on the transformation of the gods. This is also the most profound and obscure part of the One Yuan inheritance. Even Tu De had never understood it. He simply copied it directly from the Tao fruit. Even the successive nascent soul cultivators of the One Yuan Tao Palace only had a superficial understanding of this. The gift that the primordial bell gave to Chen Mobai only extended to the nascent soul stage. But with this foundation, and after brewing a pot of enlightenment tea that had just been upgraded on Zionan Mountain, he began to comprehend it word by word. The enlightenment tea had become less effective because he had drunk so much of it before, but the one on Zionan Mountain changed its efficacy every time it advanced in rank. For Chen Mobai, it was like drinking a brand new tea he had never tasted before. In that case, if he takes it now, he will have the same effect as when he first drank the enlightenment tea. After taking a large gulp, Chen Mobai began to concentrate on comprehending the final chapter of the One Yuan Tao scripture. The realm of refining emptiness is the ultimate goal of the heavenly river realm. Upon reaching this level, one can refine the void into spiritual energy. No matter where one cultivates, there is no need to worry about the amount of spiritual energy. With a simple gesture, one can traverse the 9 heavens, tear apart the universe, and even begin to comprehend the 3,000 great Taos and condense Tao fruits through the void. For example, the refining emptiness realm in the One Yuan Tao scripture uses the Hunyuan pearl to carry the 4 great Taos, 5 elements, Hunyuan, void, and end of time. Therefore, cultivators who follow this path can only combine these 4 great paths. When the first ancestor ascended to heaven, he had already condensed 3 Tao fruits, 5 elements, primordial chaos and void. However, what he wanted to pursue was the final Tao of the end of fortune. I wonder if he succeeded after ascending to heaven. According to the records in the Yiyuan Daijing, if one can fully absorb and condense all 4 Taos of the Yiyuan Daijing into Tao fruits at the refining void realm, then one can sublimate the Hunyuan pearl into a supreme treasure equivalent to a 7th-tier item, the Hunyuan golden bucket. Once you reach this level, you will be virtually invincible below the Tao integration realm. Anyone who falls into it will have their cultivation stripped away and be reduced to immortal. This is also the final content of the Yiyuan Daijing, the Book of One Principles of Taoism. After reading it, Chen Mobai had only one question in his mind. Is this something that the One Yuan True Lord could create? Are all the ascended cultivators in the heavenly river realm such great talents? Or perhaps this was left behind by the celestial venerable of the longevity sect, and that true Lord Yiyuan, like himself, copied it and claimed it as his own creation. Or perhaps the one true Lord is the heavenly venerable. Chen Mobai thought of the heavenly venerable branch in the divine tree secret realm, which could be regarded as the longevity Tao fruit, and its origin was even above the primordial Tao fruit. Unfortunately, even the Hunyuan Bell was unaware of this. Even the records within the Yiyuan Tao Palace only mention that the founder cultivated the longevity technique at Jumu Ridge, where the ruins of the longevity sect were located. Chen Mobai thought to himself that once he reached the divine realm, he would definitely resolve this matter as soon as possible. For now, we can only put it on hold. By this time, he had finished the pot of tea he had brewed, so he immediately refilled it and took out another jade slip to continue studying it. Although the effect was only half left, every little bit of improvement was beneficial. He began to study the content related to the refinement of Tao fruits. With this, Chen Mobai can find an excuse to refine the immortal sect's pill cauldron jade tree in the future. Anyway, he can recondense it after reaching the void refinement stage, so it won't be wasted. Time passed quietly as he cultivated and comprehended. Chen Mobai seemed to have forgotten everything outside, immersing himself in the mysteries of the One Yuan inheritance and the refining secret realm. 5 years passed quickly. On this day, Chen Mobai opened his eyes, which shimmered with a colorful light. With his breath, the vitality of the wood element, the fluidity of the water element, the heat of the fire element, the stability of the earth element, and the sharpness and toughness of the metal element all flowed through his eyes. Looking around, the original One Yuan secret realm had vanished, leaving only an empty, dark void. In the void, there are 5 altars of the state, each a different color, and the 5 elements spirit tree behind him. But with each breath, the 5 elements spirit tree slowly disappeared into the realm that opened up behind him. Chen Mobai remained physically still, but his divine sense had already followed the 5 elements spirit tree into the tree. Compared to the previously empty, desolate, and vast realm, it is now almost a replica of the One Yuan secret realm, with the 5 elements spirit tree in the center, and surrounded by 5 elements spiritual materials and spiritual energy. With each breath, one can feel the pure spiritual energy of the 5 elements surging in the air. Chen Mobai recalled the contents of the 6 imperial scriptures he had read, and began to transform his own domain toward the Dharma realm. The 6 imperial classics he was reading was Qi Yuheng's latest revised version. This version not only includes his insights into becoming a deity, but Qi Yuheng also contributed his own content on using his body as a boundary without reservation. His original intention was that someone in the immortal sect in the future could follow his path and achieve godhood. After all, compared to the other nascent soul true monarchs of Kunpeng Dao Academy, Qi Yuheng's path is more instructive. As long as there is a celestial membrane, one can overcome the constraints. Chen Mobai felt that one day in the future, he would be able to witness a new world collide with him, and at that time, he could use the heaven and earth membrane to improve this aspect as well. Therefore, after Qi Yuheng published the revised version of the 6 imperial scriptures, he has been studying it ever since. Now it's come in very handy. Chen Mobai sat upright in the center of the One Yuan secret realm, which was now nothing but dark void. Above his head, 5-colored spiritual light flashed continuously, and a 5-colored cave world could be vaguely seen evolving within it. The 5 altars surrounding Chen Mobai began to rotate continuously. During his comprehension of the One Yuan Dao scripture, Chen Mobai discovered an unexpected surprise. That is the 5 directions altar of the primordial realm, which is actually the 5 elements Tao fruit of the primordial true monarch. Before the true Lord Yiyuan ascended to heaven, he only left behind the primordial Tao fruit at Mount Wudi. At that time, the Yiyuan Dao Palace and even other holy lands in the eastern continent believed that it was because he had sublimated the acquired 5 elements Tao fruit into primordial. After all, the great Tao is divided into order, and Hunyuan ranks among the top of the 3,000 great Taos, far above the 5 elements of the acquired heaven. Within this One Yuan secret realm, the one Yuan true monarch left behind his 5 elements Tao fruit. Even the primordial bell was unaware of this. However, after Chen Mobai directly refined the one Yuan secret realm into his own domain, the 5 directions altar could no longer hide this fact. Because Chen Mobai possessed the method to control this secret realm taught by the Hunyuan bell, the 5 elements Tao fruit, which should have resisted, was left to Chen Mobai's disposal, refining the place where he was hiding. At this moment, Chen Mobai also understood why Tengxianji had suddenly issued a warning when he tried to refine the one Yuan secret realm. If it truly triggers a backlash from the 5 elements Tao fruit of the one Yuan true monarch, given his nascent soul realm, he might not necessarily survive. Fortunately, Chen Mobai drank the last of the enlightenment tea and began to try to combine the 6 imperial scriptures, the body as the boundary, the 5 elements Tao fruit, the one Yuan Tao scripture, and so on, with the 5 elements spirit tree as the core. The first step is to refine the 5 elements Tao fruit. This is the simplest way, because all the methods related to Tao fruits in the one Yuan Tao palace have already fallen into his hands and been thoroughly understood by him. The 5 elements spirit tree, located at the center of the realm, was as if carved from jade. Under Chen Mobai's one Yuan seal, the 5 altars of the state transformed into 5 elements of spiritual light, revealing their true forms. Emerald green branches, azure water, crimson flames, earth and yellow stones, golden spheres. This is the fruit of the 5 elements Tao. Chen Mobai's heart stirred, and the boundary opened. The 5 elements spirit tree slowly appeared above his head, and 5 colored lights shot out from the jade-like branches, like spiritual snakes, binding the Tao fruits that were transformed from the 5 altars of the state. Guided by the one Yuan seal, the 5 elements Tao fruits each emitted different radiance, gradually approaching the 5 elements spirit tree, and finally transformed into different kinds of 5 elements spirit fruits, hanging on the jade branches. After initially refining the 5 elements Tao fruit, Chen Mobai began to condense the Dharma realm with the 5 elements spirit tree. 5 colored light emanated from the spirit tree above his head, weaving into a huge net that spread and enveloped the entire realm. Gradually, his domain transformed into a celebratory cloud above the 5 elements spirit tree. From a distance, it looks like a tree with its colorful canopy shrouded in clouds and mist. This means that the Dharma realm has not achieved complete success. However, Chen Mobai was not disappointed, since if he could truly master the Dharma realm, it would be equivalent to becoming a nascent soul. Take it one step at a time, steadily and surely. With this in mind, Chen Mobai also stopped cultivating. The 5 elements spirit tree above his head instantly dissipated and disappeared into his domain. Although he did not fully master the Dharma realm, he at least completed the one Yuan Tao scripture. Looking at his phone, he realized that another 5 years had passed since he began refining the 5 elements Tao fruit. He has been in seclusion here for a full 10 years. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai understood why the nascent soul true monarchs of the immortal sect all chose to live in seclusion. Besides practicing the void-breaking thread technique, it's also because at their level, each time they wake up from seclusion, decades have probably passed. Although the immortal sect has a well-established system, and even though he as the leader has not shown his face for so long, all departments can still function normally. Upon careful consideration, it is still better to leave the mortal world. Judging by the time, the next time the immortal sects will be refining nascent soul elixir is about to begin. If Zhongli Tianyu is able to form a nascent soul, then let him have the position of master of the righteous law hall. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Mobai's figure flashed with silver light as he left the one Yuan secret realm, which had now turned into darkness and shrunk considerably. From now on, this place can only be used as a large, immovable storage space. Although he had the key and method to enter and exit, Chen Mobai still instructed Kang Shangsu, who was in charge of guarding the secret realm, to close the secret realm and not use it again in order to avoid any accidents. Yes, sect leader. After leaving Hunyuan Immortal City, Chen Mobai went to Huanglong Cave first. He received a lot of good news as soon as his phone was turned on. What pleased him most was that both Qing Nu and Yin Qingmei had successfully formed their nascent souls. Of these, Qing Nu was one step ahead. With the knowledge of the immortal sect as her foundation, she had no doubts about the process of forming a nascent soul. After consuming various resources, she successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage. As for heavenly tribulations, those are even less of a concern. Although Qing Nu's tribulation was exceptionally fierce, she easily overcame it thanks to the Xuan Guangzhou Dao banner, the Ding Hai Pearl, the Ding Hai Sword, and the fifth-order grand formation of the Huanglong Cave. In comparison, Yin Qingmei encountered more obstacles. Although she had read various nascent soul cultivation tips from the Five Elements sect, and Chen Mobai had personally explained them to her, she still viewed the nascent soul realm through a lens of admiration and longing, believing it to be extremely difficult. So even with ample resources, she waited 7 years until the Jade Phoenix tree refined the myriad transformations Thunder Water, and advanced in rank before taking that step. When Chen Mobai emerged from seclusion, Yin Qingmei was still consolidating her cultivation level. "Congratulations, madam." When Chen Mobai saw Qing Nu in Huanglong Cave, he couldn't help but smile slightly. "I can finally see you're back now, but I guess it won't be long before you leave me far behind again." When Qing Nu saw Chen Mobai, she sensed that his aura was even more unfathomable than before, and sighed softly. "My lady, don't worry. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, talent won't be as important. My husband and I will probably stay in the nascent soul stage for a long time, watching over and helping each other." Chen Mobai said this, which was also his understanding after comprehending the 1 yuan inheritance. Even with the help of Dao fruits, if one wants to cultivate the void, one still needs to choose one's own path and follow a great road. When the 1 yuan true lord was unable to master the great Tao of the end of fortune, he ultimately advanced on the great Tao of primordial chaos before ascending to the spirit void immortal realm. The cultivation of the great Tao requires hundreds or thousands of years to make even the smallest progress. Then I still hope you can move forward faster, so that I can always hide behind you and enjoy this sense of security that allows me to relax completely. Qing Nu then spoke up, expressing her best wishes for Chen Mobai's progress in cultivation. "Haha, I hope it is as you say, madam." The two had lived together in the Tian realm for over 100 years, and gradually they began to adapt to local customs. Chen Mobai began to address Qing Nu as madam. The two, who had been separated for a long time, naturally spent a period of time inseparable. After achieving nascent soul, Qing Nu, who had previously struggled to cope, finally made great progress. However, Chen Mobai was a pure Yang boy who had been locked in the Golden Gate for his entire life. As his cultivation progressed over time, his firepower became increasingly vigorous. In the end, Qing Nu could not withstand it and repeatedly called for a halt. Seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't bear it and could only hastily finish the matter. After sharing his longing for Qing Nu over the past 10 years, Chen Mobai also inquired about the changes in Dongzhou over the years. "Everything is peaceful. After you reconciled with the Yiyuan Dao Palace, all the major sects in the eastern continent are waiting for this important event of pioneering the new land. Quite a few forces have arrived at the borders of the desolate ruins and the 6 regions of the east ahead of time, and have begun to establish defensive lines and set up formations, hoping to gain an advantage and see if they can make a profit when the Holy Land's army arrives. The Five Elements sect has been operating according to the plan you laid out before your seclusion all these years. Ming'er has also completed the initial repairs of the eastern Wu land. The next step is to plant 5-colored rice and slowly absorb and refine the remaining 5 elements thunder essence deep within the earth." Hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Before we knew it, almost 30 years had passed since the end of the war between good and evil. The repair work on Dongwu, which was originally thought to be extremely difficult and arduous, has been completed thanks to time and Zhuo Ming's hard work and dedication. With a thought, Chen Mobai condensed his heaven and earth all beings crown. The section that was originally completely black now only had streaks of black like cotton wool in the deepest part. Once all of this has completely disappeared, the evil deeds committed in Eastern Wu will have been repaid with good deeds. Then Chen Mobai looked at his own land Jiyut again. 10 years have passed, and the progress bars of Jiyut have all made progress. The overall progress has increased from 37% before the retreat to 51% now. However, Chen Mobai felt that his spiritual consciousness was about to reach the ultimate level of the nascent soul realm, filling his entire purple mansion sea of consciousness. This is because he has a deep foundation. However, this also presents a problem. That means he hasn't perfected the 9 virtues yet, and his spiritual realm will continue to improve. If he can't break through the bottleneck of his purple mansion sea of consciousness, he will end up like those cultivators who practice the devouring god technique and eventually go into demonic possession, with their purple mansion sea of consciousness unable to withstand the pressure and cracking open. However, the immortal sects also have a solution to this, namely the divine divinity technique. If it really comes to that, Chen Mobai will cut off and seal a part of his divine consciousness, and then unseal and absorb it after he becomes a god. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai remembered that the immortal sect should have already prepared the divine song. It seems it's time to go back and discuss this matter. If all goes well, we can prepare to refine the jade tree in the pill cauldron. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai left the land of pleasure. Of course, before returning to the immortal sect, he did not forget to meet with the people from the 5 Elements sect. As news of his release from quarantine spread, the first to come and pay homage was Zhou Wang, the god who guards the wind and rain immortal city next door. Not bad, not bad. You've reached the late stage of core formation. I hope that 100 years from now, you'll have a place among the nascent soul cultivators in the sect. Chen Mobai looked at Zhou Wangshan in front of him and nodded in praise with a satisfied expression. Not at all, this disciple is far from sufficient. I only hope that in the future, heaven will favor me and enable me to reach a higher realm, protect the sect, and have more time to serve the sect leader. Zhou Wangshan said modestly, and Chen Mobai laughed and asked him about matters related to cultivation. This time, Zhou Wangshan broke through the bottleneck on his own, and 2 years earlier than Yi Yun, which made him very successful all these years. Hearing Chen Mobai's praise now, he was even happier. As the two were talking, more cultivators from the 5 Elements sect arrived. Ordinary core formation cultivators are not even qualified to meet Chen Mobai. Only a few at the nascent soul stage are allowed to enter the Yellow Dragon Cave. Of course, there are a few exceptions among core formation cultivators. For example, Zhuo Ming was personally greeted by Qingnu. However, everyone knew her identity and could only feel envy. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Accompanying Zhuo Ming back were Tai Sui Tongzai and Zhao Huang Longnu. The former immediately performed a grand salute upon entering, and little yellow dragon girl hesitated for a moment before following suit. End of this chapter. Chapter 10:25 Sect Affairs. Chapter 10:25 Sect Affairs. Chen Mobai nodded slightly, smiling as he told them not to stand on ceremony. Zhuo Ming worked in Dongwu for 30 years, as did Tai Sui Tongzai and Zhao Huang Longnu, who also worked diligently for just as long. Even Zhuo Ming spent several years in seclusion in Beiyuan City to break through his cultivation realm, or was dispatched by Chen Mobai to transplant the Zixia tea tree and other tasks. But this pair of oddballs never stopped in Eastern Wu. They deserve great credit for being able to repair such a huge mess in Eastern Wu within 30 years. Chen Mobai always rewards those who have made contributions. He had recently refined the 5 Elements Dao fruits, and the Earth Element Dao fruit was particularly useful to them. However, even the lowest level of Dao fruit requires the nascent soul realm to bear it, and it also requires a nascent soul realm cultivator with extremely strong mental will. Although the Tai Sui child is a 4th-order spiritual being in human form, he can only be considered a nascent soul cultivator. In a real fight, he would probably be no match for Zhou Shenking. Moreover, with a simple mind and a pure heart, it is definitely impossible for them to refine a complete earth element Dao fruit. However, Chen Mobai could use the secret technique of the One Yuan Dao Palace to separate a wisp of spiritual light from a branch of the Dao fruit and bestow it upon the recipient. This is also a method related to the Dao fruit that exists in all the major holy lands in the heavenly river realm. After all, the Dao fruit is the foundation of the Holy Land's millennia-long heritage, and it must undergo numerous trials before being passed down to the disciples below. Before Yi Qing received the Tei Dao fruit, he had already embedded the sword energy transformed from the Dao fruit into his body, trying in advance to truly bear and refine the Dao fruit, and even changing his own physique. Although the Yiyuan Dao Palace has a weak foundation, it is still a sacred place and has this set of methods. This item will greatly benefit your cultivation. The longer you persist with it, the better. As Chen Mobai spoke, the 5-element spirit tree appeared above his head. One of the earth-yellow Dao fruits swayed gently on a jade branch, and then 3 strands of spiritual light of the same color fell down, landing on Zhuo Ming, the Tai Sui child on either side of her, and the little yellow dragon girl. "Thank you, Master." Although Zhuo Ming didn't know what it was, the Earth Mother seal between her eyebrows appeared on its own at this moment, which meant it must be a spiritual object that would greatly help her cultivation. "Thank you, sir." Tai Sui Tong Zai and Zio Huang Long Nu bowed deeply once more, before receiving the spiritual light infusion from the earth element Dao fruit. Among them, the Tai Sui child had the highest cultivation level, but the shallowest foundation, so he was the first to complete the initiation. Next up is little yellow dragon girl. As a true spirit, she lasted twice as long as the 4th-order Tai Sui child. Moreover, after the earth path fruit's spiritual light infused her, Chen Mobai sensed that her aura had become even more profound and heavy, as if she was about to break through to the 4th order. When it was rescued by Chen Mobai, its true spirit blood had been repeatedly drained by the poisonous dragon, leaving it severely depleted and extremely weak. Later, Qing knew refined pills, and Zhuo Ming used it to refine the essence of the earth, which helped her replenish the missing essence and blood in her body. During her 30 years of hard work in Eastern Wu, little yellow dragon girl also gained some merit, so the bottleneck of the 3rd stage that had been stuck for thousands of years began to break under the spiritual light of the earth element Dao fruit. Chen Mobai saw the little yellow dragon girl sitting upright on the ground, with the pure 5th-order spiritual energy within the yellow dragon cave beginning to gather towards her, and he couldn't help but nod slightly. He waved his sleeve, and instantly a silvery light enveloped the little yellow dragon girl, teleporting her to her own cave. The ascension of the true spirit involves earth-shattering changes at each level, so the time required is much longer compared to that of human cultivators. After instructing Qingnu on this matter and telling her to pay attention, Chen Mobai focused all his attention on Zhuo Ming. Logically speaking, her foundation could not possibly be comparable to that of the true spirit yellow dragon. She had only absorbed about the same amount of spiritual light as the Tai Sui child. However, most of the spiritual light of the Dao fruit was absorbed by the Earth Mother seal between her eyebrows. Chen Mobai even sensed that the earth element Dao fruit on his 5-element spirit tree was also restless, as if it wanted to break free from the jade branch and fall directly onto Zhuo Ming. Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai immediately formed a Yuan seal to stop it. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with it, but rather that the Dao fruit contained power that was far too terrifying for a core formation cultivator. Zhuo Ming will definitely be able to form a nascent soul in the future, so it's the same to pass on the knowledge to her then. There's no need to take the risk at this time. Time passed slowly, and with the Tai Sui child's ashamed expression, Zhuo Ming finally stopped absorbing the spiritual light of the earth element Dao fruit. After opening his eyes, Zhuo Ming's aura became more stable and profound, as if his cultivation had improved. "How was it? Did you get anything?" Chen Mobai asked gently. Replying to Master, "I feel that my understanding of the Yellow Emperor's classic of profound virtue has deepened considerably, and my control over the cauldron of profound virtue of all things has also become much smoother. Zhuo Ming recounted all the changes that had occurred to her. She was practicing the longevity sect's earth immortal scripture, which had no predecessors within the sect. She had to figure out most of the content on her own, so although she already had an immortal earth spiritual root, her progress was not particularly fast. However, after receiving the spiritual light of the earth path fruit, most of her current confusion about her realm was resolved in an instant. Moreover, she felt that if she went back to seclusion and meditated for a period of time, she would basically have no more questions before reaching the nascent soul stage. In addition, Zhuo Ming's original natal magic weapon, the Myriad Virtues Cauldron, was mostly crafted by Chen Mobai, so she always felt somewhat powerless when wielding it. Over the years, with the progress of her cultivation, and the fact that she had collected thousands of different ores from the eastern continent's border regions and smelted them into them, she was able to manipulate them at will. After receiving the spiritual light of the earth path fruit today, he felt that the stagnation between himself and the cauldron of great virtue of all things was gone, and he began to feel as if he were a true natal magic weapon, as easy to use as his own arm. Very good. Continue your cultivation steadily like this. After you reach the nascent soul stage, I will pass on this earth path Tao fruit to you. With this, you will have no doubts about cultivating the Yellow Emperor's great virtue scripture. As Chen Mobai was speaking, a sudden inspiration flashed through his mind. He wondered if the 5 elements Tao fruit, left behind by true monarch, Yi Yuan might belong to the longevity sect. If that's really the case, wouldn't the 5 elements sect be blessed? After all, the complete 5 elements immortal scripture was already in his hands. Both Qing Nu and Yin Qingmei possessed celestial spiritual roots. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 great immortal scriptures they cultivated were too obscure, and the lack of prior experience, they probably would have already successfully formed their nascent souls. If the Tao fruit could make up for this, wouldn't that mean they would at least have a complete path to becoming a nascent soul cultivator? Thinking this way, Chen Mobai felt that he was really lucky. If the 5 elements sect were to have 5 nascent soul cultivators in the future, he dared not imagine how vast the area covered by his Tao law fruit would be. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's the entire eastern continent. Thank you, Master. Zhuo Ming naturally knew what the Tao fruit represented. Although she didn't know where Chen Mobai came from, it didn't stop her from having a happy expression. This is all you deserve. After all, my future legacy will depend on you to carry it on. Chen Mobai looked at his apprentice with increasing satisfaction and asked her about her future plans. Master, although the land and spiritual veins in Dongwu have been repaired, a considerable amount of 5 elements thunder essence still remains deep within the earth. I hope that I can lead the sect's spirit plant department and puppet department to plant the 5-colored rice, creating the largest and most expansive spiritual field in the eastern continent for the sect. Zhuo Ming shared his thoughts. The restoration of Dongwu after its devastation should naturally follow the standards of spiritual fields. In addition, since it was originally a plain, large-scale reclamation and planting could be carried out directly. In this way, the various large mechanical puppets that Chen Mobai designed specifically for agriculture can also be put to use. It's possible that less than 1% of the manpower was needed to cultivate and plant the entire eastern Wu region. Chen Mobai naturally gave his full support to this. After all, the successful cultivation of 5-colored rice will allow the 5-element sect to make up for its last shortcoming. With Qingnu and Yin Qingmei forming their nascent souls, and Chen Lingaming joining them, the 5-element sect now has quite a few nascent soul cultivators, making mature and complete 4th-tier spirit rice a necessity. Although Zhou Shenking successfully cultivated golden jade spirit rice at Giant Wood Ridge, its high grade resulted in slow maturation and low yield. If you want large-scale production, you still need mechanization and large-scale farmland. All right, but from now on you won't need to stay in Eastern Wu for long periods of time anymore. Just go and inspect when the seeds are sown and harvested. Chen Mobai said to Zhuo Ming. After all these years, the shadow of the war between the righteous and the demonic has completely dissipated, and the Five Elements sect has resumed its various infrastructure projects in the eastern wilderness. In all these areas, farming, desertification control, and the cultivation and transplantation of various precious spiritual plants all requires Zhuo Ming to oversee the overall situation. Zhuo Ming naturally nodded obediently in response. Just as the master and disciple were discussing the Five Elements sect's agricultural and spiritual plant development plan for the next 100 years, streaks of nascent soul spiritual light flew into the sky above the Yellow Dragon Cave. Chen Mobai went out to greet him personally. Those who came were all nascent soul cultivators from the Five Elements sect. Zhou Shenking, Mo Duguang, Chen Lingaming. After Chen Mobai met with them and drank a few cups of tea, Zhou Yi, who was far away in Dongyi, also came over, as did Su Zilu, who was protecting the Five Elements Merchant Guild in Dongtu. Apart from Yin Qingmei, who was consolidating her cultivation level, all the nascent soul cultivators of the Five Elements sect gathered together. Next, Yi Yun and other core formation cultivators of the Five Elements sect were also granted permission to enter and pay their respects. Chen Mobai looked at the people sitting on both sides of the main hall and couldn't help but feel gratified. Over 100 years of development in the eastern wilderness, they not only conquered a vast territory but also cultivated a great number of talents. Judging from my junior brother's aura, it seems he's not far from reaching the nascent soul stage. Zhou Shenking, the most senior member, spoke first, and Chen Mobai immediately shook his head modestly. I'm still far from it, but within the nascent soul realm, no one can rival me. Chen Mobai said this without considering magic weapons or the like, because if Yi Qing were to wield a 6th-tier Tai sword, he would still be a little intimidated. I never imagined that the Five Elements sect, left behind by our master, would have the potential to become a sacred land in our generation. This is all thanks to our junior brother, the sect leader. Zhou Yi followed Zhou Shenking's lead and spoke up. He had heard that Chen Mobai had brought back the entire inheritance of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. With his talent and accumulated knowledge, if he were to switch to cultivating the One Yuan Dao scripture, he might actually be able to glimpse the mysteries of the nascent soul realm in his lifetime. After Chen Mobai returned, he instructed Chen Lingaming to organize the inheritance he had copied from Wudi Mountain and put it in the library in Beiyuan City, which included the chapters from the Yiyuan Daojing to the nascent soul stage. However, without Chen Mobai's permission, Beiyuan City dared not allow sect disciples to exchange these items. Although Zhou Yi was a nascent soul cultivator, he knew who the heavenly lord of the Five Elements sect was and dared not overstep his bounds. Upon hearing that Chen Mobai had emerged from seclusion, he immediately traveled thousands of miles to get permission. I have already studied the entire One Yuan Dao scripture without any problems. If any of you senior brothers are interested, you can go and exchange it for further study. Chen Mobai immediately understood Zhou Yi's meaning and spoke up. The Five Elements sect's cultivation techniques are open to cultivators at all levels within the sect. Among them, nascent soul cultivation techniques can be freely exchanged by nascent soul cultivators, but each one requires a huge amount of sect contribution. But for Zhou Yi, the one thing he had in abundance was making contributions. After all, among all the nascent soul cultivators in the Five Elements sect, he had worked the hardest. I'll go take a look too. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Mo Duguang, who was standing next to him, also spoke up. He possessed 2 streams of primordial chaos true qi, which were taught to him by the primordial chaos ancestor Li Zhangji. However, due to the lack of a complete cultivation method, he had not completed the great circulation of primordial chaos true qi, which began with the metal element before forming his nascent soul. And this part of the content is now included in the inheritance of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. The nascent soul cultivators from the Five Elements sect, having reached this point in their conversation, no longer wanted their tea and hurriedly took their leave, wanting to go to Beiyuan City to exchange for the One Yuan Dao scripture. Lingaming, you are familiar with the One Yuan inheritance. Why don't you take a few senior brothers with you? Chen Mobai spoke to Chen Lingaming, who was sitting on the outermost side of the nascent soul seat, and the latter immediately stood up and agreed. Since several senior brothers are here as well, although Lingaming has been exonerated, he has also left the Yiyuan Dao Palace. My idea is to take him under the wing of my five-element sect. Chen Mobai then introduced Chen Lingaming to Zhou Shenking and the others. Junior brother, you can make the decision. I just don't know which generation he belongs to. Everyone naturally recognized this former Taoist of the One Yuan Dao Palace. Since they could get a nascent soul cultivator for free, Zhou Shenking and the others had no reason to refuse. They only raised a question. Let's go with the fourth generation. It just so happens that our sect has reached this point of flourishing development, and we need to appoint a Taoist disciple and a holy maiden as the sect's celestial attendants. Lingaming previously worked at the One Yuan Dao Palace and has extensive experience. Chen Mobai spoke up, saying that they were the third generation, and it wasn't right for Chen Lingaming to keep calling him Little Grandmaster, so he decided to put him in the same generation as Zhuo Ming. When Zhou Shenking and the others heard this, although they felt that it would be a bit shameful for the five-element sect to take over the Dao child of the One Yuan Dao Palace, they certainly wouldn't object since Chen Mobai had spoken. Junior brother is right. I wonder who the holy maiden will choose, that girl King Mei. Zhou Shenking asked again. Ideally, the disciples and saintesses of the five-element sect should all be nascent soul cultivators, which would give them a prestigious reputation. However, Chen Mobai had already decided that Zhu Ming would be the first holy maiden, so he shook his head directly. But he still gave a few reasons in a tactful way. Junior nephew Yin is not good at socializing and only likes to cultivate within her own dojo. This is not conducive to spreading the culture of my five-element sect and promoting the reputation of my sect. Moreover, I'm afraid she is not willing to run around outside every day. That's true. I didn't think it through. I think Zhuo Ming is a pretty good girl. She perfectly meets the requirements you mentioned, junior brother. Zhou Shenking immediately understood what Chen Mobai meant when he heard him say that. He pointed to Zhuo Ming, who was standing in the first row of core formation cultivators. Good. The rest, including Zhou Yi and Mo Duguang, also nodded in agreement. This indicates that Zhuo Ming is a good fit. Inside the main hall, everyone from the five-element sect turned their gazes to Zhuo Ming, who still seemed somewhat bewildered. Although Chen Mobai had mentioned this matter, it still felt unreal when it actually happened to me. When the nascent soul cultivators from the five-element sect got up to leave, Zhuo Ming finally realized what was happening and immediately thanked them. The future of the sect is full of vitality. Zhou Shenking laughed heartily, indicating to Zhuo Ming that there was no need for further formalities, and then left with Mo Duguang and the others. After the nascent soul cultivator left, Chen Mobai dismissed the remaining core formation cultivators from the sect. However, key figures such as Yun stayed behind. Sect leader, these are the sect's files from the past few years. Yun first reported on the development of the five-element sect during Chen Mobai's years of seclusion. Chen Mobai didn't care about most of them. What he mainly cared about were the newly established counties and immortal cities after the war between the righteous and the demonic. All of these things developed according to his previous plan. Moreover, in the Eastern Wilderness, the introduction of outstanding talents from the Eastern Wu cultivators revitalized the previously stagnant market. The desolate wasteland between the Eastern Wilderness and the Eastern Barbarians has also been thoroughly opened up and connected thanks to the continuous efforts of the five-element sect over the past 30 years, with 6 immortal cities as its core. Needless to say, the 3 immortal cities above Yunmeng Marsh flourished under the rule of Zhou Wangshan. Even after the restoration of Dongwu, the five-element sect was already planning to rebuild the 12 prefectures of Dongwu without Chen Mobai's prompting. Let junior nephew Zhou take charge of this matter. After listening to Yun's explanation of the five-element sect's plan for the next 30 years, Chen Mobai handed over the task of rebuilding Eastern Wu to Zhou Wangshan, who was standing nearby. I will obey the sect leader's order. Zhou Wangshan spoke with a serious expression, but the smugness emanating from him made everyone know how happy he was. Yun, however, remained expressionless. After rolling up the planning drawings in his hand, he calmly handed them to Zhou Wangshan, which disappointed the latter. What Zhou Wangshan most wanted to see was the scene of Yun breaching the defenses. Sect leader, this is the list of 4 newly promoted core formation cultivators in the sect while you were in seclusion. Yun then brought up another matter. Chen Mobai took it and looked at it with great interest. I discovered that they were all people I knew. Yuan Che Chi Rui Luju Tan Rong. Among them, Yuan Che and Chi Rui were both given golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills by Chen Mobai, and they were both lucky enough to succeed on their second attempt. Green Pearl was raised to that level by Zhou Yi using resources. Because she didn't exchange for the sect's core formation elixir, the cultivators of the 5 elements sect all looked at her with envy. What surprised Chen Mobai the most was Tan Rong. She had previously failed to form a golden core by taking the golden elixir and the wood essence golden core, so theoretically she should not be able to receive golden core resources from the sect. However, because the 5 elements sect obtained too many third-tier inner cores during the war between the righteous and the demonic, and Tan Rong also made many contributions, and Sheng Jiaoxi pleaded for this disciple when he retired, Chen Mobai made an exception and did not include the heretical golden cores in the sect's core formation resources. Tan Rong's formation of her golden core this time was achieved by shattering the external golden core. You must understand that without the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, she would surely die if she failed. With an unwavering belief that it was a matter of life or death, Tan Rong took this step, crossed the insurmountable barrier, and became a true core formation cultivator. This reminded Chen Mobai of the secret that Fu Zhangju had taught him when he formed his core. However, his conditions were too good. Even without conviction, he could have succeeded easily. Could it be that Tan Rong read Fu Zhangju's insights on core formation in the library of Baiyuan City? Thinking this, Chen Mobai asked Qingnu, who was beside him, about the situation of Zuding and Guyan. They have all reached the peak of foundation establishment, and I have given them the core formation elixir. They are currently in seclusion. Qingnu spoke up, saying that since the 2 women were her own people, she would definitely arrange resources for core formation cultivators as soon as possible. There's one more thing. Xialing has also reached the peak of foundation establishment, but the sect's golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill is gone. I plan to start refining it again. After talking about Zhu Ting and Gu Yan, Qingnu then brought up Han Xialing. As the 3rd-generation eldest disciple of Zia Nanshan, she had just broken through to the late foundation establishment stage at the beginning of the Righteous Demonic War. Now, more than 20 years later, she has reached the peak of foundation establishment, which is not fast, but not slow either. Your madam can make the arrangements. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Yun immediately took out another list and handed it to him. Reporting to the sect leader, these are the sect's most recently completed foundation establishment disciples. Chen Mobai took a look and found that there were actually 12 people. These are the foundations accumulated by the 5 elements sect over hundreds of years. Chen Mobai also saw many foundation establishment cultivators from his own time. For example, his good friend Zai Jinghuo, Liang Lingzhen of the Hall of Rewards and Goodness, Fu Huakun of the Hall of Punishments and Evil, and so on. Having boarded the great ship of the times, they all arrived at the threshold of core formation with the help of their sect's resources. Some of them are not particularly talented and have only relied on the accumulation of time, but since they are disciples of the 5 elements sect, Chen Mobai will definitely give them a chance to form their core. Besides the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, madam, you can also refine a batch of fire element golden elixir. There are a few core formation cultivators in the sect who are from the fire vein. After reviewing the list, Chen Mobai spoke. Although he comes from the wood element, as the current leader of the 5 elements sect, he must be considering the bigger picture. To deploy the 5 elements Dao soldiers of the 5 elements sect, one needs core formation cultivators with the 5 elemental attributes. However, because he initially only taught at the wood vein. The majority of the core formation cultivators in the sect are of the wood attribute. Chen Mobai plans to start improving this gradually from now on. Fortunately, his good friend Zai Jinghuo also practices the Crimson Flame Sword technique, so if he fails the first time, he can arrange a second chance as soon as possible. King Nu naturally had no objection to this. There's one more thing. Uncle Fu and Uncle Sheng are also close to achieving the perfect core formation stage. Finally, Yi Yun reminded Chen Mobai of something. I happen to have 2 portions of 3 lights divine water left. I'll see if I can prepare another batch of infant nourishing pills later. Chen Mobai could only speak to Qing Nu again. After I reach the nascent soul stage, I plan to try to refine the complete nascent soul 3 spirit elixir. Qing Nu, however, was very ambitious. She wanted to improve the 3 kinds of nascent soul elixirs from the immortal sect here, so as to add more nascent soul cultivators to the 5-element sect. Then I'll have to trouble you, madam. After finishing discussing matters concerning the sect, Chen Mobai dismissed Yi Yun and the others. What remained were his disciples. It was a rare occasion for Liu Wenbai, Zhuo Ming, Luo Yixuan, and Jiang Xingheng to all gather together under his command. Master, the dragon vein beneath the eastern wilderness is showing signs of forming. What should we do? Jiang Xingheng mentioned something that Chen Mobai had almost overlooked. After the 5-element sect brought Eastern Wu and half of the Eastern Yi under its control, its territory greatly increased. With 30 years of favorable weather, the population also exploded again. As a result, the Zhao kingdom, which relied on the dragon vein of the human dynasty, grew rapidly under the guidance of advocating culture and building civilization. Once the dragon vein possesses a spirit, the celestial and earthly Xuanji instrument of the Dayad sect will sense it. Although Chen Mobai is now invincible below the nascent soul stage, and the number of nascent soul cultivators in the 5-element sect has greatly increased, they are definitely no match for the morality sect. This matter still needs to be handled with caution. Chen Mobai couldn't guarantee that he could persuade the morality sect to turn a blind eye to the 5-element sect and pretend they didn't know the dragon vein had a spirit. I remember there was a recipe for the hidden dragon pill, which could be used to deplete the dragon vein's energy. Chen Mobai searched for keywords related to dragon veins in the heavenly calculation beads and quickly remembered this one. End of this chapter. Chapter 10:26 Eastern Wilderness Armory. Chapter 10:26 Eastern Wilderness Armory. Because of Chen Mobai's selfishness, the dragon vein of the Eastern Wilderness was not incorporated into the heavenly curtain and earthly network grand formation. The dragon veins on the immortal sect side are like this. They possess only immense dragon vein energy, but no spirituality is born. Because after merging into the celestial and terrestrial networks, everything becomes part of this great formation, and the only spirituality can only be the spirit of the great formation itself. Although the 6 dragons riding the heaven scripture of the Eastern Imperial Court attracted a lot of hatred, it was a complete path to void refinement for Chen Mobai and was extremely precious. Even if I don't use this method to cultivate in the future, I can at least comprehend it, or I can take it out and let the elite talents of the immortal sect study it after I become a deity. After all, the immortal sect doesn't have a path to void refinement. With this, perhaps we can use it as a foundation to create void refinement chapters for other cultivation methods. Master, refining the hidden dragon pill is only a drop in the ocean compared to the current consumption of the Eastern Wilderness dragon vein. After hearing this, Jiang Xingheng said with a wry smile. It turns out that he had already been trying this method before, and now he has accumulated nearly 1,000 hidden dragon pills. We can use the dragon vein to open up tea gardens and tea mountains, plant them with green tea plants, and cultivate a few more 4th-tier plants. That should be enough to balance consumption and output. Qing Nu spoke up, revealing that she also knew about the hidden dragon pill. She was the one who initially deciphered the formula and refined it. Because it was similar to the earth vein pill, she succeeded easily. After becoming proficient, she taught it to Jiang Zhengheng and even dispatched several alchemists from the Danxia Pavilion to assist him. In addition, King Nu also has a fourth-tier green Chan spirit tea. This is the mother tree of Huishan Valley, which has been passed down for thousands of years. After Yan Shayan submitted to it, it was offered to King Nu. Later, through Zhuo Ming's efforts and the dripping irrigation of Wan Huoleshui, it was upgraded to the 4th rank. The reason Qing Nu started taking pills to improve her cultivation was because she had the 4th grade green Chan spirit tea, plus the secret techniques of the immortal sect. As long as she didn't overdose, she could easily neutralize the pill poison. This green Chan spirit tea plant is currently located at the tail end of the Dragon Vein in Huijun, on Xiaoi Mountain. Moreover, due to the advancement, it began to compete with the Panlong spirit rice of the Xingqian Dao sect for the Dragon Vein energy of Huijun, which has reduced the harvest of Panlong spirit rice by 30% to 40% in recent decades. Although the Star Heaven Dao sect was dissatisfied with this, they dared not say anything to the 5 Elements sect. After all, Master Xingqian, who was in charge of the Xingqian Chamber of Commerce in Baiyuan City, knew that Chen Mobai had wanted to take over their 10,000 mu of Panlong spirit rice a long time ago. If he gave them an excuse, the 5 Elements sect would definitely not be polite. Master Xingqian admired Chen Mobai for his honesty, integrity, and noble character. If the positions were reversed, and the Xingqian Dao sect were in the position of the 5 Elements sect, they would definitely use every means to seize or force the other side to give up territory in their core eastern wilderness territory, even if it didn't belong to them. However, Chen Mobai abided by the rules, acknowledging the contract between Huishan Valley and Xingqian Dao sect, and never took the initiative to seize the 10,000 mu of Panlong spirit rice in the eastern wilderness. Therefore, when Qing Nu cultivated the green jade spirit tea, she absorbed more of the Dragon Vein energy of Hua County, and the Xing Tian Dao sect dared not say anything. After all, the entire Dragon Vein of Huijun belongs to the 5 Elements sect. With this successful example, King Nu felt that she could divide the mother tree and plant the tea trees that absorb the Dragon Vein to grow all over the center of the Dragon Vein in the eastern wilderness plateau, so as to consume the Dragon Vein's energy and alleviate the birth of spirituality. If you want to delay any longer, you can also purchase Panlong spirit rice seeds from the Xingqian Dao sect. King Nu then spoke of another similar method. If Chen Mobai were willing to consume the Dragon Vein's energy on a large scale, he could create numerous spiritual fields. However, his intention was merely to maintain the Dragon Vein's current size for the time being. Once he reached the nascent soul stage, he wouldn't need to worry about the moral sect anymore. Oh right, I remember there was a cauldron, along with the 6 dragons riding the heaven scripture. Chen Mobai asked Jiang Zhengheng. He didn't want the Dragon Vein to be overconsumed, but he also didn't want the morality sect to send people. After searching for information about the Dragon Vein on the immortal sects again, he discovered a 4th-tier magic artifact that he had come into contact with a long time ago, the true Dragon Cauldron. This was forged by the sages of the Dance Weapon Academy, using a main Dragon Vein from another world when the war was first started. The greatest function of this magical artifact is that it contains the image of a true dragon, which can help cultivators of the dragon transformation scripture improve themselves. In addition, it can also absorb and store the energy of dragon veins, although this function is almost useless in immortal sects. Given Chen Mobai's status, borrowing the true dragon cauldron would be effortless, but considering the dragon veins in the eastern wilderness would require it at any time, it would be better to refine one himself. Master, here you go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhengheng immediately took it out of his storage bag. A mysterious cave was discovered in the state of Zhao, containing a precious cauldron, a jade book, and a skeleton. The jade book records the scripture of riding the 6 dragons to rule the heavens. The treasure cauldron, on the other hand, is an ancient magical artifact that has fallen from its original grade. Chen Mobai's weapon refining skills were not very good at the time, so he did not see anything unusual. Now, after thinking back, he realized that this was actually a magic weapon forged using the energy of the dragon vein. With a few minor modifications, he could refine it into the true dragon cauldron of the eastern wilderness. Of all the disciples, Jiang Xingheng had the fewest magical artifacts, which could be used to protect him. In front of his 4 disciples, Chen Mobai took out the 8 scenery lantern of Daoshui that he had refined, and with a flick of his finger, a purple-blue divine flame ignited. As the myriad swords avatar activated, 2 enormous fingers emerged from behind Chen Mobai, picked up the precious cauldron held by Jiang Xingheng's hands, and placed it on the Duluo fire. Under the influence of the Kantanki, Chen Mobai could see everything about this magical artifact clearly. The cauldron was made of a very special material, a mixture of various ores and the remains of a true spirit. This true spirit was naturally a dragon, but the Kantanki could only trace its origins back to the time of its forging. Therefore, he could only judge it based on his unparalleled weapon forging skills, and it should be a water attribute dragon. In that case, it is very likely that these are the remains of the royal family of the Xuanjiao royal court. At its peak, the Eastern Imperial Court was capable of achieving this. However, with the erosion of time and the scarcity of dragon vein energy, the divine charm of this cauldron has long been lost. If it is to be repaired and refined into a true dragon cauldron, this gap needs to be filled. Madam, do you still have the remains of the Azure Sea Demon King? Chen Mobai thought of the Azure Sea King he had killed in Eastern Wu. It was a peak 4th-order demon beast, also of the water attribute, and even possessed some 5th-order characteristics. It was perfect for upgrading the materials in the treasure cauldron. Upon hearing this, Qing Nu immediately took out all sorts of powerful skeletons from her gourd. The corpses of the powerful demonic beasts that Chen Mobai killed in Eastern Wu eventually fell into Qing Nu's hands, where she dissected them and stored them separately. Some of the remains were ground into powder and used for making medicine, but the vast majority are still there. Chen Mobai carefully selected 6 bones containing the most essence and integrated them into the treasure cauldron above the Daoshui fire. Then he mentioned the names of some minerals, and Zhuo Ming immediately took them out one by one from the Wanwu Haod cauldron. Zhuo Ming had developed the habit of collecting various minerals long ago, which is also one of the cultivation methods of the Yellow Emperor's Virtue Classic. Once all the materials were in place, Chen Mobai began to use what could be considered the pinnacle of weapon crafting skills in the Tianhe realm. The various impurities that were originally mixed into this precious cauldron, due to improper craftsmanship and firing temperature, were refined out one by one under the fire of the Tushita heaven, turning into particles of different colors that fell onto the floor of the main hall. During this process, the bones and pieces of ore transformed into streams of light of various colors and flowed into the cauldron. During the refining process, Chen Mobai also came to understand the meaning of the various inscriptions on the cauldron. The original name of this cauldron was the Small Dragon Capturing Cauldron. The inscription is a forbidden technique used by the Eastern Imperial Court to capture dragons. To use it, you must use this cauldron. However, this one is a replica. The real dragon-capturing cauldron is a treasure passed down through generations of the Eastern Imperial Court. It is a 6th-order magic weapon, but it disappeared long ago when the Imperial Court fell apart. It is said that 3 giant dragon claws appeared in the sky, fought a fierce battle with several nascent soul-true monarchs of the Imperial Court, and forcibly took them away. After the 6th-order dragon-capturing cauldron disappeared, the Eastern Imperial Court recruited the top weapon refiners in the Heavenly River realm to reforge 9 smaller dragon-capturing cauldrons as replicas. The one in Chen Mobai's hand is one of them. As the Kantanki gradually took effect, the inscriptions on the small dragon-capturing cauldron gradually disappeared. This was not because they were melted by the Daoshui fire, but because Chen Mobai refined them into the interior of the cauldron. After all, even the lesser dragon-capturing cauldron is quite taboo. At least once the Xuanjiao royal court finds out, it will definitely take action. Since we've started over, let's cover it up. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai once again poured a stream of pure yang energy into the Daoshui 8 scenery lamp, and 2 more Daoshui flames ignited. The originally slow promotion process suddenly started to accelerate 3 times. 7 days later, as Chen Mobai's divine sense descended, the transformed little dragon-capturing cauldron instantly took shape. After concealing the dragon-capturing forbidden technique, Chen Mobai replaced the 4 sides of the cauldron with patterns of heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, rice and grass, peace throughout the 4 seas, and tribute from all directions. These achievements can also be attributed to Jiang Zhengheng and his accomplishments in governing this eastern wilderness into such a peaceful and prosperous era. After the new cauldron was completed, Chen Mobai asked King Nu to bring out a wisp of dragon vein energy. Because the energy of the dragon vein can also be used to refine elixirs, Qing Nu has some in her gourd. As he activated the cauldron, the dragon vein energy, like a wisp of green smoke, curved into an arc and flowed into the cauldron before disappearing. This means the refining process was successful. It not only retains the original restrictions of the lesser dragon-capturing cauldron, but also adds various functions of the immortal sect's true dragon cauldron. I will teach you a ritual incantation, remember it well. As Chen Mobai spoke, he handed the new cauldron to Jiang Zhengheng, while the other 3 disciples looked on with envy. Although they all possess 4th-tier magical artifacts, this cauldron is clearly different. Thank you, Master. Jiang Zhengheng immediately accepted the incantation with both hands, then carefully memorized it and began to try it out in front of Chen Mobai. Please, Master, name this cauldron. After Jiang Zhengheng completed the initial purification ritual, he spoke again. Let's call it the True Dragon Cauldron. Chen Mobai, however, was terrible at naming things, so he simply borrowed a name from someone else. After all, the name Little Dragon Capturing Cauldron is definitely not acceptable. I see. Upon hearing this, Qing Nu suddenly realized why Chen Mobai had asked her for the dragon vein energy earlier. She knew about the True Dragon Cauldron. From now on, you'll have to work hard and keep a close eye on the dragon veins of the eastern wilderness. If there are any signs of spirituality emerging, use this cauldron to absorb and preserve a portion of the dragon veins' energy. Chen Mobai instructed Jiang Zhengheng that if he wanted to cultivate the 6 dragons soaring to the heavens scripture, the stronger the spirituality of the dragon vein, the better. Therefore, after he reached the nascent soul stage, he should increase the growth of this huge dragon vein that started from the eastern wilderness plateau and flowed to various places as quickly as possible. That is why this dragon vein cannot be weakened too much. Your disciple obeys. Jiang Zhengheng put the True Dragon Cauldron into his storage bag and bowed respectfully. After dealing with this matter, Liu Wenbai, the eldest disciple, explained the situation at Xi'an and Shanpu. After reconciling with the 5 Emperors Mountain, the 1 Yuan Dao Palace abandoned all blockades, leading to a surge in spending by cultivators from the eastern lands at the 5 Elements Merchant Guild and Xiao Nanshan shop. The products that Chen Mobai obtained from the immortal sects were a complete game-changer for the eastern lands, where refining weapons, making talismans, and crafting pills were all handicrafts. Every time the 5 Elements Merchant Guild and Xiao Nanshan shop put out their products, they would be snapped up in a very short time. Moreover, the people in the East now have a good understanding of both. The supermarket of the 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce sells low-end consumer goods that are inexpensive and of good quality, while Xi'an Nanshan shop sells high-end products, emphasizing that there is a reason why they are expensive. Currently, the sect earns about 100 million spirit stones annually from the eastern lands. After deducting costs, the net profit is over 70 million, with the 5 Elements Merchant Guild and Xi'an Nanshan shop each taking half. Liu Wenbai's report made King Nu's eyes light up. This profit is almost equivalent to what the 5 Elements sect earned in a year of operation in the eastern wilderness. It should be noted that this number is only because Chen Mobai has restrained himself. If he really disregards the consequences and dumps products on a large scale, the entire market for 1st and 2nd-tier magic artifacts, talismans, pills, and formations in the Eastern land will be directly overwhelmed by the industrialized products of the immortal sects. In the Eastern lands, since it is the territory of the Holy Land, Chen Mobai could not go too far, so he deliberately controlled the market size to only occupy about 100 million spirit stones. Moreover, Chen Mobai also instructed Yue Zhudao to purchase raw materials from various forces in the Eastern lands, and even instructed Liu Wenbai to spend all the spirit stones earned by Xian and Shenpu each year in the 7 immortal cities of the Eastern lands. Every year, the Eastern Immortal City holds various auctions, originally intended to stimulate the consumption of spirit stones by cultivators in the Eastern lands. Behind these auctions are the Holy Lands and major nascent soul forces. They usually harvest from cultivators at the core formation and foundation establishment stages, so they have the most Tier 3 spiritual items, and occasionally there are Tier 4 spiritual herbs and materials as the grand prize. Over the years, these items have mostly been snapped up by the wealthy and powerful Five Elements sect. It is precisely for this reason that, although the major powers in the Eastern lands coveted the spirit stones earned by the Five Elements sect, they did not lose their rationality. After all, they harvested even more spirit stones. As long as the items are in good condition, the Five Elements sect will generally accept them. While clearing out the inventory, they also gained a large amount of spirit stones. However, some clever people in the Eastern lands also discovered that after the spirit stones they earned were distributed, the first choice for their disciples to spend their money was the Five Elements sect's merchant guild and shops. Spirit stones circulate continuously in the Eastern lands, but the precious spiritual materials they have accumulated over thousands of years flow into the Eastern wilderness in an endless stream. This is precisely why Zhou Yi is under immense pressure. Because the high-grade spiritual materials purchased from the Eastern lands are all transferred to Baiyuan City in the Eastern wilderness through the large teleportation array in the Eastern barbarian lands. If the cultivators want to make a move, their only chance is through the mirror immortal city. Over the years, there have indeed been several incidents of tribulation cultivators causing trouble in Mingjing Immortal City. Fortunately, the heavenly gang formation that Chen Mobai had planned in Dongyi was quite powerful, helping Zhou Yi withstand one attack after another. On 2 occasions, nascent soul cultivators personally intervened, forcing Zhou Shenking and Mo Duguang to go to Dongyi to help. Only then were they able to hold on and defeat the attacking cultivators outside the city. However, this has not happened in recent years. This is because with the complete opening of the Desolate Ruins, the 6 cities of the Desolate Ruins and the Bright Mirror Immortal City formed the 5th-order 7-star Heavenly Gang array constructed by Chen Mobai. This kind of formation could withstand even a nascent soul cultivator. After a nascent soul cultivator perished within the formation, the other cultivators outside Mingjing Immortal City also vanished without a trace. Many of the high-grade spiritual materials from the Eastern lands are medicinal herbs. Thanks to this, King Nu was able to improve and restore many precious pill formulas from the immortal sect here, including the 3 spirit medicines for nascent soul formation. Well done! After Liu Wenbai finished his report, Chen Mobai nodded and praised him. Finally, there's Luo Yixuan. Because she achieved the golden core early, time seems to have left no trace on her. Her skin remains fair and smooth, and her face is as beautiful as a flower. After Chen Mobai looked over, she stepped forward respectfully, gave a slight bow and said, "Master, in the past 10 years or so, the rifts in the secret realm over the Wandering Mountain have been appearing more and more frequently. I have tried to enter with your puppets, and most of them lost control, but a very few have managed to enter the depths of the secret realm and discovered that there is a 5th-level power there." Among the 4 disciples, Luo Yixuan formed the core formation earliest, even a year earlier than Qing Nu. However, while Qing Nu has now formed the nascent soul stage, Luo Yixuan is only at the peak of the mid-stage core formation. That's the difference in talent. The enhancement that both celestial spiritual roots and ordinary spiritual roots provide to cultivation techniques becomes more and more apparent as one progresses. However, the reason why Luo Yixuan was so slow was not only because of her spiritual root, but also because she cultivated two kinds of spiritual power. Yes, you've worked hard these past years. You and Zhang Heng are both just one step away from the late stage of core formation. If you really feel that the bottleneck is too solid, you can take purple jade porridge to help break through it. As a cultivator focused on cultivation realms, Chen Mobai couldn't help but offer guidance when he saw his two disciples stuck at the bottleneck of the late core formation stage. Yes, master. Both of them nodded naturally. After all, once you reach the late stage of core formation, you can aspire to nascent soul. The success of King Nu and Yin Qingmei filled them with confidence in the sect's resources for nascent soul formation. Therefore, the core formation cultivators of the Five Elements sect are constantly catching up, trying to seize a share of nascent soul resources after Fu Zhangju and Sheng Jiaxi. I'll refine a batch of breakthrough pills later. Besides your three disciples, other core formation cultivators in the sect can also use them. Upon hearing this, King Nu smiled and spoke. Thank you, master's wife. Before Chen Mobai could speak, Jiang Zhengheng and Liu Wenbai had already thanked him at the same time. Although Liu Wenbai had only just broken through to the mid-stage of core formation 10 years ago, since Qing Nu had included him, she certainly wouldn't refuse. Luo Yixuan opened her mouth, then bowed her head and whispered her thanks. Although she had long known that the difference in spiritual roots would make it increasingly difficult for her to catch up with those of the heavenly spiritual root in her future cultivation, Luo Yixuan still felt an indescribable sense of defeat when a truly significant gap in cultivation appeared before her eyes. What she found even harder to accept was that Yin Qingmei had also achieved nascent soul formation. It's important to know that 60 years ago, the difference in their levels of attainment was not significant. Xuan'er's sea control technique is suitable for the Yellow Dragon Cave. She can stay here and use the fifth-order spiritual energy to break through. At this moment, Chen Mobai's gentle words reached her ears. Luo Yixuan wanted to stubbornly shake her head, but when she looked up and met his concerned eyes, all her emotions instantly dissipated and she nodded obediently. Thank you, master. I just don't know if I will bother master's wife. My place is very spacious. You can live here and cultivate without any problem. Ming'er has a separate cave dwelling, so I'll arrange one for you too, Qing Nu said with a smile. Luo Yixuan, yes, master's wife. The master and his disciples had a long-awaited reunion. Chen Mobai, in high spirits, had Zhu Ming open a jar of spirit wine that had been brewed for 100 years. Liu Wenbai and the others, familiar with the place, picked spirit fruits and went to Yunmeng Marsh to catch various spirit fish, and then they had a meal. Compared to when we were at Xian'enshan, this time there was an additional Qingnu. She found it very novel and even cooked it herself, which received a lot of praise. After staying in Huanglong Cave for a while, just as Chen Mobai was about to return to the immortal sect, Sheng Jiaxi came looking for him. After her retirement, she was rehired by Chen Mobai to work at the newly established arsenal of the Five Elements sect. The weapons researched at this arsenal are the blueprints for war artifacts that Chen Mobai obtained from the immortal sect. Currently, because Sheng Jiaxi is cultivating the Taiyi True Fire technique, she has only been given the blueprints for the Vermilion Bird Dao Palace. Apart from her, all the top weapon refiners in the Five Elements sect have been sent here by Chen Mobai. Even so, progress is still extremely difficult. However, there has been progress over the years. At least the basic framework of the Dao Palace has been built. As for the connection between the various parts, the setting of the formation, the construction of the core power furnace, and so on, they all await Chen Mobai's guidance and instruction. This content was still too advanced for the weapon refiners of the Five Elements sect. Even though Chen Mobai would go to the arsenal every now and then to give them lessons and explain the various parts of the blueprints, it still didn't have much effect. Even so, Chen Mobai still insisted that Sheng Jiaxi persist. After the construction of the Vermilion Bird Palace hit a bottleneck, Chen Mobai asked her to try to overcome the challenges of the supporting starships, the South Heavenly Gate, and so on. Among these, The research on the South Heavenly Gate went relatively smoothly, while the starship, like the Vermilion Bird Palace, encountered various bottlenecks and could even be described as having no idea where to start. Sheng Jiaxi did propose an idea, to use the technology used to build treasure ships to try to build starships. After the various families of Eastern Wu submitted to them, Chen Mobai opened the library of Baiyuan City to them and allowed them to contribute their family's inherited knowledge to the library. The most valuable thing about them was their treasure ship construction technology. They originally obtained these from the Holy Land, but after thousands of years of continuous effort, they have perfected the blueprints for various treasure ships from the first to the third tier. Even the fourth tier is well studied by the Sun family. Sheng Jiaxi's idea was to use the blueprints for the fourth-tier treasure ship as a foundation, add all the functions that could be added to the starship, and then find a way to match it with the Vermilion Bird Palace. Chen Mobai agreed and let her try. She came here today, ostensibly to report on this matter. Sect leader, I have led the elites of the sect's weapon forging department to build the fourth-tier treasure ship. As soon as Sheng Jiaxi arrived, he spoke with a proud expression. Oh, what great news! Let's go to the arsenal right away. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was overjoyed and immediately got up to go to Yan County with Sheng Jiaxi. There's still a small problem with this. But Sheng Jiaxi didn't get up and said something somewhat awkwardly. What's the problem? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai sensed something was amiss and asked a question. The furnaces on the treasure ship cannot be powered. Sheng Jiaxi lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly and said, How so? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai frowned and sat down. It's mainly my fault. In order to add all the functions of the starship, I made the treasure ship bear a lot of unnecessary weight, which resulted in the power of the power furnace that was originally able to drive the fourth-tier treasure ship being a bit weak. After Chen Mobai gave several lessons to the weapon refiners of the five-element sect, weapon refiners from the eastern wilderness, including Sheng Jiaxi, also learned some of the professional terminology of the immortal sects. Power furnace, power output, etc. Then what's the difference between this and failure? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai asked a question in return. Sheng Jiaxi was embarrassed and speechless. End of this chapter. Chapter 10:27, The Truth About the Three Divine Trees. Chapter 10:27, The Truth About the Three Divine Trees. Chen Mobai couldn't blame Sheng Jiaxi. After all, the level of weapon crafting here was worlds apart from that of the immortal sects. It was already a great effort for Sheng Jiaxi to build the framework. Madam, have you refined that thunder pearl? Chen Mobai asked King Nu beside him, and she shook her head and took it out. I've only been in the nascent soul stage for a few years. I don't even have enough time to familiarize myself with the changes in the Black Emperor Abyss scripture, let alone to reforge a few magic artifacts. This thunder pearl was obtained by Chen Mobai after he killed the little demon lord. Because it was of the water and thunder attribute, it was given to Qing Nu. However, its grade was too high, so it has not been refined until now. Let me see if I can use this thunder pearl to build a thunder power furnace. After receiving the fifth-tier inner core, Chen Mobai spoke up about his thoughts. There are also blueprints for this in the immortal sects, but the power of thunder is more explosive and difficult to control compared to other earthly evil energies, spiritual energy, etc. Therefore, it has been gradually phased out in the increasingly refined development trend of the immortal sects. But if applied to the eastern wilderness, it might have a miraculous effect. I knew this wouldn't be difficult for junior brother sect leader. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's general outline of the thunder power furnace, Sheng Jiaxi nodded repeatedly, then somewhat embarrassedly explained the main purpose of her visit. Junior brother, I recently reached the peak of the core formation stage. These are the resources for those who want to achieve infant formation. If Mo Du Guang and Zhou Yi's successful nascent soul formation had only made her envious, the successful formation of nascent souls by Qing Nu and Yin Qingmei made her feel the urgency of her approaching age. Among the disciples of the five-element sect in this generation, Apart from Zhou Yi, the rest are all over 400 years old. If he doesn't break through this barrier soon, he'll only live to be 60 years old at most. In the past, she never dared to dream of the nascent soul stage in the Five Elements sect, but now that she has encountered such a great era, she is determined to strive for it. So when she heard that Chen Mobai had emerged from seclusion, she quickly reviewed the achievements of the arsenal over the years and rushed over to report, while also mentioning her own progress in cultivation. After all, resources for nascent soul formation are extremely precious, and even the Five Elements sect needs to prepare them in advance. Senior sister Sheng has made great contributions to the sect. I will help you arrange this matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai did not refuse at all. After all, he knew that if he wanted his subordinates to work diligently, he had to show them the possibility of advancement. After Qingnu completes her nascent soul formation, the Five Elements sect will certainly not lack the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation in the future, so he readily agreed to Sheng Jiaxi's request. Is senior sister Sheng planning to go into seclusion immediately? The maiden beside her also asked, as she currently possessed the 3 lights divine water and the infant nourishing pill, which theoretically should be enough for Sheng Jiaxi to form his infant. Either is fine, junior brother sect leader can arrange it. Sheng Jiaxi was very excited, but she still remained rational. She knew that although she had retired, she still had the task of working at the arsenal. This was a job given to her by Chen Mobai, and she dared not just leave. If senior sister Sheng wants to go into seclusion now, I can give you the 3 lights divine water and the infant nourishing pill directly. As for the arsenal, you can entrust it to junior nephew Tan Rong. She has just formed her core and is capable of handling important tasks. However, if we wait a little longer, Qingnu may be able to improve and refine another nascent soul elixir, but we cannot guarantee how long that will take. I suggest that you wait another year or 2, senior sister. The formula for the nascent soul pill is already finalized, and the sect's business in the eastern lands is booming. I think we can collect all the necessary materials to refine one for you. Chen Mobai recounted all the details of the nascent soul elixir to Sheng Jiaxi. Qingnu still needs to continuously experiment with and improve the formula for the nascent soul elixir, and it's unknown when that will be possible. But getting Sheng Jiaxi, another Pei Yingdan, is not a problem. Thank you, junior brother sect leader, and thank you, madam sect leader. Upon hearing this, Sheng Jiaxi was even happier, feeling that leading the water and fire veins to surrender together with Nujiang was the most correct decision he had ever made in his life. This Daoshui flame is a 5th-order immortal flame. Senior sister Sheng, you can take it and study it, but you must not delve into it with your divine sense, let alone refine it. Considering that Sheng Jiaxi was also a fire attribute cultivator, Chen Mobai lent her a wisp of his own Daoshui fire. After explaining the various taboos in detail, he told her how to use this immortal fire to temper her own natal fire, and even the methods to refine spiritual power. The green maiden standing nearby also shared her experience. After thanking him again, Sheng Jiaxi solemnly put away the purplish-blue flames and then took his leave. Do you think senior sister Sheng has a good chance? After seeing Sheng Jiaxi off, Chen Mobai suddenly asked Qingnu beside him. Less than 20%. Qingnu shook her head and stated her judgment. Cultivators in the eastern wilderness are inherently disadvantaged due to the unique environment. Only Zhou Yi truly succeeded on his first attempt. Moreover, he relied on the infant nourishing pill, the infant condensing pill, and the primordial true qi to transform his infant. Sheng Jiaxi's talent and aptitude are at most similar to Zhou Shenking's, and even inferior to Mo Duguang's. Qingnu said she had 20%, which was already a lot. Now I understand why the immortal sects, even knowing that some people will not succeed in forming their nascent souls, still give them nascent soul elixirs. It's all for the sake of maintaining the stability of the system. Chen Mobai sighed softly and spoke. Given the environment in the eastern wilderness, cultivators like Sheng Jiaxi, whose success rate in forming a nascent soul is not high, should theoretically not be given nascent soul elixirs, as this would be a great waste. Just like the Xuanxiao Dao Palace back then, Xuan Shu was the youngest core formation cultivator, but he was pre-selected by the Golden Wind ancestor, and he was the only one who could enjoy all kinds of nascent soul resources, because he had the highest probability of forming a nascent soul. For example, when the primordial ancestor was alive, he designated Zhou Yi as his successor, and even asked Zhou Shenking and others to sacrifice their own life essence to help Zhou Yi cultivate the primordial true qi. All of this is because these sects, even with all their efforts, can only obtain 1 or 2 doses of nascent soul elixir, so naturally they have to give it to those who are most likely to succeed. However, this would cause other core formation cultivators to become disloyal, and even, like Zhou Shenking and Mo Duguang, to simply separate from their families after Hun Yuan's death. The immortal sects have a larger foundation, making it even more difficult to maintain stability. The more Chen Mobai built small immortal sects in the eastern wilderness, the more he understood the systems of the immortal sects there. So even if Sheng Jiaxi is likely to waste the Three Lights divine water and other nascent soul resources this time, he will still give it to her. The purpose is to let all the core formation cultivators in the sect know that as long as they work hard to serve the sect will not treat them unfairly. By the way, you've made arrangements for Sheng Jiaxi, but don't forget about Fu Zhangju. King Nu spoke up to remind him, and Chen Mobai nodded slightly. You go to the Myriad Transformations Immortal City to refine pills, and I'll take the opportunity to visit Giant Wood Ridge on the way. Chen Mobai spoke to Qing Nu, and then they called over Tai Sui Tong Zai and Jin Ling to watch over the house before leaving Huanglong Cave. Qing Nu is going to refine Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill, Barrier Breaking Pill, and so on. Later, there are also Infant Cultivation Pill, Infant Transformation Pill, and so on. She may have to stay in the Myriad Transformations Immortal City for a long time. Moreover, after she reaches nascent soul stage, she will be able to refine even more pills, and she plans to try the pill formulas from the Jellyfish Palace. Most of these formulas are useful for water attribute cultivators, and they are refined using water-based techniques, making them very suitable for her. With the special enhancement of the Black Emperor Abyss scripture, she can accumulate the Abyss true water of the nascent soul realm to perfection in the shortest time. She could easily refine a 4th-tier pill with just a little practice. The only things that could make her feel the difficulty were those 3 5th-tier pill formulas that aided in the nascent soul stage. Moreover, in the immortal sects, only 3 places, Jumeng, Bushan, and the official immortal sect's large pharmaceutical factory, possess the equipment to refine 5th-order pills. Even if Chen Mobai wanted to find some used equipment, it would be very difficult. We can only wait until he becomes a god in the future. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai had already parted ways with King Nu and arrived at Giant Tree Ridge. What a rare guest! What brings you here, junior brother sect leader? Fu Zhangju, who was in charge here, couldn't help but look curious when he saw Chen Mobai coming over. Since the wandering spiritual consciousness of the great Tao tree had little effect on improving Chen Mobai's spiritual consciousness, he has rarely come to Giant Tree Ridge. Senior sister Sheng came to see me earlier. I thought you should be almost done too, senior brother. Chen Mobai started by mentioning that Sheng Jiaxi had reached the peak of core formation and wanted resources for nascent soul formation. He then inquired about Fu Zhangju's cultivation progress. It will probably be another 10 years or so. I've become so engrossed in puppet making that I've fallen far behind in my cultivation. As Fu Zhangju spoke, he waved his sleeve, and pieces of blue wooden carving flew out, combining with his right hand to transform into a huge blue dragon claw. It stirred up the spiritual energy in the sky, and even streaks of blue lightning flashed and roared, displaying astonishing power. Judging from its power alone, this has already reached the 4th level. Senior brother, come here. Chen Mobai was overjoyed at the sight of the hunt and activated the Tei 5 smoke silk, sending Fu Zhangju to attack. Fu Zhangju knew that Chen Mobai's cultivation was extraordinary, and even 100 of him combined couldn't harm him. So he didn't hold back and activated his puppet Azure Dragon Claw, which brought fierce lightning and slammed down heavily. With a dull thud, the puppet's Azure Dragon Claw, which had just landed, was shattered by the five-colored light, and then disintegrated into thousands of wooden carving parts. Fu Zhangju involuntarily took 2 steps back, but with a thought, the scattered parts of the Azure Dragon Claw flew to his back like birds returning to their nests, transforming into a long-bearded, yellowish-green wooden dragon that circled around him, completely dissipating the backlash from the Tei 5 smoke rings. Good, good. It seems that senior brother Fu has thoroughly figured out the longevity Azure Dragon. Chen Mobai was also very happy to see this. Fu Zhangju had been studying the remains of the little Azure Dragon left by the Hunyuan ancestor. By repairing it, and with Chen Mobai specially crafting a set of puppet tools for him using 5th-order Xuanjin cold iron and other materials, he had already mastered the crafting method of the little Azure Dragon, a 4th-order puppet. After leading the puppet department to complete the crafting of the first small Azure Dragon, Fu Zhangju began to turn his attention to the highest level of the longevity puppet technique, the 5th-order longevity Azure Dragon. However, this requires 5th-tier Azure Dragon wood, so his progress has been minimal. However, the Azure Dragon Claw today is composed of a 4th-order longevity wood dragon, which means that Fu Zhangju has already mastered the secrets of this 5th-order puppet. Because the Azure Dragon of Immortality is composed of 49 Azure Dragons of Immortality, Fu Zhangju can now combine the Dragon Claws, and it is only a matter of time before he can assemble the entire 5th-order longevity Azure Dragon. Compared to the armory, which often stalled, Fu Zhangju gave Chen Mobai a big surprise. Perhaps in the future, before the Vermilion Bird Palace starship and other such things are even completed, he will be able to ride the 5th-order longevity Azure Dragon. You should know that was the standard for the leader of the ancient longevity cult. In the future, when he travels, he will ride 49 wooden dragons. It is estimated that even the most powerful beings in sacred lands will give him some respect. The sect still doesn't have enough longevity wood, and the core spine of the longevity Azure Dragon requires 5th-grade Azure Dragon wood, which the sect doesn't have. After showcasing the results of his more than 100 years of diligent research, Fu Zhangju then began to talk about the difficulties he faced. A 4th-tier longevity wood dragon requires longevity wood. Even with the most frugal methods, a complete eternal wood can only be used to make 2 or 3 eternal wood dragons. Although the 5 Elements sect has Yu Ming, and Chen Mobai has obtained the longevity soil and the Yuengxi Yanwo technique from the Divine Tree Secret Realm, in the past 100 years, they have only successfully upgraded 10 Golden Sun spirit trees. I'll tell Minger to focus on this area from now on. Since Dongwu is sparsely populated, we can transplant 3rd-tier Golden Sun spirit trees there to cultivate a forest of immortality. I'll also have Madame refine more myriad transformation thunder water. After seeing Fu Zhangju's achievements, Chen Mobai also began to take them seriously. As for the 5th-tier Azure Dragon wood, after Qingmei consolidates her cultivation and emerges from seclusion, I will try to join forces with her to see if we can upgrade the 3 trees in the secret realm. According to Granny Ming, a 5th-tier Azure Dragon wood requires a practitioner of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture to cultivate it as a natal spiritual plant in order to potentially advance its tier. Chen Mobai's Kantanki, however, can be used to his advantage. Whether it will work or not remains to be seen after trying. Okay. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhangju was overjoyed. Qingmei was able to form her nascent soul thanks to your care. After finishing their business, the two, who had been separated for a long time, talked about Yin Qingmei, who had just achieved nascent soul. She was Fu Zhangju's disciple, but Fu Zhangju clearly understood that her achievements today were entirely due to Chen Mobai's support. It's also because she worked hard and didn't waste her talent. Chen Mobai shook his head. Yin Qingmei, with her innate spiritual root, would be pampered like a treasure in any sect. However, she had a very clear understanding of her goals. Even though she had latched onto Chen Mobai's coattails, she never relaxed her cultivation. For over 100 years after switching to the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture and taking the Jade Phoenix tree as her natal spiritual plant, Yin Qingmei spent all her time cultivating in Liujia Mountain, except for the time spent dredging rivers, planting trees, and controlling desertification in the eastern wilderness. Talent, combined with hard work, was the key to her being able to form a nascent soul. Without resources and the support of a sect, even the greatest talent cannot be realized. Fu Zhangju disagreed, noting that in the heavenly river realm, there were countless examples of heavenly spiritual roots dying halfway through, or stopping at foundation establishment or core formation. Those who successfully achieve nascent soul formation, like Yin Qingmei, are extremely rare. Senior brother Fu can now focus his energy on cultivation. I've already prepared all the resources for your nascent soul formation. Chen Mobai then explained the main purpose of his visit that day. Thank you, junior brother. However, I am also aware of my own aptitude. Moreover, I consumed too many pills to improve myself when I was young, which has weakened my foundation. After hundreds of battles, my essence has also been depleted. Even with these resources, I would probably still fail. Fu Zhangju looked very happy, but his words revealed a clear understanding of himself, and he sighed as he spoke. Senior brother, the four of us started with this, but you are the only one missing. Even if you fail to form your nascent soul, I have already arranged for you to follow senior brother Joe. Chen Mobai spoke with a serious expression. Really, junior brother, do you still have fifth-tier soul-nourishing wood? Upon hearing this, Fu Zhangju couldn't help but get excited and stood up. He had a clear understanding of his own level. He dared not even dream of truly reaching the nascent soul stage, and he was already quite satisfied with achieving the Dharma body and nascent soul stage. Senior brother, please look. This is a secret method that can replace the soul-nourishing wood for condensing the Dharma body and nascent soul. Chen Mobai handed the jade slip that he had given to Su Zilu to Fu Zhangju, who solemnly accepted it with both hands. Although the sea soul agate is precious, there happens to be a treasure in the Tianqinlu restaurant. When Chen Mobai was negotiating with Tude in the east, he told Ren Qiu, the head chef of Tianqinlu, about this matter. After consulting with two nascent soul elders overseas, the latter personally went overseas through the large teleportation array of Taiksu Pyo Mill Palace, retrieved the item from his elders, and handed it over to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai was naturally very grateful for this, and gave up a lot of valuable resources in exchange. He originally wanted to personally thank the two nascent soul cultivators, Long and Feng, from Tianqinlu, but unfortunately, the situation in the eastern lands was somewhat turbulent at that time. Although these two supported Chen Mobai and the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, they were also afraid of being drawn into the conflict. So when the Five Elements sect and the One Yuan Dao Palace were in full-scale conflict, they saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled overseas. When Chen Mobai went to the eastern lands, he did not meet with them because of this. After reconciling with the Yiyuan Dao Palace, Chen Mobai was also afraid of causing any unforeseen complications, so he went directly back to the eastern wilderness to comprehend the Yiyuan inheritance. He kept this favor in his heart, thinking that he would definitely thank the two people from Tianqinlu properly if he had the chance in the future. Junior brother, thank you very much. After reading it, Fu Zhangju solemnly thanked Chen Mobai. I've prepared the fifth-tier sea soul agate, but it would be best if senior brother successfully forms his nascent soul. Chen Mobai said with a smile. Sheng Jiaxi surrendered during the process of conquering the country, unlike Fu Zhangju, who was an old team that fought alongside him. They used this giant tree ridge as their base to lead their sect's cultivators to sweep across the eastern wilderness and establish their unparalleled achievements. It's time for them to enjoy their newfound glory. Of the four core formation cultivators, he, Zhou Shenqing, and Mo Duguang had already reached the nascent soul stage, leaving only Fu Zhangju behind. Chen Mobai could ignore Sheng Jiaxi's failed attempt to achieve fertility, but Fu Zhangju could not. After meeting and talking with my junior brother, All the troubles in my heart disappeared. Ha ha ha. Fu Zhanju was clearly in a very good mood. Relaxed, he took out a jar of spirit wine that he had obtained from Zhu Ming 100 years ago and drank it with Chen Mobai. After arranging this matter, Chen Mobai thought that since he was already here, he would go and explore the divine tree secret realm. After using the devouring god technique, he once again attempted to study the great Tao tree. Chen Mobai sat upright before this giant tree at the peak of the fourth rank, with five-colored light flashing above his head. A spirit tree, seemingly carved from five-colored jade, emerged from the void. Among the five elemental fruits, the cyan fruit representing the wood element became particularly active as the five elemental fruits swayed. At this moment, Chen Mobai felt as if the entire divine tree secret realm was cheering and jumping for joy, just as this wood path fruit was the true master of this secret realm. Even the great Tao tree, the magic treasure tree, and the talent tree are the same. Chen Mobai immediately used the 1 yuan seal to begin controlling the wood element Tao fruit and communicating with this secret realm. During this process, a green leaf appeared between his brows. This was the mark of a holy son he had obtained after passing the longevity trial of the great Tao tree. Chen Mobai had almost forgotten about this. He hesitated for a moment, and only after Teng Xianji confirmed that there was no danger did he continue to meditate with the great Tao tree. At this moment, the green leaf mark between his eyebrows seemed to become a bridge, helping him connect the wood element Tao fruit with the great Tao tree. A layer of hazy, clear light surged from the depths of the great Tao tree, enveloping Chen Mobai and the Tao fruit. Gradually, the Tao fruit seemed to be activated by the hazy light, and some fragments of distant memories began to emerge. Chen Mobai glimpsed these through the green leaf mark between his eyebrows. It's about the trees along the main road in front of us. This great Tao tree was actually the natal spiritual plant of the owner of the wood element Tao fruit. Chen Mobai saw a blurry figure in a green robe who was using the wood element Tao fruit to water the great Tao tree. It took a long time to cultivate the natal spiritual plant into a fifth-order peak azure dragon wood. Afterwards, he went to pay his respects to a high and mighty being who could blot out the sky. The fragments of memory began to break at this point, and then Chen Mobai saw a branch being plucked by a high and mighty being and fall into the great Tao tree at the peak of the fifth rank. This must be the celestial venerable. Seeing this, Chen Mobai thought to himself, and then continued to use the green leaf mark to peer into the ancient scenes and memories. After a long period of darkness, some clear scenes were finally visible again. Having obtained this branch, and after countless hours of refining and cultivation, the Tao fruit master finally took that step. He sat before the great Tao tree, his natal spiritual plant, and began to strive for ultimate sublimation, attempting to break through to the sixth rank. After a burst of dazzling clear light, the image cut off again. Chen Mobai waited patiently for a long time and saw the owner of the wood path fruit look up to the sky and sigh, turning into ashes in a flash of light. As the natal spiritual plant, the great Tao tree was naturally severely damaged, constantly falling from the peak of the fifth rank. If it weren't for the spiritual light emanating from that branch that protected the great tree, it might have already turned to ashes. The final scene is a sigh. That lofty being reached out from the sky and extracted the wood element fruit from the ashes. Chen Mobai retrieved the five-element spirit tree and the Tao fruit, and the green leaf mark between his eyebrows also disappeared. He stood up and looked at the great Tao tree in front of him, which was beginning to withdraw its spiritual light, with a thoughtful expression. He had a guess in mind, but it still needed to be verified. With a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai had already teleported to the magic treasure tree in the secret realm. This is also a peak fourth-tier longevity tree. Chen Mobai sat down again, activated the wood path fruit, and then used the Cantong Qi and the Dharma treasure tree to practice together. As expected, the green leaf mark representing the holy son of the longevity sect reappeared between his brows. Although there were no branches of the celestial venerable within the magic treasure tree, it still emitted a hazy, clear light, enveloping Chen Mobai. This time, the scene he glimpsed was a different, short, chubby, blurry figure. However, he was clearly also a peak nascent soul cultivator, because he had also refined the wood element Tao fruit and cultivated his natal spirit plant, the magic treasure tree, to the peak of the 5th rank. However, the final scene was almost identical. The same resentment, the same defeat, the same turning to ashes. Moreover, this time the emotions were even more intense. After a long while, Chen Mobai finally cleared his mind of these emotions and slowly opened his eyes. Next, he went to the last talent tree. This time, the one in charge of the wood element Tao fruit was a graceful and elegant female cultivator in a green dress. She seemed incredibly powerful, not only having mastered the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture to its fullest extent, but also having cultivated the other 4 great immortal scriptures to the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, she had mastered the 24 great arts of the longevity sect with consummate skill, wielding them with ease. However, even such a powerful female cultivator eventually died with blood flowing from all 7 orifices and her body shattered. However, compared to the other 2 nascent soul true lords who turned to ashes after their failures, she at least retained most of her body. Moreover, streaks of 5-colored light appeared from the cracks in her corpse. Could this be the origin of the 5 elements Tao fruit of the One Yuan true lord, or even the primordial Tao fruit? Chen Mobai thought to himself. After studying the 4 peak-level longevity trees in the 3 divine trees' secret realm, he felt a slight dizziness in his purple mansion sea of consciousness. As he rose to practice the burning lamp technique, purifying his mind and spirit, Chen Mobai slowly pondered the scene he had witnessed. These facts also confirm his conjecture. These 5 elements Tao fruits were indeed left behind by the ancient longevity sect. However, the sight of the 3 successive nascent soul true monarchs of the longevity sect who had refined the wood element Tao fruit, all failing to break through to the void refinement stage, still sent chills down his spine. However, the gains were also enormous. For example, after cultivating the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture to the peak of the nascent soul stage, one can attempt to break through by refining the heavenly venerable branch. If Yin Qingmei has this opportunity in the future, Chen Mobai is willing to give it to her. After all, for many nascent soul true monarchs, reaching the threshold of void refinement is already an incredibly difficult task. With this, at least we're guaranteed to see the scenery of the void refining realm. The Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, the wood path fruit, and the heavenly venerable's branch. This is the most complete lineage of the longevity sect. Chen Mobai then wondered if he could also try to glimpse the true nature of the heavenly venerable Tao fruit through Yin Qingmei, if he cultivated together with her. End of this chapter. Chapter 10:28 Preparing for Retirement. Chapter 10:28 Preparing for Retirement. Only now has Chen Mobai, the holy son of the longevity sect, finally obtained the complete inheritance of this ancient sect. Among these, the inheritance received by the Yiyuan Dao Palace is particularly crucial. After all, without these, even if Chen Mobai knew that the 5 elements Dao fruit was in the One Yuan secret realm, he wouldn't dare to refine it. After acquiring a series of inheritances related to the Dao fruit, he even managed to glimpse the profound mysteries of the heavenly venerable Dao fruit. This is indeed a complete path for cultivating emptiness. I wonder if any of the many nascent soul true monarchs in the longevity sect have actually succeeded in cultivating to the void through this method. Could this be a dead end? As Chen Mobai worried, he recalled that no one from the immortal sect had yet successfully reached the void refinement stage, and he couldn't help but feel that he was worrying unnecessarily. He hasn't even reached the nascent soul stage yet, so thinking about practicing the void realm is a bit too early. Moreover, compared to other cultivators in the immortal sect, he at least has a considerable number of potential cultivators at the void refinement stage. Whether it's the longevity cult, the Eastern Imperial Court, or even the world-destroying milestone. After resetting the restrictions around the Great Tao Tree, Chen Mobai left the Divine Tree secret realm. After saying goodbye to Fu Zhangju, he went to the neighboring Wanhua Immortal City. Qingnu was refining the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, and Chen Mobai did not disturb her. Greetings, sect leader. Upon receiving the news, Luo Zuer immediately came to pay her respects. Originally, the Myriad Transformations Immortal City was managed by Gu Yan and Zhu Ting. After they prepared to form their cores, Chen Mobai sent Luo Zuer over. This is a fourth-order water vein, which is suitable for her cultivation. Moreover, Luo Zuer had spent a long time in the Dongyi region and had experience in the manipulation of various medicinal herbs. Not bad, it looks like you're almost at the late stage of core formation. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can ask Qingnu for guidance. Chen Mobai also inquired about Luo Zuer's cultivation progress. After all, she was one of their own from the Wood clan. She was among the early to achieve core formation, but her cultivation resources and conditions couldn't compare to those of Zhou Wang and Shen Ayan, so she lagged behind. Another major problem is that the only pioneer of the heavenly waterfall technique in the Five Elements sect was Nujiang Yuanxing, so when she had doubts about the technique, she had no one to answer them. Although Chen Mobai and the other nascent soul cultivators were at a high level, they were not specialists in water-based techniques, and Luo Zuer did not dare to presume to ask them for guidance. Now that Qingnu has formed her nascent soul, this can be remedied. Chen Mobai wanted to balance the number of core formation cultivators among the 5 lineages of the Five Elements sect, so that the power of the Five Elements Dao soldiers could be maximized. Currently, the Five Elements sect has a total of 24 core formation cultivators, of which 12 are from the Wood vein, accounting for half. The remaining 4 branches each have 3 branches, maintaining a balanced structure. Besides these, the Five Elements sect also had 12 non-Buddhist golden core cultivators, and this was only after Chen Mobai had somewhat controlled the number. Moreover, these non-Buddhist golden core cultivators were basically retired from the 5 lineages, or foundation establishment perfection cultivators who had failed to form their golden core. Besides the core formation cultivators of the Five Elements sect itself, there were also those from Eastern Wu and Eastern Yi who had submitted to them. Including the 8 nascent soul cultivators, the Five Elements sect's current strength is second only to the 3 holy lands in the entire Eastern continent. They can contend with the Star Heaven Dao sect for the title of the number 1 sect below the holy lands. Once Chen Mobai reaches the divine realm, the Five Elements sect will be able to advance to a holy land in one fell swoop, and may even bring the 1 Yuan Dao Palace under its wing, thus greatly increasing its strength. After chatting with Luo Zuer for a while, Qingnu, who had finished extracting the medicinal herbs, came over. Chen Mobai talked to her about some things and then went to inspect Beiyuan City. Excellent, excellent. The sect has a future only with new blood like you. Chen Mobai received the 4 newly promoted core formation cultivators. Although Green Pearl was promoted by Zhou Yi through sheer resources, Chen Mobai was still very pleased because she was a core formation cultivator using earth attribute techniques. After junior nephew Tan Rong completes her core formation, she should remain in Fire True Immortal City to oversee things. Besides managing the people's livelihood, you'll also be responsible for coordinating with the arsenal currently under senior sister Sheng's control. Chen Mobai admired Tan Rong quite a bit. After all, with the Five Elements sect now having abundant resources, not everyone has the resolute will to shatter the heretical golden core. Therefore, he also intends to focus on cultivating him, and see if he can become a leading figure among those who form cores through the fire vein in the future. Yes, master. After listening to what Chen Mobai had to say, Tan Rong also felt a great sense of responsibility and nodded solemnly. Then, Chen Mobai gave her some pointers on cultivation. Tan Rong's cultivation technique is the Taiyi True Fire technique, which is inherited from Sheng Jiaoxi. Although Chen Mobai has never cultivated it, he has already reached the pinnacle in the art of fire, so instructing her is still a piece of cake. Although this cultivation method can also lead to nascent soul formation, its grade is not high. Senior sister Sheng has cultivated it her whole life, so it's difficult to change. As for you, since you've just formed your core, you can go to the library and choose a better nascent soul cultivation method to switch to. The 5 Elements sect's original 5 Elements techniques, passed down from the primordial ancestor, could barely lead to nascent soul formation, but they could only condense the lowest grade and quantity of true qi. Fortunately, the longevity scripture has been revised by Zhou Shenqing through persistent efforts, and with the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture as a reference, it can currently be considered a superior cultivation method in the heavenly river realm. However, the other 4 lineages do not have nascent soul cultivator who spend time doing such things. Moduguang always chooses to directly modify and repair. Thank you for your guidance, sect leader. Tan Rong nodded and thanked her. After reaching the core formation stage, everyone would start to dream of reaching the nascent soul stage. Her Tei True Fire technique was indeed somewhat lacking. After encouraging the 4 of them, Chen Mobai let them choose their own cultivation techniques. Night fell. At the summit of Baiyuan Mountain, Chen Mobai summoned Yuan Che and Qi Rui once again. Besides them, there is also Yi Yun. Back when I first joined the Divine Wood sect, we often enjoyed the moon and drank wine. In front of the 3, Chen Mobai began to reminisce about the past, and Yi Yun and the other 2 nodded repeatedly, indicating that they had seen the sect leader's extraordinary nature back then. Now that you 2 have formed your cores, I can finally rest easy. Chen Mobai raised his wine glass and addressed Yuan Che and Qi Rui. Their talent is not as good as Yi Yun's, and they are already nearly 200 years old. If they don't form their core soon, Chen Mobai will probably be able to visit their graves to offer incense in a few decades. Without the sect leader's support, the 3 of us would never be where we are today. Yi Yun, as the representative, spoke first and downed his drink in one gulp. Without the 3 of you, I might not have achieved what I have today. Chen Mobai also drank it all with a smile. The Divine Tree sect played an indispensable role in his rise to power in the heavenly river realm. Other sects would not have had the Divine Tree secret realm. His joining the Shenmu sect, with Qi Rui's guidance, Yuan Che's introduction, and Yi Yun's help, gave him a true sense of belonging to the sect. I still can't believe that I was able to fight alongside you, sect leader, back on Qingguang Island in Yunmeng's. After finishing his drink, Qi Rui also looked quite emotional. Haha, every cultivator grows from weak. Even someone as powerful as true monarch Yi Yuan was just an ordinary pioneering cultivator at the beginning. As Chen Mobai spoke, he reminisced about his youth. The 4 of them drank all night long. The next morning, Chen Mobai left Baiyuan City. Before leaving, Yi Yun had sobered up, and Chen Mobai gave him a task. Tell him to send someone to the Desolate Sea to make contact with the Myriad Star Alliance. He single-handedly wiped out the million demonic beasts of Wangxian Island, but the Wangxing Alliance reaped a huge benefit. Chen Mobai had met Taishi Waiguang and knew he was a reasonable person, so he asked Yi Yun to send people to establish the 5 Elements sect Maritime Chamber of Commerce to first open up the market in the Desolate Sea. The main purpose of this 5 Elements sea merchant is to collect sea soul agate. It just so happens that junior brother Yuan and junior brother Qi have just formed their cores, so why don't we let them take charge of this matter? We can draw manpower from the sect and the families of Dongwu. However, we will also need to build a treasure ship fleet, which may not be very large at first. Although Yi Yun has been acting as the sect leader for many years, he has managed all aspects of the 5 Elements sect very well while Chen Mobai has been in seclusion for a long time. When the matter of the 5 Elements sea merchants was mentioned, he had already considered various resources and manpower and expressed his own ideas. The 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce didn't have a smooth start in the East either. Just let people handle it. Chen Mobai cited Yue Zudao's example, and Yi Yun nodded to indicate that she understood. Cultivate diligently. Once I reach the nascent soul stage, this sect will be handed over to you. Chen Mobai said something at the end that greatly encouraged Yi Yun. Thank you for your trust, sect leader. After leaving Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai returned to Huanglong Cave to seclude himself in seclusion. After clicking on Turtle Treasure, He returned to the immortal sect he had long missed. Zhengfe Hall. Chen Mobai sat in his office, where Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan reported on all the major and minor events that had occurred during his 10 years of seclusion. Most of them were unimportant, since the Zhengfe Hall was only busy during wartime. Their usual law enforcement powers are also subject to the supervision of the Xianwu Hall and Kaiyuan Hall. The military headquarters was indeed decided by Chen Mobai, but without starting a war, it was just a matter of training the new recruits for military service. There's also the distribution of the core formation elixir, but Chen Mobai had already finalized the list for the next 30 years, and the major forces of the immortal sect had already met with each other and had no objections. Finally, Hua Zijing said something. Master Sanju has successfully refined the infant cultivation pill. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's spirits lifted and his eyes narrowed. What did the Immortal Affairs Hall say? On the Immortal Sect's side, the Immortal Affairs Hall is responsible for allocating all resources, including nascent soul elixirs. The 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation are refined in batches and in rotation. The previous batch was the infant nourishing pill, and this batch is the infant cultivation pill. Moreover, this batch of nascent soul pills was an extra reward from the war, meaning that 20 years later, the immortal sect still has a batch of nascent soul pills to distribute. This is considered a golden age for core formation cultivators in the immortal sects. The other 3 lineages have basically finalized their lists and are waiting for you, Palace Master, to emerge from seclusion. Hua Zijing spoke up, saying that she was Chen Mobai's nominal agent when he was in seclusion, and she was also in charge of coordinating this matter. For cultivators of the immortal sects, the nascent soul elixir can be considered the highest level feast. After all, there are no nascent soul stage pills here. How are they allocated? Chen Mobai asked. The immortal sect mainly focuses on dividing the spoils. The last 9 nascent soul pills created 3 nascent soul cultivators, Nangong Chuanyu, Gong Ajixu, and Yi Yun. The rest, Duanmu Longrong, Wang Shui, Nightinglan Hao Cao, and Gongsun Jilu, all failed. Another pill went to the sea, and it is said that the spirit beast that took it also failed. Basically, the 4 major academies were allocated resources according to their strength at the time. The reason why the Dance Weapon Academy was able to get 2 fruits that time was because they produced 5th-tier vermilion fruits. The main ingredient of this infant nourishing pill is the candle dragon fungus from Kunpeng Dao Academy, and it is estimated that this lineage will be able to get an extra pill. The next nascent soul pill will be made from the 5th-order heavenly wheel fruit produced by the Heaven Mending Academy. Hua Zijing handed 2 lists to Chen Mobai. In addition to the infant cultivation pill, the quota for exchanging the infant transformation pill was also being discussed. Among these, the Pei Ying Dan, a type of pill, can be made into 10 pills due to the abundance of ingredients. The nascent soul pill consists of 8 pills. In other words, there are 18 core formation cultivators who will have the opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage. If distributed according to the 4 meridians, there should be at least 4 pills in each meridian. Chen Mobai looked at the list and found that there were more than 30 people on it. This is normal, after all, it is a nascent soul elixir, and no one wants to miss it. They will use all their connections to pull strings, and some even find it hard to refuse a nascent soul cultivator. For example, the various families descended from the gods of Wufeng Immortal Mountain. Even before Chen Mobai has made his appearance, Zhongli Tianyu's name is already on the list of those who need the nascent soul pill. Please ask Palace Master Ying and Palace Master Yi if they are free to get together. After reading it, Chen Mobai knew that this matter mainly required the 3 palace masters to talk to each other in person first. Moreover, the decisions of the 3 of them could even be changed. After all, there are nascent soul cultivators above the 3 main halls. Hua Zijing immediately went out to make a phone call, and soon came back in to say that everything was arranged. Ying Guanghua and Yi Yun had been waiting for Chen Mobai for a long time. I'm sorry, I suddenly showed signs of a breakthrough in my cultivation, so I've been in seclusion for a bit longer than usual." In a conference room of the Immortal Affairs Hall, Chen Mobai apologized to the other two hall masters as soon as he entered. "Not at all, not at all. The Lord of the Righteous Law Hall is destined to become a nascent soul cultivator, so cultivation is more important." Ying Guanghua said this with a smile, which made Chen Mobai feel slightly uncomfortable. He felt that Ying Guanghua was trying to flatter him to his detriment. The nascent soul stage is incredibly difficult to reach. I've only just consolidated my 7th level nascent soul realm, and I don't know when I'll be able to attempt to break through. Chen Mobai sighed and spoke, subtly revealing some of his progress during this seclusion, maintaining his persona while also spreading some false information to correspond with the time of his last breakthrough. "You've already reached the 7th level of the nascent soul stage." Upon hearing this, Yiyun asked incredulously. It should be noted that she had only recently broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, and that was only because of the support of the Kaiyuan Hall, the Kunpeng Academy, and the resources of the sea. Moreover, this speed is considered above average in the history of the immortal sects. But compared to Chen Mobai, she suddenly realized that she seemed a bit too useless. If all those resources she used were given to the exceptionally talented Lord of the Righteous Law Hall in front of her, it's unimaginable how quickly he would break through. I guess they've already reached the nascent soul stage by now. It's still a bit slow. There are only 40 years left until the next war. I don't know if I will be able to become a god by then." Chen Mobai sighed repeatedly, as if he truly felt that his cultivation speed was too slow. After all, he had boasted before that he would achieve the Tao transformation before the next gate of the dimensional rift opened. Whether the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall can become a god is related to whether our immortal sect can win a great victory in the next war. I think we can start preparing to launch the Divine Song Project." After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Ying Guanghua's eyes lit up. He seemed to be very concerned about Chen Mobai and brought up this matter. "You want to use the divine song to become a god, don't you? You've come up with a pretty good reason." Yi Yun, however, was quite blunt and directly exposed Ying Guanghua's ulterior motives. She used to be the head of the literature and art department, and all the cultivators in the immortal sect who had achieved success in the mysterious sound technique were under her command. Therefore, they have long regarded the divine song as a resource under their control. It takes hundreds of years for a sect to accumulate such a batch of resources, so it must be used wisely. According to Yi Yun's idea, it would be best to start the Divine Song Project when she reaches the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. In this way, she would benefit the most and might even be able to transform into a deity like her predecessors. Among the oldest members of the literature and art department, even those with secret methods and elixirs to prolong their lives may not live to see the next war. The immortal sect has raised them their whole lives. Isn't it just for this one time? They would be willing to give everything for the immortal sect to give birth to a new nascent soul cultivator. Ying Guanghua, however, spoke with an unchanged expression, saying that almost all the major forces in the immortal sects had provided financial assistance for this batch of profound and wondrous Tao seeds collected by the literature and art department. For example, the Dance Weapon Academy has trained Zhang Yuyuan, Meng Huinger, and others. Back when Meng Huinger was at the Tao Academy, she failed to establish her foundation. Even Master Chengshuan showed concern and instructed Qi Yucheng to provide some assistance, giving her a method to absorb the essence of magical artifacts to establish her foundation. In other words, all the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect were watching the arts department closely, waiting for the divine song to begin. "I need to consult with Ancestor Yuheng about this matter." Yi Yun simply shifted the blame onto Qi Yuheng, leaving Ying Guanghua feeling helpless. But in the end, he still said to Chen Mobai, "Chen Yang, your chances of reaching the nascent soul stage are very high. All the nascent soul cultivators in our heaven-mending lineage support playing the divine song to help you experience the nascent soul stage ahead of time." Hearing this, Chen Mobai knew that Ying Guanghua and the others wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get a piece of the divine song, but he still nodded in agreement. After all, when the divine melody is played, all nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sects can enjoy it. Or perhaps this is a concert for people like them. However, if I want to perform, I need an excuse. Helping Chen Mobai achieve godhood is the best reason right now. This is what everyone has been hoping for. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai sat down and began to discuss the distribution of the nascent soul elixir with Ying Guanghua and Yi Yun. We 3 lineages can each take 5 grains and give 3 more to Jumeng. How about that? Ying Guanghua spoke first. If Wenren Zuwei knew what he said, she would probably be furious, given her temper. That's not good. We should each have 4 pills from our 4 lineages and give the extra 2, 1 to the sea region and 1 to the core formation cultivators from the 10 great academies or the 120 prefectures. This will demonstrate the fairness and impartiality of our immortal sect. Chen Mobai immediately shook his head and refused. Although the Wuki Dao Academy was now on par with the Bushan Kunpeng because of him, he would not forget the deep friendship between Jumeng Dao Academy and them during the most difficult times. Starting a relationship and then abandoning it is not in his nature. The sea region also provided a lot of 4th-tier spiritual herbs for this refining of the nascent soul pill. I think we can give the sea region 2 pills. Yiyun also expressed her opinion, saying that the sea area actually belongs to their Kunpeng lineage, so their lineage would receive 6 grains. This won't do. We need to give the people below hope. Ying Guanghua was the first to object. The 3 met for the first time, but failed to reach an agreement. However, the fact that the 3 of them all agreed that the Kunpeng Mending the Sky dance weapon was the same in all 3 lineages was unanimously recognized. The disagreement lies in whether to give it to Jumeng, to the sea region, or to core formation cultivators outside the 4 major lineages. After the meeting of the 3 hall masters ended, Chen Mobai left the conference room first, while Hua Zijing, Lan Haitian and other secretaries waited outside the door. Chen Mobai greeted Lan Haitian, and then returned to the Zhengfa Hall with his 2 secretaries. How so? The meeting had just ended when Wenren Zuwei called Chen Mobai to inquire about the matter. It's fine for our Wuki lineage, but not so advantageous for your Jumeng lineage. Chen Mobai did not hide anything from his allies and told them the truth about what had happened at the meeting. Call me next time you have a meeting. After listening, Wenren Zuwei sighed helplessly and said this. Although she wasn't one to fight for resources, she had no choice but to fight for them. If we back down now, and there's a shortage of nascent soul cultivators in the Jumeng Academy, we might one day be forced to leave the ranks of the 4 great academies. This is a conversation between the 3 hall masters. What is your status in attending? Chen Mobai asked a question in return, leaving Wenren Zuwei speechless. It just so happens that I have no desire for worldly power anymore. How about I arrange for you to enter the Hall of Righteous Law during this year's leadership transition meeting, and then, in a few years, I can naturally hand over the position of Hall Master to you for a while. Chen Mobai started offering suggestions. The Zhengfa Hall needs to be controlled by its own people, but Zhongli Tianyu set his sights on the nascent soul pill 20 years later because his family has nascent soul pills. Chen Mobai doesn't want to wait another 20 years. He plans to hand over his duties and responsibilities as soon as possible. After all, he had already spent 10 years in seclusion comprehending the 1 yuan inheritance and refining the 5 elements Dao fruit. If he were to truly comprehend the divine transformation realm in the future, it might take several decades, or even hundreds of years. With the younger generation of students at the Dance Weapon Academy yet to mature, it seems that only Wenren Zuwei is suitable to succeed him. I don't. However, Wenren Zuwei refused outright and was not swayed by Chen Mobai. She has been managing the Jumeng Taoist temple for years, and it has been very tiring for her. Moreover, if she were to become the head of the Zhengfa Hall, Master Peach Blossom would have to retake his position as the head master of Jumeng Temple, which the latter would likely not be willing to do. If that's the case, I can only do my best to distribute the nascent soul pills. In the end, I can't say how many pills your Jumeng lineage will have. Chen Mobai threatened him with words. Actually, our Jumeng lineage mainly wanted to help Cuyer achieve nascent soul this time. It doesn't matter if the others fail. We can't not give us a single one. Wenren Zhuwei also started to have a tug-of-war with Chen Mobai. She definitely wanted more nascent soul elixirs, but she didn't want to go to the Zhengfa Hall to work hard. I've been in seclusion for a long time and have forgotten about her. I've already nurtured the Azure Frost Sword to the 5th rank with my sword heart. If I give it to her, I estimate that the probability of her forming a nascent soul will increase by 10%. When Chen Mobai heard Wenren Zhuwei mention Pei Qingshuang, he also remembered that he had borrowed her Qingshuang sword for a long time. This is also Pei Qingshuang's fault. She didn't even ask him for it. If Cuyer is able to form an infant, our entire Jumeng lineage will owe you a debt of gratitude. Wenren Zhuwei recalled that she was able to quickly condense her true qi thanks to Chen Mobai's Daoshuai fire. Pei Qingshuang was the same. Over the years, with the help of that wisp of Daoshuai fire, she not only quickly condensed her true qi, but also greatly purified and activated her longevity immortal bloodline, resulting in a rapid advancement in her cultivation. Now that you mention it, it seems your Jumeng lineage owes me quite a few favors. Why don't you become the head of the Righteous Law Hall in my place and repay them? Chen Mobai started playing the emotional card. Wenren Zhuwei found it difficult to refuse now. Let me discuss this with Master Peach Blossom and Master Sanju, she said helplessly, and then hung up the phone. Palace Master, are you resigning? After the two ended their call, Zhuang Jialan, who was sitting in the front seat, couldn't help but ask a question. The reason I took on the role of the Master of the Righteous Law Hall was not only because of my promise to my grandfather, but also because I promised Teacher Qi that I would make the Dance Weapon Academy great again. Now that I have accomplished that, it is time to pursue another dream. Chen Mobai began to speak, saying that he had 2 dreams when he was a child. One was to become the master of the immortal sect, and the other was to achieve the Tao transformation. After 10 years of seclusion, his divine sense had reached the nascent soul stage, and his pure yang scroll had reached the peak of the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. He only needed an opportunity to break through. He is already very close to becoming a nascent soul cultivator. Under these circumstances, there is no need to waste time and energy on mundane matters. The immortal sect is not like the 5-element sect, where one person makes all the decisions, and there are also some concerns. It's time for me to retire. Moreover, the timing is excellent. If we don't retreat now, and the fluctuations at the boundary gate become more and more intense, the immortal sects will have to start preparing for war, and the Hall of Righteous Law will be busy again. Should we inform the Taoist Academy about this? After listening, Zhuang Jialan offered a reminder. I mentioned this to Principal Chengshuan before, and he must have been prepared for it. As Chen Mobai was speaking, he was about to make a call to Master Chengshuan when an unexpected text message lit up on his screen. He checked the sender. Meng Huanger. End of this chapter. Chapter 1029 Reunion with Meng Huanger. Chapter 1029 Reunion with Meng Huanger. Meng Huanger's text message congratulated Chen Mobai on his successful completion of seclusion and his significant advancement in cultivation. After Chen Mobai publicly revealed his family relationships, Meng Huanger was very unwilling, but she was also sensible enough not to continue to pester him. She knew Chen Mobai's character best. He was a man of his word and valued loyalty and righteousness. Now that he has made this announcement to the entire immortal sect, he will definitely start to focus on his studies and will no longer have any entanglements with her. Moreover, when Chen Mobai sponsored her to achieve the core formation stage, he had already made it clear that the two of them would interact as normal friends from now on. At that time, their relationship had effectively ended. However, Meng Huanger felt that the kindness she received outweighed the kindness she had given. After all, she owes everything she has today to Chen Mobai, who provides her with resources far exceeding those of ordinary cultivators through various means. If word got out that she took 2 golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills and 1 water essence golden elixir to successfully form her core, the entire immortal sect would likely erupt in uproar. After she achieved the golden core stage, her status and position became even more extraordinary. However, this also made her understand more clearly what kind of power was needed to arrange these things for her. At the very least, it requires resources and benefits that would make even a nascent soul cultivator feel pain. That's why, even though Meng Huinger knew Chen Mobai was a scumbag, she still thought he was an absolutely perfect scumbag. Moreover, after the war began, Chen Mobai's reputation as a future nascent soul cultivator had already spread throughout the entire immortal sect. Meng Huinger thought that if she had thought of using her child to climb the social ladder, she wouldn't have had to worry about her cultivation progress being too slow and being suspected by the other members of the literature and art department of deliberately slacking off, because she didn't want to play the amazing melody. So during holidays, Meng Huinger would send Chen Mobai a text message to remind him that he still had such a sweet lover waiting for him. But Chen Mobai never responded to her hints. At most, they would exchange a few polite words of blessing. Meng Huinger was not discouraged by this, because she had already planned it all out. When Chen Mobai first brought Shi Wanyu to the public, Meng Huinger saw that Shi Wanyu was only at the qi refining stage, and she decided in her heart that she must outlast her with her profound cultivation. However, Meng Huinger did not launch an immediate attack after Shi Wanyu's death, because he knew that Chen Mobai was loyal and righteous, and if he approached him during that time, his intention to climb the social ladder would be too obvious. So she waited several years before she finally found an opportunity to call Chen Mobai. But the call didn't go through. At that time, Chen Mobai happened to be in the Heavenly River realm. After he returned, he made a phone call back. Perhaps Meng Huinger's words were too cryptic, or perhaps she was trying to play the victim by talking too much about how slow her cultivation was progressing and how worried she was in the literature and art department, which led Chen Mobai to misunderstand. After the call ended, Chen Mobai sent Meng Huinger a lot of cultivation resources through Zhuang Jialan. It was precisely because of those things that Meng Huinger was able to make rapid progress over the years and break through to the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. This pace is barely enough to maintain her persona as a genius in profound music and magic. The rapid progress made Meng Huinger feel that her hard work was worthless. From then on, whenever Meng Huinger had the chance, she would send Chen Mobai text messages to say hello. Upon hearing that Chen Mobai had emerged from seclusion and made another breakthrough in his cultivation, she immediately offered her congratulations. After reading the text message, Chen Mobai remembered Ying Guanghua's suggestion about the divine song. He originally intended to reserve the opportunities for the sea soul agate and the nascent soul for Meng Huinger, but his cultivation progress was too fast, and he estimated that he wouldn't be able to wait until Meng Huinger reached the golden core stage. It's definitely more important for him to reach the nascent soul stage, and all the nascent soul cultivators in the entire immortal sect are waiting for this opportunity. Even if Chen Mobai and Yi try to delay, they probably can't stop them. However, if you want to play the divine melody, it would be best to have a nascent soul cultivator presiding over it. Therefore, the Arts and Literature Department may select a perfected core formation cultivator to transform into an Usra Dharma form. As a core formation cultivator, Meng Huinger would certainly have to participate in the ensemble performance. In that case, she could be severely weakened. After all, she was his woman, and Chen Mobai still felt a little reluctant to do so. So after much consideration, he picked up his phone and called Meng Huinger back. Meng Huinger, who was holding her phone and waiting for Chen Mobai's response, suddenly saw the call screen light up. Her heart pounded violently. She took a deep breath and immediately answered, "Hello. There's something I need to tell you, but it's confidential, so I can't say it over the phone. I'll come to see you tonight." After Chen Mobai finished speaking and received an excited, reply from Meng Huinger, he hung up the phone. The performance of the divine melody is something that all nascent soul cultivators in the entire immortal sect are paying attention to and pushing forward. After Chen Mobai called Master Chengxuan to tell him about his plans to retire, the latter casually asked about the Jing Shen. Among the immortal sects, after Qi Yuheng's advancement, the one who came closest to the nascent soul stage was Master Chengxuan. Over the years, relying on the improved Crimson Heart Mirror, he has raised his true energy to the 5th level. With the 5th level heavenly body, he only needs to reach the final nascent soul transformation stage to fully advance. But that step is also the most difficult. Master Chengxuan himself was not entirely confident, and because Ancestor Kaingsing was in seclusion, it was not convenient to ask him to use the square-inch book to perform calculations, so he remained stuck there. Because he had mastered the 5th level of body tempering, his spirit and energy remained at their peak. He planned to take this step only when he was at the end of his lifespan and had no other choice. If he could experience the realm of transformation into a deity through the spiritual song of awakening beforehand, Master Chengxuan felt that he would have a better grasp of the situation. I will arrange this matter before I retire. Master Chengxuan has helped Chen Mobai a lot, and this matter is also a great help to his nascent soul stage, so Chen Mobai vouches for him. Chenyang, then I'll leave it to you. Master Chengxuan was very grateful after hearing this. After that, even more nascent soul cultivators called Chen Mobai. For example, Yun Hern, who is also at the nascent soul stage, is from the Kunpeng lineage. But because of Yi Yun's insistence, the Kunpeng community has not yet reached a consensus on playing the divine melody. Chenyang, we all support you in taking the lead on this matter. Consider it a big favor I owe you. The man from Yunhai spoke very directly. Although there would be another war in a few decades, no one knew if the new alien world would have resources similar to those of Dragon God Star, so he didn't want to miss the opportunity to make the most of the present. Chen Mobai, you flatter me, master. When I was learning formations, you were practically my teacher. Although Yun Hai and Chen Mobai were not from the same faction, Yun Hai treated him quite well. It was Yun Hai who first told Chen Mobai about the Dao Law fruit, and later, he also helped arrange Yan Bingxuan's core formation quota and so on. Although they were all small favors, they still formed a connection, and it would be good if they could repay them this time. After Master Yunhai, Master Kingping also called and said the same thing. So you've already reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Congratulations. Over the years, Master Kingping has steadily improved his cultivation by utilizing the resources gained from the war. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately offered his congratulations, thinking to himself that he truly lived up to his idol from his youth, a representative figure of the realm-building school. His progress was perfectly timed. Even now, he can still suppress Chen Mobai by 1 level. Chenyang, Ancestor Kaingsing once calculated for me and said that my compatibility with the Dao Law fruit is very high. But if I can truly rely on my own foundation to become a god, I definitely will not take the path of rules. Recently, the fluctuations at the boundary gate have become more frequent. Plum Blossom divined that the danger of the next war would be far greater than that of Dragon God Star, almost comparable to that of the Three-Eyed Clan. If that's the case, for the safety of the immortal sect, I might have to refine the Dao Law fruit and advance to the nascent soul stage before starting the war. So I hope that before that, I can achieve the nascent soul and deity transformation stage. You must help me with this. Master Kingping explained his predicament, and Chen Mobai was greatly surprised after hearing it. He never expected that the Patching Heaven lineage would have such a backup plan. However, considering the methods of the star-pulling ancestor, this is to be expected. Rest assured, Master, leave this to me. Chen Mobai thought of how his daughter was able to survive, thanks in no small part to the Ling Xiao jade pendant lent by Master Kingping, and also the lecture videos of the 5 elements Kung Fu that he used to start his career. He nodded in agreement as well. Master Kingping expressed his heartfelt gratitude after hearing this. Immediately after that call ended, Yuan Su, Sanju, and other nascent soul cultivators who had good relationships with Chen Mobai called in one after another. In other words, Yu Zio and the others had no connections in the three main halls and were unaware of this matter, so they did not attack. After replying to each of them, Chen Mobai thought that since they were his own people, he also sent them a text message. The two women immediately attacked at the same time. Chen Mobai answered a call from his own people first, and then from Yu Yi. I have this idea for now. I have reached an agreement with Palace Master Ying. It's just that Palace Master Yi hasn't given in yet, but she can't hold out for long. Although Yi Yun is the master of Kaiyuan Palace, she can only rely on Qi Yuheng, a nascent soul cultivator, to stop the other three lineages from joining forces. However, Qi Yuheng had already told Chen Mobai that they should play the divine song before starting the war. He is a truly noble person who stands on the side of the overall interests of the immortal sect when faced with the big picture. Without Qi Yuheng's support, even if all the nascent soul cultivators of the entire Kunpeng lineage supported Yi Yun, they still couldn't stop her. After speaking with all the nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect, Chen Mobai finally dialed Ying Guanghua's number. Although the two had been enemies, they became like close comrades in arms when faced with common interests, and reached a cooperation agreement on the shocking song in just a few words. In the afternoon, the Immortal Affairs Hall drafted a proposal and submitted it to the Kaiyuan Hall. The proposal is titled, Making the Immortal Sect Even Stronger and Greater. The content, naturally, is to play the divine melody, so that the immortal sects will have the most nascent soul cultivators before the war begins. Yun did not directly object, but Shi Miao, the deputy hall master of Kaiyuan Hall, stepped forward and said that although the immortal sect had gained resources from Dragon God Star, the number of nascent soul cultivators it could support was still limited. If the divine song of shock accidentally caused several nascent soul cultivators to break through, wouldn't that put an unbearable burden on the mother star? This objection is also reasonable. Therefore, under the leadership of the Kaiyuan Hall Rotating Committee, some representative members were selected, and a debate between the two sides began. Chen Mobai and the others didn't pay any attention to this, because everyone knows that the final highlight will be the year-end conference. In the immortal sects, the minority always submits to the majority. With the three sects joining forces, the number of counselors far exceeds that of Kunpeng. Chen Mobai instructed Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan to inform the core formation cultivators of his own lineage of weapon-wielding cultivators. Seeing that it was getting late, he used his void-walking ability to leave the office. He first went back to his home in Wanggu Cave. However, he lived alone here. He arranged for Chen Ziohe to go out and take a temporary job to gain experience, because if he were to arrange resources for her to achieve nascent soul in the future, her resume and achievements could not be lacking. The place arranged was naturally Yumu City, which she was most familiar with. In the neighboring Dangxia City, Wang Xinying was also in charge, so the aunt and niece could have each other's company. Moreover, Chen Mobai has a lot of business there, so it's a good opportunity for Chen Ziohe to take over. After returning home, Chen Mobai went into the cultivation room, then took out his second nascent soul and let it absorb spiritual energy to pretend that he was cultivating. He then used the void walking technique to teleport to Meng Huanger's side. She continued to live in her original apartment. Logically speaking, with her current wealth and status, she could have bought a better house even in the extremely expensive Wanggu Cave. But she felt that Chen Mobai was more familiar with this place, and the two of them had many wonderful memories in every corner of the room, so she never changed it. That meticulous attention to detail really came in handy today. Although Chen Mobai hadn't used his location here for a long time, he still teleported in with practiced ease. Greetings, Lord of the Hall of Righteous Law. Meng Huanger's familiar voice rang in his ears, still as melodious and gentle as ever. Chen Mobai turned around and saw her standing up from the sofa, looking slightly flustered. She seems to have been waiting here ever since the phone call. Meng Huanger wore a pale yellow dress that Chen Mobai was most familiar with. The dress clung to her body, outlining her beautiful curves. The hem of the dress covered her long, slender white legs, swaying gently. She walked up to Chen Mobai in a pair of high heels, her cheeks flushed. Long time no see. When Chen Mobai saw Meng Huinger, he suddenly felt as if he had returned to his youth at the Dance Weapon Academy. Because she had refined the youth-preserving pearl, her appearance remained almost unchanged. She was still that beautiful and stunning superstar. However, the passage of time had given her a more mature and captivating charm. Meng Huinger carefully lowered her head and responded with a single word. Her snow-white skin had a faint pink tinge, her smooth and delicate face was soft and exquisite, and her lowered eyes revealed an unintentional charm. The eyes that secretly glanced at Chen Mobai seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken words. With just one look, Chen Mobai sensed the emotions that had been buried deep within her heart for nearly a century. No wonder she's a big star. That look in her eyes is amazing. Chen Mobai sighed inwardly, thinking of the beautiful memories they had shared. He sat down on the sofa first and then patted the spot next to him. Meng Huinger immediately sat down beside him obediently, then leaned her head slightly to the side, resting half of her soft, delicate body on Chen Mobai's right arm. Chen Mobai felt the two round, solid masses between his right hands, and the rich primordial yang energy accumulated within his body suddenly surged up. The next morning, Chen Mobai gently put down Meng Huinger, who was exhausted and asleep in his arms, sighed, got up, and picked up his clothes that had been scattered on the floor. He was originally wearing the pure yang immortal robe, but this magical artifact also possessed a spirit, so to avoid being exposed, he changed into ordinary clothes this time. Even after opening the door, Chen Mobai could still see clothes on the living room floor. The most conspicuous item was Meng Huinger's long dress, half of which was on the coffee table in front of the sofa and the other half on the carpet. Moreover, the neckline was torn open, because Chen Mobai had put his hand in too forcefully last night. On the sofa, smaller pieces of women's clothing were also seen. After Chen Mobai picked up all his clothes and put them on, he used his ability to walk through the void to pick a flower and placed it on Meng Huinger's bedside before going to work. In recent days, besides the matter of the divine song, the list of nascent soul elixirs has also caused an undercurrent of discussion within the immortal sects. As one of the 3 hall masters and a core formation perfection cultivator of the dance weapon lineage, Chen Mobai was approached by almost everyone who had connections to pass on their messages to him. It is certain that Zhongli Tianyu received 1 pill. The teachers in the academy should also be given 1. Deng Daoyun is good. There's also Wang Shui. He's made significant contributions, but he exchanged for 1 before, which might be used against him. If he's not suitable, we can choose Wang Xinfu. We can also select 1 or 2 people from the academies and schools under our Wuki Dao Academy to ensure fairness. In the dance weapon lineage, Chen Mobai and Master Chengxuan basically have the final say. So Chen Mobai directly used the Void Shift to come to Chicheng Mountain to discuss this matter, and Master Chengxuan also gave his thoughts. Let's submit the list of these people for now, since we'll be screening them again later anyway. Chen Mobai had no objections to any of this. They selected a total of 8 people, including 2 teachers from the Dance Weapon Academy and 4 counselors from the 3 major halls of the immortal sect who held key positions, such as Wang Shui, Wang Xinfu, and Zhongli Tianyu. There were 2 more. One was given to Lingbao Academy and the other to Yuki Academy. These 8 lists take into account all aspects of the dance weapon lineage. As for who will ultimately win, that depends on their connections and luck. Aside from Zhongli Tianyu, who is a sure thing, the others are all subject to change. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, 30 Yan Bingxuan's text message. Chapter 10, 30 Yan Bingxuan's text message. Time flies, and the end of the year is fast approaching. Within the immortal sects, all the core formation perfection cultivators on the list are trying to pull strings to obtain the nascent soul elixir being refined this time. Chen Mobai, as one of the 3 hall masters, was also greatly troubled by this. After all, as long as he is willing to recommend someone, most people in the immortal sects will give him face. However, Chen Mobai's cultivation level is getting closer and closer to the nascent soul stage, so he no longer wants to concern himself with these matters to avoid adding more complications. Not only him, but Ying Guanghua was the same. At this crucial moment, both temple masters simultaneously announced their seclusion, refusing to see any guests. Late at night, after another passionate encounter, Chen Mobai embraced Meng Huinger and spoke of the three great halls' plan to activate the divine melody. Last night, the two, reunited after a long separation, were too busy to discuss this matter. Has this day finally come? After hearing this, Meng Huinger murmured to herself, feeling as if a stone that had been hanging over her heart had been lifted. Aren't you worried or scared? Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised by her expression and reaction. Everything I have today is thanks to this piece of music. Meng Huinger, however, took it all in stride. From the time she showed musical talent as a child, she was instilled with the idea that she should play amazing melodies for the future of the immortal sect. Furthermore, she knew that performing the divine melody would deplete the performer's vital essence if their cultivation level was insufficient. However, the reason she had achieved her current status and cultivation level was precisely because she possessed talent in this area. If she hadn't been able to cultivate the profound sound techniques, the Dance Weapon Academy wouldn't have made an exception to admit her. If she hadn't entered the Dance Weapon Academy, she definitely wouldn't have met Chen Mobai, her benefactor. In that case, with her aptitude, she would probably have remained stuck at the qi refining stage for her entire life, and would have died young like Shi Wanyu. If you think that way, I'm relieved. When Chen Mobai saw that Meng Huinger did not resist playing the divine melody, he couldn't help but admire her. Although she was of ordinary talent, she had a very high level of thinking and, more importantly, she was very enlightened in her conduct. If she hadn't been so understanding, their relationship would probably have ended completely when Chen Mobai settled down, and they wouldn't be so deeply in love now. To perform the divine melody, at the very least, a nascent soul cultivator is needed as the lead vocalist. Currently, your arts department has two cultivators who have reached the perfect core formation stage, and the immortal sect will give them a chance to reach nascent soul. Chen Mobai then recounted the agreement he had made with Ying Guanghua, which Meng Huinger listened to with envy. What a pity! If I were at the 9th level of the golden core stage, I could have tried. Meng Huinger lamented her slow cultivation speed once again. Jiang Yuyuan, who was at the same stage as her, had already reached the 7th level of the golden core realm. However, his rapid progress was not only due to his good aptitude, but also to the resources provided by Yi Yun. However, Meng Huinger had roughly compared the resources provided by the Lord of Kaiyuan Palace, and found that they were not as good as those given to her by Chen Mobai. This is one of the reasons why she was so devoted to him. Moreover, given Chen Mobai's personality, if she had the opportunity to compete for nascent soul resources, he would definitely help her at all costs. What level of alchemy have you reached now? Chen Mobai inquired about Meng Huinger's cultivation progress. Now that they had resumed their training, he would do his best to help her improve, no matter what, and see if he could bring her to the nascent soul realm. Currently at the 13th level, with 74 points in the gold spiritual root. When Meng Huinger heard Chen Mobai ask this, her eyes lit up, and she realized that he wanted to promote her. She reported back very affectionately. You're still 3 layers short of achieving the heavenly golden spiritual root, which would take about 45 years to cultivate. Just wait until the next war ends, and I'll provide the resources. You'll definitely be able to reach the peak of core formation. At that time, the immortal sect will also refine 2 batches of nascent soul elixirs, and I'll help you arrange it. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Meng Huinger felt an overwhelming joy. As expected, she made the right choice to outlive Shi Wanyu. Next, I'll see if I can find an opportunity to build a good relationship with his daughter. Maybe I can become his second wife. Meng Huinger has already started thinking about becoming Chen Ziohei's stepmother, which is quite common in the immortal sects. After all, high-level cultivators have long lifespans. After their spouse passes away, they may find another Taoist partner who can comfort their soul and remarry after a long period of time. Just as Meng Huinger was thinking about her bright future, Chen Mobai's phone, which was on the bedside table, vibrated. Looks like it's someone else trying to get your help, but you've already announced your seclusion, so it's a bit rude of them to bother you like this. Upon hearing the noise, Meng Huinger turned her head to look, but found that the hand holding her slender waist suddenly tightened, pulling her fair body close and making her sit on Chen Mobai's lap. With a gasp, another night of passion ensued. The next morning, Chen Mobai checked the time and put Meng Huinger, who had been hanging on him and had slept soundly all night, down. Although he announced that he was in seclusion, he was actually still handling various matters related to the Zhengfa Hall and the Wuki lineage. Chen Mobai's reason for not replying to or paying attention to the other cultivators in the immortal sect who had reached the core formation stage was that he was in seclusion. Even so, many people still disregard basic etiquette in their pursuit of resources for nascent soul formation. After getting dressed, Chen Mobai picked up his phone from the bedside table. Let's see who was so rude last night. However, he was stunned when he saw the text message on the screen, because this was someone he never expected. Yan Bingxuan. Chen Mobai doesn't have many people he feels guilty about in his life, but Yan Bingxuan is one of them. He immediately tapped the screen to read the text message. Only 2 words, "Are you there?" Chen Mobai wanted to reply, but he quickly calmed down. Yan Bingxuan was aloof, but she had never done anything so impolite. Disturbing someone by sending them a text message when they are in seclusion. And she even took the initiative to contact him. There must be a deeper reason behind this that is more important than her dignity and etiquette. Let's wait until we understand the details before replying. Thinking this, Chen Mobai turned around and prepared to teleport to his office in the Hall of Righteous Law. "Are you coming again tonight?" Meng Huinger's soft, weak voice sounded from behind, and Chen Mobai could hear the mixed feelings she had, wanting it yet not wanting it. Even Qing knew, a nascent soul cultivator couldn't withstand it, let alone her. However, novelty is the best stimulation, and Chen Mobai has been feeling a long-lost sense of satisfaction with Meng Huinger these past 2 days. "He should come. I'll let you know if there are any changes." Chen Mobai didn't know what Yan Bingxuan was talking about, so he didn't confirm it directly. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Meng Huinger nodded obediently, then watched Chen Mobai teleport away. She's been on leave from the arts department for the past few days and can stay home. Her reason is also seclusion, saying she's gained new insights into the profound mystical arts. Yi knew that she was Chen Mobai's person. Although she keenly realized something, she was too lazy to care about it at this moment. After returning to his office in the Zhengfa Hall, Chen Mobai notified his 2 secretaries outside. A short while later, Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan came in one after the other. When they came in, they all closed the door behind them. After all, Chen Mobai is currently in seclusion, and it would have a bad influence if the others in the Zhengfa Hall saw this and spread it. Association member Yan Qiangji of the Natural Academy is also at the peak of the core formation stage. She wants to apply for the nascent soul elixir, but because of her limited connections, she has not yet been included in the list. As soon as Chen Mobai gave the instructions, his 2 secretaries immediately found the most likely cause. "I think so, let me make a few calls to confirm." After reading the information, Chen Mobai nodded. "Palace Master, I'll head out now. Call me if you need anything." Hua Zijing began to explain that of the 2 secretaries. She was responsible for liaising between the Zhengfa Hall and the major departments of the other 2 halls, while Zhuang Jialan was responsible for coordinating between internal units within the Zhengfa Hall and also handling some personal matters for Chen Mobai. When Chen Mobai was in seclusion, Hua Zijing was needed to intervene in many situations. "Zijing Jialan, you've worked hard all these years. When the next batch of nascent soul elixir is completed, you too can apply for it." Chen Mobai said to the 2 women that they were able to stand out in the Dance Weapon Academy and that their talent and aptitude were also top-notch. With his guidance, they soared to new heights and not only took charge of the power center of the righteous law hall, but their cultivation levels were also at the peak of the 6th level of the golden core stage. Chen Mobai also invested a lot of resources in the two women. However, because they had a lot of time to deal with official business, they did not spend a long period of time in seclusion to break through after hitting a bottleneck, and they remained stuck. But if Wenren Zuwei comes to replace them, she will definitely arrange a team from Jumeng Academy, and then they will be able to relax. Without the palace master's kindness in recognizing our talents, we too might still be waiting for the elixir to form our core. It is our honor to be able to serve you in this lifetime. Hua Zijing spoke with a serious expression. The immortal sect has never lacked talent. The top graduates from the 4 major academies are all geniuses. But the most important factor in getting her to this position was the opportunity. For example, Zuo Kiyoshi, the chief student of the Dance Weapon Academy in her year, had only just received the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation pill more than 30 years ago. He waited a full 120 years before he successfully formed his core. Even so, it was only because he had a background in the Dance Weapon Academy. Women like Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan successfully formed their cores as soon as they reached 60 years of service. They were envied by countless junior students at the Dance Weapon Academy, who wished they could be in the same year as Chen Mobai and cling to his coattails while still in school. After Zhongli, the future of the academy rests on your shoulders. I will be there to protect and pave the way. Do your best. Chen Mobai looked pleased. Zhongli Tianyu made great contributions during the war, and Chen Mobai, as the palace master, had already reached the top of his position, so he gave all the credit to Zhongli Tianyu, allowing him to be rewarded with a lot of resources by the Immortal Affairs Palace when it came time to distribute rewards. It was precisely because of this that he was ranked first in the order of exchanging for nascent soul elixir. Relying on resources, Zhongli Tianyu broke through to the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm 3 years ago. If we exclude Chen Mobai, he can already be considered the number 1 person of his time. Moreover, he has recently been studying the 6 imperial scriptures. His talent and comprehension are so high that even the Northern Darkness Venerable praised him highly. He was even summoned by Qi Yuheng next door to receive teachings. It is said that Qi Yuheng has already considered taking on a disciple, but he will have to wait until Zhongli Tianyu reaches the nascent soul stage. Qi Yuheng had also informed Chen Mobai about this in advance. After all, Zhongli Tianyu is a member of the Wuqi lineage. If he were to become Qi Yuheng's disciple, he would represent the Kunpeng lineage more in the future. Chen Mobai understood this. Moreover, such switching allegiance is quite common within the immortal sects. For example, Lan Haitian graduated from the Kunpeng lineage and is now a key candidate for cultivation by the Patching Heaven lineage, and is even hailed as the next lord of the Immortal Affairs Hall. There are indeed many geniuses in the immortal sects, but such exceptional top geniuses are few and far between. People like Lan Haitian and Zhongli Tianyu are all worthy of being treated exceptionally by the major forces of the immortal sects. For example, when Chen Mobai displayed his talent, the other 3 lineages were already thinking about how to poach him. However, before Chen Mobai reached the nascent soul stage, he was a homebody, hiding in his hometown of Dangxia Mountain to cultivate diligently. He rarely even came to Wangwu Cave Heaven and had no interest in power at all, so the 3 lineages did not have the opportunity to make demands. After reaching the nascent soul stage, Chen Mobai became the representative of the dance weapon and the leader of the lineage. We can't dig any further. However, although Lan Haitian and Zhongli Tianyu have changed their allegiance, they will not forget their origins, which can ease the conflict between the 4 factions. Besides Zhongli Tianyu, there were also many talented students in Chen Mobai's class who were worth nurturing. For example, his good friend Ming Yihua, without his financial support, has already reached the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, a surefire nascent soul seed. There was also Zhai Jianbai, who stayed to teach at the Wuqi Dao Academy. Although he was not well known, he was a master of the Dao and his expertise was highly regarded by those in the various universities. Because he was in the same year as Chen Mobai, and their personalities overlapped, and both had exceptional swordsmanship talent. Zhai Jianbai also had the title of Little Pure Yang Swordsman. He is currently the Deputy Director of the Sword Control Department at the Dance Weapon Academy, with a cultivation level of the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. He's waiting to take over the position after Zhuo Gong retires. There was also Bayan Jingchun, who had a very close relationship with Chen Mobai. After she achieved the Golden Core stage, Master Chengxuan gave her the True Dragon Cauldron. Of course, the ownership of this magical artifact still belonged to the Dao Academy. If she were to pass away in the future, she would have to return the cauldron to the Wanbao Cave. These three are promising nascent soul cultivators, favored by both Chen Mobai and Chengxuan Shangren. Besides them, Hua Zijing, Zhuang Jialan, Yun Yangbing, and others are also worth nurturing, but whether they can form a nascent soul depends on their own destiny. However, as the leader of the dance weapon lineage, Chen Mobai would arrange resources for them to reach the nascent soul stage. If he had reached the divine realm at that time, he would naturally be able to act with impunity, directly bringing Qingnu back, or even announcing the existence of the heavenly river realm. If one has not yet reached the nascent soul stage, one can still use the 9 heavens pure spirit purple chi to help. With his current cultivation level, even if he were to openly and legitimately refine the purple and green twin swords within the immortal sect, he could still condense a complete one in a very short time. Fortunately, Chen Mobai now holds a high position of power, and the immortal sect replenished its spiritual energy from Dragon God Star during the last war. Otherwise, Qi Yuheng would probably have stepped in to reprimand him. After all, the number of nascent soul cultivators that immortal sects can support is limited. Especially when the divine melody is played next, it is very likely that a nascent soul cultivator will break through and reserve spiritual energy for a new nascent soul cultivator. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, the two women suppressed their excitement, thanked him, and Hua Zijing left the office first. Zhuang Jialan stayed behind to help with some paperwork. Chen Mobai first called Yun Hai Shangren. After all, Yan Qiangji was a teacher at the Nature Academy and belonged to his department. I had discussed this with Bei Ming and the others, but the number of nascent soul elixirs was simply not enough, even though we refined 2 batches this time. Moreover, Teacher Yan is still young and can wait for the next opportunity to start a war. So this time, apart from the nascent soul elixir for Kun Peng, the remaining one was given to the True Spirit Academy. Yun Hai thought Chen Mobai was calling to discuss the divine song. After listening, he didn't hide anything and told the whole story. The main reason for this is that the natal spirit beast of the cultivator who has reached the core formation stage at the True Spirit Academy is a 4th-tier king in the sea. The fact that Yunhai Shangren was able to form a nascent soul was also due to the support of marine resources, so after Beiming Shangren intervened, he gave up on trying to help Yan Qiangji. If I were to intervene, I wonder if Master Beiming would agree to add Yan Qiangji's name to the list. Chen Mobai asked a question. Chen Yang, Beiming will probably give you face. But if that happens, you might have to back down from Jingsheng, and we can't afford to lose more than we gain. Yun Haisheng Ren frowned and told Chen Mobai the key point. For them, even 10 batches of nascent soul elixir combined are not as important as the divine song of startling gods. I remember that Master Beiming is also at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. This is an opportunity that he should be fighting for. Chen Mobai asked, somewhat puzzled. Beiming just broke through last year and his realm has not yet been consolidated. For him, it would be best to delay for 10 or 20 years. That way, he can try the divine song with the true peak of the nascent soul realm. After the man from Yunhai explained the reason, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. For immortal sects, the divine melody may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage, so they all want to adjust their essence, energy, and spirit to their peak before listening to the profound sounds of the great Tao. But for Chen Mobai, this was merely the prelude to his comprehension of the divine transformation realm. His true breakthrough will definitely come after he has made all the necessary preparations, such as the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, a pill for attaining sainthood, the blooming of flowers and the viewing of the 9 virtues, before calmly taking that step. Just like when he formed his core and nascent soul, he would never break through without being absolutely certain. Moreover, after the performance of the divine music, it guides nascent soul cultivators through the profound sounds of the great Tao, allowing them to comprehend their path to becoming a deity and to see the realm beyond the nascent soul stage. How much one can gain depends entirely on the cultivator's own foundation, comprehension, cultivation methods, and so on. The insights gained after listening are permanently engraved in one's mind and spirit. That is why so many nascent soul cultivators were able to emerge when the immortal sect performed the divine melody last time. Listening sooner or later makes no difference. Perhaps listening sooner will allow you to see the flaws in your cultivation when you are at the nascent soul stage, giving you more time to make up for them when you break through to the divine transformation stage. Master Baiming is being somewhat unwise. Chen Mobai's words made Yun Hai Shengren smile wryly. That's what I advised him to do too, but last time, apart from true Lord Dinghai, all the other nascent soul cultivators were at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, true Lord Dinghai was the performer, so he couldn't be counted in the sample. That's why Baiming thought of delaying it. Even cultivators, when it comes to something as somewhat mystical as breaking through to the nascent soul stage, will rely on more past examples. I understand, thank you for your explanation. Chen Mobai thanked the man from the Cloud Sea, who said it was nothing, but at the end he still subtly mentioned that Chen Mobai should prioritize the divine song. After calculating Yan Qiangzhi's lifespan, it was indeed in the prime of her life. The lifespan of a core formation cultivator had only passed halfway. Because the immortal sect has the 9 revolutions core formation technique, core formation cultivators don't need to worry about losing their peak essence when attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage, unless they are at the very end of their lifespan. However, the opportunity for cultivators to form a nascent soul in the immortal sect is only a handful of times. Even if Yan Qiangzhi doesn't fight for it this time, she still can't be said to be 100% qualified next time. Yunhai would certainly not make a promise for something like this. If another elite from a celestial sect, similar to Zhongli Tianyu, or someone who has made great contributions to the war effort, appears again, and Yan Qiangzhi misses the opportunity, she will likely have little chance of getting a third chance. Because in the immortal sects, sometimes the evaluation is also based on potential. The younger the age, the greater the potential, and the more time they can serve the immortal sect after breaking through. They will be given priority when exchanging resources. This leads to a contradiction. When Yan Qiangzhi was young, she was screened out on the grounds that she was still young and had opportunities. But if we really wait another round, some people will say that we are too old and lack potential, and that we should leave the opportunity to young people. In any case, the immortal sects always have a set of reasons, both positive and negative, for those who don't want to provide resources, and they can always eliminate them. Yan Qiangzhi probably knew this too, so she wanted to try her best to win this time. Is that why you asked Yan Bingxuan to find him? Chen Mobai thought of this. Because he happened to be one of the few people in the immortal sect who possessed the right to know the reason. He took out his phone and dialed Yan Bingxuan's number. End of this chapter. Chapter 1031 is full of touching moments, 9K. Chapter 1031 is full of touching moments, 9K. Nature Academy. Yan Bingxuan, the head of the Vital Energy Department, is currently in the laboratory leading a group of outstanding students in the artificial synthesis of earthly fiend qi, combining education with entertainment. Suddenly, a pure-looking girl appeared outside the large glass wall of the laboratory. She held up a cell phone and whispered to Yan Bingxuan, "Teacher, I have your call." Yan Bingxuan frowned slightly. She knew that the worst thing to do when conducting experiments was to be disturbed. But soon she thought of something, gave an instruction to the teaching assistant, and hurriedly left the laboratory. everyone found her unusual behavior very strange. In their impression, Director Yan was always meticulous and methodical in her work. Even when the principal came, he would wait for her to finish the experiment. What happened this time? Just as everyone was wondering, Yan Bingxuan took her phone and nodded slightly when she saw the caller's name. She mustered up the courage to send Chen Mobai a text message last night, but received no reply. If it were any other woman, she would probably think that Chen Mobai was heartless and didn't want to have anything to do with her anymore. However, the two had known each other since their humble beginnings in Dangxia City. Yan Bingxuan believed that she understood Chen Mobai very well and knew that he was not that kind of person. Even if he's a jerk, he's still a responsible person and wouldn't do something like this, run away from the situation. He must have really gone into seclusion and shut down his computer. If the deadline for submitting the list hadn't been approaching so soon, given Yan Bingxuan's proud personality, she definitely wouldn't have approached Chen Mobai at this time. She quickly left the laboratory, found a quiet place, and answered the phone with mixed feelings. "Hello. Sorry, I just saw your message." After the call, Chen Mobai's familiar, gentle voice came through, causing Yan Bingxuan's supposedly strong heart to tremble slightly. It turns out she could never forget. "I disturbed your seclusion. I should apologize." Yan Bingxuan hesitated for a long time before finally replying politely. "I went into seclusion simply to avoid dealing with the people below me. As you know, a batch of nascent soul elixirs was recently successfully refined, and many people have come to me, some even senior members of the Tao Academy. So I simply used this excuse to turn everyone away." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yan Bingxuan's expression froze, unsure of what to say next. "By the way, was something wrong last night, or did you just suddenly want to chat with me? You can just call me directly from now on. No need to text to ask if I'm there." "It's nothing." Yan Bingxuan remained silent for a long time, but ultimately did not voice her request. Chen Mobai's voice continued with emotion, seemingly reminiscing about the beautiful times they had shared. "We haven't been in contact since you formed your core. It's been quite a long time. I feel bad for you, but I've always kept in touch. I heard you're not only very successful now, having built Xu and Shuang into one of the top 10 energy companies in the immortal sects, but you've also become the director of the Yuan Qi department at the Natural Academy, a top expert in this field." Upon hearing this, Yan Bingxuan told herself that he was a scumbag who had deceived her feelings, but she still couldn't help feeling a surge of warmth. He still cares about himself. "Yan Bingxuan, what are my achievements compared to yours?" The two chatted endlessly, as if they had returned to the past, until Yan Bingxuan remembered the final work of the experiment and had to hang up the phone. After finishing her work for the day, Yan Bingxuan returned to her office and saw Yan Qiangji sitting opposite her, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. Besides them, there were two other department heads, both of whom were core formation cultivators from the Natural Academy. "Is it not possible at Jumeng Taoist Temple either?" One of the middle-aged women was talking to Yan Qiangji when she asked the question. As teachers in the same office, they had a good relationship and knew that Yan Qiangji had been actively networking recently in order to get on the list of people eligible to exchange for the nascent soul elixir. Even the Jumeng Academy's own personnel list is being suppressed this time, let alone helping an outsider like me. Yan Qiangji sighed softly. She was aloof and didn't socialize much. Although she had her own social circle centered around the Natural Academy, very few people were involved in the nascent soul elixir circle. Besides Principal Yunhai Shang, there are only Wenren Zhu Wei and Yi Yun-yi. But Wenren Zhu was almost selling herself to the Zhengfa Hall for the nascent soul elixir of Jumeng Dao Academy, so there was no way she would step forward for her. Yan Qiangji and Yi Yun were recruited because the Natural Academy was a branch of the Kunpeng lineage. When Yan Qiangji and Lan Haitian were equally famous, Yi wanted to recruit her to strengthen the Kunpeng lineage. Yan Qiangji did not refuse, and it was precisely because of this that she was able to easily obtain the core formation elixir and achieve core formation one after another with Lan Haitian. After Yan Qiangji achieved the golden core stage, As a counselor in the Kaiyuan Hall, she could only obey the orders of the Kunpeng lineage. However, because there were simply too many talented people, and because Yan Qiangji had a cold personality, Yi Yun eventually gave up on cultivating her into her own protege. That is why, when Yi Yun asked for the nascent soul elixir, although she did not directly refuse, she said she could only do her best. As a result, Yan Qiangji has not been included in the final list to this day. Clearly, Yi Yun didn't take her seriously. If it really doesn't work out, we'll wait for next time. Yan Qiangji said to her colleague beside her, "Actually, I had already thought of this result, but this opportunity, which only comes once every 100 years, is right in front of us. If I don't try, I'm afraid I'll regret it in the future." Now that she has contacted everyone she knows and can be involved in that circle, she can at least tell herself that she has tried her best. Failure is also because there is no other way. It was not her fault. In this way, at least the cultivator's thoughts are clear. It's said that the boundary gate is fluctuating again. If you want to get the nascent soul elixir next time, you may have to risk going to another world. Why don't you talk to the principal and ask her to arrange for you to be assigned to the military? If you can occupy one of the star spirit pivot positions in the Xuanwu Dao Palace, you will have more opportunities to make contributions. The middle-aged female teacher spoke again. She was the most senior core formation cultivator in the Natural Academy, but her cultivation had been stuck at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. She had long lost her ambition, but she was very knowledgeable about the various departments and systems of the immortal sect. She began to offer advice to Yan Qiangji. "If I could just keep cultivating in seclusion, I would automatically receive the nascent soul elixir when the time comes." Another teacher, the youngest and wearing glasses, began to express his thoughts. "Since you're dreaming, why don't you fantasize that you're a peerless genius like the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall, who doesn't need any spiritual medicines and can easily break through to the pinnacle of the immortal sect with just your own exceptional talent and talent?" The middle-aged female teacher turned around and spoke to the young man, who couldn't help but shake his head. "A peerless figure like the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall is one of a kind in the entire immortal sect over thousands of years. We ordinary people should just have some realistic dreams." Listening to her colleague's conversation, Yan Bingxuan's eyes showed a slight sense of bewilderment. Those who can cultivate to the core formation stage in the immortal sect are true geniuses who have emerged from the fierce competition of thousands of troops crossing a single plank bridge. However, when compared to Chen Mobai, they both considered themselves ordinary people. "I'm going home now. Tomorrow I'm taking the students from my department out to collect the essence of mountains and rivers and draw it into talismans." After chatting for a while, the young teacher wearing glasses said goodbye to Yan Bingxuan and the others, picked up his bag, and left. The middle-aged woman then left. "Teacher, you want me to go with the Lord of the Hall of Righteous Law?" When only the two of them were left, Yan Bingxuan couldn't help but speak, but she was stopped by Yan Qiangji with a shake of her head before she could finish her sentence. "I know you and that person had a past relationship. Given his loyal and righteous character, he would definitely help if you asked. But I don't want you to give up your dignity for me. Don't worry, I will work hard to make my nascent soul elixir myself. You don't need to worry about me." As Yan Qiangji spoke, she gave Yan Bingxuan a smile. Besides being family, they were also teacher and student, and their personalities were very similar, so they naturally understood each other very well. Although she longed to achieve the goal of becoming an infant, Yan Qiangji did not want Yan Bingxuan to suffer any hardship because of it. After listening, Yan Bingxuan opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She went to find Chen Mobai on her own initiative. Compared to the other people in the office, Yan Qiangji only shows her true emotions in front of her. Recently, she often looks worried after finishing a series of phone calls. As core formation cultivators, their immediate family members are mostly deceased. The next few hundred years will be spent supporting each other, which is why Yan Bingxuan wants to help her. "The principal is looking for me. There might be good news. I'll be going now." Just then, Yan Qiangji saw a text message. Her face lit up with surprise. After saying something to Yan Bingxuan, she left the office. Well, when she was all alone, Yan Bingxuan sighed. She held her phone, originally planning to call Chen Mobai again that night, and to swallow her pride and beg for a nascent soul elixir for Yan Qiangji. But now, no matter what they do, they can't get out. In reality, she was also questioning herself. Was she contacting Chen Mobai for Yan Qiangji's sake, or was she trying to use this as an excuse to reconnect with him? In her youth, she was proud and arrogant, believing that after giving everything, she should receive everything in return. But now that she is nearly 200 years old, she has gradually come to terms with the fact that Chen Mobai abandoned her back then. Over the years, she had already found out about Chen Ziohei's illegitimate daughter through Wang Xinying. Chen Mobai is also a victim of this daughter's existence. But he resolutely took on all the responsibility, even publicly admitting it to the people of the immortal sect, all for the sake of giving that unexpectedly appeared daughter a complete family. If Yan Bingxuan were in Chen Mobai's position, she probably wouldn't have had that kind of determination. When Chen Mobai announced he had a daughter, although he already held a high position of power in the immortal sect, he didn't yet possess the almost absolute power and influence he has now, especially below the nascent soul stage. If things went wrong and he faced public scrutiny and criticism, he could very well have completely fallen from grace in his career, going from a public idol to being despised by everyone. Despite her understanding, Yan Bingxuan still felt that Chen Mobai had wronged her. She would never forget the moment she successfully formed her core and emerged from seclusion overjoyed, wanting nothing more than to meet him immediately and share the good news. But instead, she saw him recount that incident with a face full of guilt. She never wanted to experience that feeling of going from great joy to utter despair again. Chen Mobai was true to his family, but he betrayed her sincere heart. But as time went on, Yan Bingxuan increasingly realized that he was really good to her. Leaving aside the core formation elixir, she knew very well who Xuanchuang Company relied on to rank among the top 10 immortal sects. Without someone like Chen Mobai backing them up, they would have been suppressed and swallowed up by other giant companies in the same industry long ago. Moreover, even Yunhai Shangren, the principal of the Natural Academy, was exceptionally polite to him. When the news of Shi Wanyu's passing spread, Yan Bingxuan was conflicted. She desperately wanted Chen Mobai to come find her, which meant that he still loved her the most, and that his marriage to that woman was only because of an unexpected daughter. But she didn't want him to come looking for her, because that would mean Chen Mobai was heartless and didn't care about his family. As it turns out, although Chen Mobai was a scumbag, he was loyal, reliable, and affectionate. As she grew older, Yan Bingxuan's hatred for Chen Mobai gradually faded, but she still couldn't get over her own conscience and took the initiative to contact him. Sometimes she felt annoyed and complained that Chen Mobai hadn't thought of her at all since he became single again. A myriad of thoughts surged into her mind. Yan Bingxuan, who was usually as clear-headed as ice, couldn't help but feel agitated when she saw Chen Mobai's number. But after Yan Qiangji spoke, she had no excuse to convince herself, and she just couldn't dial the number no matter what she did. It seems there's no way to rekindle our relationship. Thinking this, Yan Bingxuan turned her phone over, leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and a few tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Thank you, Principal, but what's going on here? In the principal's office of the Natural Academy, Yan Qiangji listened to what Yunhai Shangren said, and her face showed surprise, but a look of doubt flashed in her eyes. Someone put in a good word for you, but being on the shortlist doesn't guarantee you'll get it. The year-end meeting of the Immortal Affairs Hall is the most important thing. The man from Yunhai didn't say much. Although some things were common knowledge within the nascent soul circle, he would keep them a secret from those below him. Moreover, Chen Mobai will become a deity in the future. Among the 3 main halls, I have already spoken to the people in the Natural Academy who can put in a good effort in this matter. You can also ask some friends to do some lobbying yourself, although the chances are slim. Yunhai didn't want Yan Qiangji to be disappointed after having hope, so he took precautions in advance. Yes, Principal. Yan Qiangji also understands this. After all, the people she was competing with were at least cultivators of the same level as her, some of whom were even direct descendants of the four major academies. But now that she's come this far, she definitely has to give it her all. After leaving the principal's office, Yan Qiangji called Wenren Zhuwei again. I understand. I'll also have the people from Jumeng Academy speak up for you then. Wenren Zhuwei would definitely be willing to help with anything that was even a small favor. Yan Qiangji's inclusion on the list this time was not due to using one of the four major positions, but rather because the immortal sects were filling vacancies outside of the four major academies in order to demonstrate fairness and impartiality. However, the competition for this list is even fiercer. After all, the nascent soul elixirs of the four great academies only face competition from their own people, but those outside the four great academies have to compete with all the nascent soul perfection cultivators from the 10 great academies and 120 prefectures. To secure this spot, one needs even greater influence and power. While Wenren Zhuwei was on the phone with Yan Qiangji, her hands never stopped moving. Her slender, snow-white hands flowed smoothly as she brewed the spiritual tea that Chen Mobai had brought. Thank you. Chen Mobai accepted the tea offered by Wenren Zhu and began to speak. I should be thanking you for letting me taste this new tea that I've never seen before. Wenren Zhuwei brought the Zixia spirit tea to her nose, savoring its rich and mellow aroma. She couldn't help but part her cherry lips and take a small, precious sip. Even nascent soul cultivators from immortal sects cannot always enjoy fourth-tier spiritual tea. It was found in the wild mountains of my hometown. It was transplanted into the realm and grafted with various spiritual teas for more than 100 years. It is now barely edible. As Chen Mobai spoke, he put down the teacup he had finished drinking from, then reached out and grasped at the air, and a tea seed with soil still attached was taken out of the realm by him. Here, this is a thank you gift. Wenren Zhu didn't stand on ceremony at all and directly accepted the Zixia tea seed. If this happens again, come to me. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but chuckle. He was mindful of Yan Bingxuan's pride and didn't let her make her request, but he still got the job done for her. Yan Qiangji's inclusion on the roster was simply a matter of his word. After all, the reason he and Ying Guanghua used the excuse of going into seclusion was because they had the right to make decisions on their own. If Yan Bingxuan hadn't taken the initiative to contact him, Chen Mobai certainly wouldn't have bothered to find out about this matter. But now that he knew, he was willing to use his influence for Yan Bingxuan's sake. After ending his call with Yan Bingxuan, he first contacted Master Beiming. However, after the White Light Ancestor left, the Northern Darkness Venerable was no longer as subservient to him as before. After learning his needs, just as the Cloud Sea Venerable had guessed, he wanted him to postpone the divine song as a condition for exchange. Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't tolerate this. He couldn't possibly offend so many nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sects for Yan Qiangji's sake. Since Master Beiming was unwilling, Chen Mobai turned around and called Ying Guanghua to tell him about it. Ying Guanghua owed Chen Mobai a favor regarding the matter of the divine song, so he agreed without hesitation. The two main halls took the initiative to use their influence to replace Yan Qiangji's name with another one. After all, outside of the four major academies, there were originally 1 or 2 pills meant for core formation cultivators from the 10 major academies or the 120 prefectures. As long as the conditions are met, it doesn't matter who gets the money. However, Chen Mobai made several phone calls for this. To be on the safe side, he also asked Yunhai Shang Ren and Wenren Zhuwei for help, and the two of them agreed without hesitation. Yunhai was previously unable to help, but now that Chen Mobai is willing to assist, and it won't affect the Jing Shen, he will definitely be willing to help his academy's teacher. Wenren Zhuwei was even simpler. She had already given in. He agreed to join the Zhengfa Hall at the end of the year, and after a few years of transition, he officially took over Chen Mobai's position and became the new master of the Zhengfa Hall. In addition, Chen Mobai was willing to personally ascend to heaven and use the purple and green twin swords to help Pei Qingshuang condense a strand of 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi. Upon hearing this condition, Master Peach Blossom, who was initially reluctant, instantly changed her attitude and even urged Wenren Zuwei to go to the Hall of Righteousness, as she was very willing to come out of seclusion again and take over the Jumeng Academy. Although Wenren Zuwei didn't want to do anything, she owed her current success to the great help of Jumeng Academy and Chen Mobai. These favors forced her to go against her own heart and prepare to take up a government post. Compared to this, Yan Qiangzhi's nascent soul elixir is a minor matter. However, Chen Mobai still considered Wenren Zuwei's feelings and specially packaged a Zixia tea seed for her. Sure enough, after receiving the gift, her lips, which had been pursed, began to relax, and the smile on her face returned to its usual radiance. There aren't many things to do in the Hall of Righteous Law. Both the previous Narcissus ancestor and I are known for our laissez-faire approach to governance. Before I resign, I will leave Zijing and Jialan to you as partners for a while. To be honest, I estimate that I am not as proficient as they are in handling the affairs of the Zhengfa Hall. However, if you plan to appoint someone from the Jumeng Academy in the future, such as Counselor Qing Shuang, I've already spoken with them, and we've agreed that they will voluntarily hand over their power and positions. While drinking tea, Chen Mobai explained the matters of the Zhengfa Hall to Wenren Zuwei, who was indeed very interested in his laziness in governing and kept asking questions. Qiuyer is lucky to have met such a benefactor as you at the crucial moment of nascent soul formation. It's just a pity that I have to spend decades in prison to pay for her. Finally, Wenren Zuwei couldn't help but lament her upcoming public service life. I need to borrow the Azure Frost Sword for a while longer to condense a few strands of 9 heavens pure purple qi outside the heavenly canopy. However, I will return the Azure Frost Sword to her before she forms her nascent soul. When Chen Mobai heard her mention Pei Qingshuang, he also took out the Qingshuang sword. The sword, now upgraded to the 5th tier, caused ripples to spread across the vast, calm lake the moment it appeared. Under the chilling sword aura, even the water on the lake's surface began to freeze. Don't throw a tantrum. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai lightly flicked the hilt of the Azure Frost Sword, and a little girl with long, dark hair, a cold face, and a pouting mouth emerged from the sword. It was the sword spirit of the Azure Frost Sword that was unhappy that Chen Mobai wanted to return it to Pei Qingshuang. But Chen Mobai, being a virtuous gentleman, had no reason not to return what he borrowed. However, before parting ways with Qing Shuang's sword, he gave it 3 water element stones as a consolation prize and promised it that if it ever got hungry while with Pei Qing Shuang, it could come to him for a big meal anytime. Of course, Chen Mobai also made sure that it wouldn't reveal a single thing about what happened around him. The Azure Frost Sword spirit had long been devoted to Chen Mobai, and it was simple-minded, unlike the slippery purple lightning. It regarded everything Chen Mobai said as divine authority. In the mind of the Azure Frost Sword spirit, if the Azure Mirror Master who forged it is its mother, then Chen Mobai, who endowed it with complete spirituality and a 5th-order sword body, is its father. It was his most obedient child. Now that Chen Mobai has returned it, the Azure Frost Sword spirit simply thinks it's grown up, and its father sent it out to work. Master, how long will I be away from her? When will I be able to return to your side? After being suppressed by Chen Mobai's finger flick, the Azure Frost Sword spirit sent a aggrieved telepathic message. You can return after she passes away peacefully at the end of her life. To appease it, Chen Mobai could only say this one sentence. Master, it's a promise then. When she dies, you can't abandon me. Upon hearing this, the Azure Frost Sword spirit at least had hope for the future. After all, it knew that Chen Mobai was definitely capable of reaching the divine transformation stage, while Pei Qingshuang's aptitude, though decent, was at most at the nascent soul stage. As a 5th-tier sword, and having been refined by Chen Mobai with many precious materials, it could exist for a longer period. It nodded with anticipation in its eyes. It was unaware that Pei Qingshuang possessed the bloodline of the immortal of longevity. Don't worry, you know what kind of person I am. After finishing her conversation with Chen Mobai, the Azure Frost Sword Spirit turned and glanced at Wenren Zue, who was looking at her with curiosity, before diving back into the sword. You and this sword spirit have a very good relationship. Wenren Zue knew exactly what Qing Shuang's sword was like when it was with Pei Qingshuang. It was already a great honor that it could move even slightly. The fact that the sword spirit manifested and interacted with her was a privilege that Pei Qingshuang had never enjoyed before. I am quite approachable, and with the cultivation of the Cantong Qi, it is easier for me to communicate with magical artifacts. Therefore, most of the spiritual magical artifacts in the immortal sects are willing to be close to me. Chen Mobai also said without any modesty that he had never encountered a magic weapon in the immortal sect that did not like spirit stones. The two then drank tea for a while longer before Chen Mobai used the void shift technique to return to the Zhengfa Hall. Time flies, and the end of the year is fast approaching. At the Kaiyuan Hall Assembly, Chen Mobai and Ying Guanghua, sitting in the front row, chatted as usual, watching the voting results appear on the screen one by one. The proposal to perform the divine melody was opposed by the Kunpeng lineage, and since Kaiyuan Hall was their territory, it was still overwhelmingly crushed by the combined efforts of the Jumeng, Juyi, and other lineages, as well as most of the academies. The approval rating of over 80% on the screen made Yi Yun's expression darken. Master Baiming also frowned, but at this moment, they all abided by the rules of the immortal sect and accepted their losses. Next came the personnel reshuffles in the three main halls and various departments. Everything else was quite routine, but Wenren Zui's transfer from Kaiyuan Hall to Zhengfa Hall and joining the military surprised many people, who wondered what Wuqi and Jumeng's lineage were up to. However, if Ying Guanghua and Yi Yun did not object, the transfer order would have been easily passed at the Kaiyuan Hall Assembly. In addition, Chen Mobai also transferred his good brother Ming Yihua from the 1st Arsenal to the military headquarters to take charge of logistics, as well as the maintenance and repair of various war weapons. This matter had been discussed with Ming Yihua beforehand, and it was also intended to give him the opportunity to earn merit in the next war so that he could exchange for the nascent soul elixir. Ming Yihua was very grateful for this opportunity, although he was reluctant to leave the factory where he had worked for over 100 years. Even the factory manager urged him not to miss it. The various arsenals of the immortal sects have the authority to recommend the exchange of core formation elixirs, but even combined, they cannot affect the list of nascent soul elixirs. If Ming Yihua wants to achieve nascent soul in the future, she will have to leave the factory. Besides him, Zhai Jianbai and Bayan Jingchen from the Wuqi Dao Academy were also transferred to the military by Chen Mobai. There was another good brother, Yun Yangbing, whom he originally wanted to promote to the position of director of the Sky Curtain Network Management Bureau. But the other side disagreed, as this position had always belonged to their lineage since the time of Kaingsing. While Ying Guanghua signaled his people to object, Yi Yun also felt that the Wuqi lineage currently controlled too many key departments and instructed Kunpeng's people to object as well. In the end, Yun Yangbing failed to be elected by a narrow margin of 3 votes and could only become a deputy director. Chen Mobai only felt regret about this. After all, he is not yet a nascent soul cultivator, and the immortal sects cannot yet have absolute authority over his word. After the Immortal Sect Conference concluded, the Immortal Affairs Hall also convened an internal meeting of its finance department. The main topic of discussion was the list of drugs for treating infantile ailments. The infant nourishing pill has been refined, and there are 10 pills in total. As for the nascent soul pill, Yuan Su also received orders signed by the 3 major halls simultaneously, and is mobilizing resources from the 6 major pharmaceutical factories and the sea area to prepare for its refinement. With his skill level and the characteristics of the square-inch book, he will surely succeed perfectly, producing 8 pills. Considering that he was about to retire, Chen Mobai planned to finalize the quota of all 18 nascent soul elixir pills at this meeting. Ying Guanghua agreed with this. He was also preparing to retire, and after comprehending the divine song, he would focus all his efforts on preparing for the transformation of godhood. His successor was Gong Ajixu, and the lineage that mended the heavens had no shortage of nascent soul cultivators. If Lan Haitian can successfully form his nascent soul this time, then he will be the next lord of the immortal affairs palace. Wenren Zue also attended this meeting. She's currently a member of the military, and since she came in with Chen Mobai, a high-ranking leader, Gong Ajixu couldn't very well stop her. After several days of heated debate, the four factions finally reached a compromise and determined the ownership of the 18 nascent soul elixirs. That list is finalized. As finance minister, Lan Haitian finished speaking with a slightly excited tone. The original list of dozens of people on the screen was reduced to only 18. After the three hall masters all nodded in approval, the list was also signed and published on the official website of the immortal sect. The page almost crashed the moment it appeared due to hundreds of millions of visits. Almost all cultivators in the immortal sects are paying attention to this. Even chi-refining cultivators have a desire to form their nascent soul. And most of the people on the list are as predicted by the public. For example, Lan Haitian ranked first, Zhongli Tianyu ranked second, Wen Lianshan, the deputy hall master of the Zhengfa Hall, Bai Xianqian, the deputy hall master of the Xianwu Hall, Shi Miao, the deputy hall master of the Kaiyuan Hall, and so on. But there were also some surprises, such as Yan Qiangji, who ranked last at 18th. She was ranked well outside the top 100 in the public's prediction list. After all, she was not from one of the four major Taoist academies. However, although the people of the immortal sects were discussing her selection, they did not think it was a behind-the-scenes manipulation. After all, Yan Qiangji still has a certain reputation in the immortal sects. Even if young people don't know her, a quick internet search will reveal her glorious past. During her foundation establishment phase, she successfully opened up a realm and became as famous as Lan Haitian, who ranked first. Moreover, when the war was initiated, Yan Qiangji had worked with Yun Hai to set up the heavenly curtain and earthly network array on Dragon God Star, so she had merits to her name. Therefore, although her selection was somewhat unexpected, she was quickly accepted by the public. But those who knew the inside story were very puzzled as to why Yan Qiangji obtained the nascent soul elixir. This is a miraculous elixir for infancy formation. What makes her so special? Those core formation cultivators who failed to be selected, in particular, mobilized all their connections to find out the reason. No secrets stay hidden forever, and soon, all the details of how Yan Qiangji obtained the nascent soul elixir were revealed. For example, she was added to the list at the last minute before the deadline. The people who did this were the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall and the Lord of the Immortal Affairs Hall. As for why the two hall masters made an effort to speak on behalf of Yan Qiangji, a person from the Natural Academy, no one dared to reveal it. Within the immortal sects, some news simply cannot be kept secret. But when it comes to those at the very top, this information can always be kept secret. Even those who know it will keep their mouths shut and dare not utter a single word. In the office of the Natural Academy, when Yan Qiangji saw her name appear on the official announcement of the immortal sect, she froze in her seat, unable to recover for a long time. Although Yun Haisheng informed her that she had made the list, and she tried her best to greet Wenren Zuwei and Yi Yun, she didn't have high expectations for it and simply told herself that she had done her best. But now, a pleasant surprise has fallen from the sky and landed on her head. At this moment, even Yan Qiangji, who was always cold and aloof, was shaken by this surprise. The other teachers in the office couldn't help but gather around, and the younger ones even screamed and cheered loudly. Yan Bingxuan was equally happy. How could this be? I actually got selected. Yan Qiangji's mutterings reached everyone's ears. The other teachers simply assumed she was too happy and somewhat absent-minded. But Yan Bingxuan suddenly realized something. At this moment, Yan Qiangji also turned her head and looked at her. Their eyes met, and at the same time one person flashed through their minds. Within the entire immortal sect, he is the only one capable of doing this and with the motive to do so. Suddenly, a surge of overwhelming emotion welled up in Yan Bingxuan's heart, an emotion she couldn't quite put into words. Her heart, which she had painstakingly cultivated for 100 years, shattered completely and was now filled with the image of Chen Mobai, filled with overwhelming emotion. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, 32, Arranging Resources for Nascent Soul Formation. Chapter 10, 32, Arranging Resources for Nascent Soul Formation. Chen Mobai, who was just about to arrange the nascent soul ceremony for several people from the Dance Weapon Academy, suddenly received a call from Yan Bingxuan and couldn't help but smile slightly. Chen Mobai, it was just a small favor, don't worry about it. Yan Bingxuan, it's an easy thing for you, but for my teacher, it was a life-changing event. Chen Mobai, with Master Yan's talent and achievements, even if she wasn't chosen this time, she'll be given priority next time. Yan Bingxuan knew that Chen Mobai didn't want her to feel too guilty, so he tried his best to make it sound like the nascent soul elixir was very simple. However, having witnessed Yan Qiangzhi's various sorrowful expressions throughout this period, she understood that this was an immense favor. Why won't you let me ask you for help? She understood that Chen Mobai wouldn't have paid attention to Yan Qiangzhi's predicament for no reason. It could only be because of the text message she had sent him some time ago. But during their phone call, Chen Mobai preemptively stopped her from speaking, preventing her from bowing her head and begging him. This moved Yan Bingxuan even more. I hope that you will always be the proud and confident girl in my heart. Chen Mobai recalled the stunning impression he had of Yan Bingxuan when he first saw her in high school. Back then, she was confident and radiant, yet possessed a subtle air of aloofness that instantly captivated his young heart. Over the years, although Chen Mobai's achievements have far surpassed hers, he has always tried his best to protect Yan Bingxuan, allowing her to maintain the pride and innocence of her youth. That was the white moonlight in his heart. I want to see you. After hearing this, Yan Bingxuan only said this one sentence. Send me your location. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, he checked the time and realized it was already time to get off work. He was unusually diligent during his final days in the Zhengfa Hall. The main reason was to make arrangements for all the personnel in the dance troupe before resigning. Soon, Yan Bingxuan sent over her address, which was a detached villa not far from the Natural Academy. Her Xuan Shuang company had earned a lot of good deeds over the years, so she was clearly not shortchanging herself. Just come in when you arrive. After saying this, Yan Bingxuan hung up the phone. Chen Mobai gave instructions to the two secretaries who were still working overtime outside the door, and then used his teleportation ability to leave. In a flash of silver light, he had already arrived above Yan Bingxuan's house. He gently floated down onto the small balcony on the rooftop. The glass door separating the two rooms was like air in front of him. He instantly teleported through it, transforming into a silver light. I have arrived. Chen Mobai called out as he entered the living room, but he couldn't find Yan Bingxuan. In fact, with his level of cultivation, even without using his divine sense, he could easily find Yan Bingxuan's location using only his spiritual eyes, but he thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of playing hide-and-seek. I'm in the first room on the left on the second floor. Come over here. Yan Bingxuan's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Chen Mobai didn't think much of it and went downstairs. Inside the room, he didn't use his teleportation ability. Instead, he descended the stairs step by step. As his footsteps echoed through the empty villa, Chen Mobai's keen senses detected Yan Bingxuan's increasingly rapid breathing and heartbeat. This made Chen Mobai a little nervous. After all, he was the one who wronged Yan Bingxuan when they broke up, and he didn't know if she had forgiven him now. Lost in thought, Chen Mobai went up to the second floor, stood in front of the room door and gently knocked twice. Come in, the door's unlocked. Yan Bingxuan's voice came from inside. Chen Mobai raised his hand and pushed the door open, only to find that the lights were off and the windows were blocked off, so no starlight could get in. The immortal sects have conducted research showing that meditation is much more efficient in absolute darkness, and it's clear that this room's decor was designed with that in mind. "Is this your training room?" As Chen Mobai walked in, he hesitated whether to use his spiritual eyes. Suddenly, the sounds of Yan Bingxuan's breathing and heartbeat rang out behind him. A smooth, delicate body pressed against his back, embracing him tightly from behind. The sight of two plump, firm mounds reminded Chen Mobai of his memories of Dangxia Mountain. It was her first time, and although she was incredibly inexperienced, it gave him unprecedented pleasure. "This is my bedroom." Yan Bingxuan's originally cold tone was now accompanied by a fiery breath as she exhaled into Chen Mobai's ear, causing the rich yang energy in his lower abdomen to surge through his entire body once again. He turned around instantly and saw Yan Bingxuan, who was completely naked, looking up with a shy yet somewhat composed expression, meeting his gaze. "You?" Chen Mobai didn't know what to say. In this state, Yan Bingxuan definitely hadn't used any concealing magic. Her exaggerated and stunningly rounded curves, combined with her slightly slender body, created an even stronger contrast. In that instant, Chen Mobai remembered the peach tree he had planted on the top of Zionan Mountain. Slender branches bear abundant fruit. "I miss you." As Yan Bingxuan mustered her courage to speak, her body's instinctive shyness caused her to raise one hand, wanting to cover her ample figure. But Chen Mobai was faster, reaching out and grabbing her wrist before the beautiful scenery could be obscured. With a gasp, Yan Bingxuan was pulled into Chen Mobai's arms by his hand. The moment the two were pressed together, it was as if a surging wave crashed down, causing Chen Mobai, a nascent soul cultivator, to be knocked backward. Fortunately, Chen Mobai was agile and managed to land safely with her, even when hit by the giant wave. After a muffled, extremely suppressed thud, a surging, tumultuous wave of emotion rose and fell within the room. Chen Mobai recalled watching surfing on TV when he was a child. At that time, he didn't understand what was so fun about it, but now he gradually understood. The thrill of those raging waves rolling towards him, yet not drowning him, but instead being conquered and held in his palm, was indeed unparalleled. For surfers, the bigger and more powerful the wave, the more exhilarating it is to conquer and master. Now he is facing an unprecedented, towering wave. Chen Mobai instantly became full of fighting spirit and high morale. The next day, Chen Mobai arrived at the Zhengfa Hall to work, his face glowing and his complexion better than ever before. "Palace Master, Masters Wang Shui and Hong Mengqi are already waiting for you." Knowing that he was in his office, Zhuang Jialan immediately came in to report something. "Quickly invite them in." Chen Mobai spoke up. The Wuki Dao Academy obtained 4 pills of the nascent soul elixir this time, which were given to Hong Mengqi, Wang Shui, Deng Daoyun, and Wang Xinfu. Because Zhongli Tianyu will be becoming a disciple of Qi Yuheng after he forms his nascent soul pill will be arranged by the Kunpeng lineage. This can be considered a small compensation from Qi Yuheng, so Wang Shui, who originally had no chance, got the spot vacated by Zhongli Tianyu. However, some people wanted to criticize Wang Shui for having already obtained the infant nourishing pill in the previous round. However, because of the example of Gong Ajixu, the Patching Heaven lineage remained silent on this matter. With the remaining weapons and Jumeng joining forces, they can naturally suppress them all. Among them, Hong Mengqi was lucky. He should have passed away by now, but Master Chengshuan and Master Sanju worked together to refine a batch of longevity pills, and he managed to get one, which allowed him to survive until now. Chen Mobai has always been very good to his own people. Since Hong Mengqi had gotten this opportunity, he naturally went against the majority opinion and suppressed the voices within the Wuki Dao Academy that wanted to give young people a chance, and recommended him to the list of 18 people. The remaining 2 are Deng Daoyun, the current head of the weapon refining department at the Wuki Academy, and Wang Xinfu, a member of the rotating committee representing the Wuki lineage at the Kaiyuan Hall. Since they still had a lot of lifespan left, they chose to use the next batch of nascent soul pills refined by Master Yuangsu. Hong Mengqi and Wang Shui, however, couldn't wait that long and wanted to exchange for the nascent soul pills that had already been refined. Chen Mobai had been arranging their nascent soul formation. "Chen Yang, thank you so much this time." After Hong Mengqi and Wang Shui entered, they both sincerely thanked Chen Mobai. "I owe a great deal to the help of you two seniors to where I am today. You have both worked hard for the Tao Academy your entire lives. Now that I am the head of a lineage and have the ability, it is only natural that I should make proper arrangements for you." Despite Chen Mobai's words, the two old men who had just received the infant cultivation pill from the Immortal Affairs Hall were still filled with emotion. They were lucky to be born at such a good time. If this had happened 100 years earlier, they certainly wouldn't have gotten the nascent soul elixir. "I plan to go back to Mount Chicheng for seclusion." Hong Mengqi said that he had come to Wangwu Grotto Heaven specifically to collect his nascent soul pill. "Then I'll arrange my work and hand it over to Wang Xinfu, and I'll also be heading back to Zhuhai Cave." After obtaining the nascent soul elixir, the two elderly people who had witnessed the ups and downs of the Wuki Tao Academy over the past 400 years decided to make one last desperate attempt. "These are the resources I've prepared for you to help you form your nascent soul. They should slightly increase your success rate. Please accept them." Chen Mobai reached out and made a sweeping motion in the air, and two boxes appeared and fell down. Hong Mengqi and Wang Shui took a look and were greatly surprised. Inside the box, besides a top-grade spirit stone, there were two glass tubes with spirit sealing talismans attached. Inside, two streams of air, one deep purple and the other purplish blue, surged. "This is a pure yang purple aura and a 9 heavens pure spirit purple aura. It is a token of my appreciation. I will send you the most suitable refining method in electronic format." As Chen Mobai spoke, he picked up his phone and sent a pre-prepared electronic document to the two of them. "Chen Yang, we won't refuse. If we succeed in forming our nascent souls, we'll repay this enormous favor to you." Hong Mengqi didn't stand on ceremony at all and directly closed the box, storing it into his own domain. "Thank you, Lord Palace Master." Wang Shui solemnly performed the ancient rituals of the Taoist temple. "I hope that when we meet again, both of you will have achieved the great Tao." Chen Mobai also got up from his seat and returned the ancient greeting to them. After personally escorting the two to the main gate of the Hall of Righteous Law, Chen Mobai saw Zhongli Tianyu, who had just returned from outside. He was currently the minister of the enforcement department and also had the Heaven Mending Group under his command, making him the busiest person in the Hall of Righteous Law. "Come to my office." Chen Mobai waved to Zhongli Tianyu, who handed the hat in his hand to his secretary and then followed Chen Mobai into the Zhengfa Hall. Zhongli Tianyu's secretary was none other than Zhongli Yi from the Heaven Mending Group. She made many contributions during the war and obtained a 5 elements golden elixir after the war, but failed again. After this incident, even the Zhongli family was unable to provide her with resources. Zhongli had completely resigned herself to her fate. She was then transferred to the Law Enforcement Department to work for Zhang Lixinyu. Outside Chen Mobai's office, Zhang Li stopped and went to wait in Zhuang Jialan's secretary's office on the side. Zhongli Tianyu followed Chen Mobai inside. "I will soon be resigning as the head of the Zhengfa Hall, and Wenren Zuwei will take over." After Chen Mobai sat down, he spoke first. "I see." After listening, Zhongli Tianyu nodded slightly. The wars and decades in charge of the Law Enforcement Department have completely transformed the once greenhorn. The once spirited young man is gone. Standing before Chen Mobai now is the head of the Zhongli family. Although not tall, he exudes maturity and authority, and even sports a thick beard. "With your talent, you're almost certain to reach the nascent soul stage. It's just a pity that I was in seclusion at that time, trying to break through to the divine transformation stage, and couldn't congratulate you in person. But I've prepared a gift for you in advance. Here you go." Chen Mobai took the same box out of the realm and handed it to Zhongli Tianyu, who was standing in front of his desk. "This is a bit too expensive." Even with Zhongli Tianyu's status and position, he was somewhat flattered when he took a liking to the 3 items in the box. Take it. I don't have many friends, but you're one of them. I don't want to look back after I become a god and find that I don't have a single acquaintance left. I hope you can keep up with my pace." Chen Mobai gave him a slight provocation, and Zhongli Tianyu immediately revealed his true nature, accepting the box without any hesitation. "Getting fat first doesn't matter. I'll make you a god first, and one day I'll catch up with you and then defeat you fair and square." When Chen Mobai saw the familiar Zhongli Tianyu in front of him, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Good, good, good. It's good that you have the ambition. Don't embarrass my Wuki Dao Academy when you go to Qi Yuheng's side in the future." "Don't worry, I'm just going there to study the 6 imperial scriptures. I'll come back after I reach the nascent soul stage." Zhongli Tianyu made a promise, saying that in his view, if his path to becoming a nascent soul cultivator did not involve cultivating both the Cantong Qi and the 6 imperial scriptures and transforming the world with artifacts, he would not have agreed to accept Qi Yuheng, a nascent soul cultivator, as his disciple. Although he will join the Kunpeng lineage in the future, his heart is still with the Wuki sect. "I'm relieved that you have this intention. Once Wenren Zuwei has established herself in the Zhengfa Hall, I'll arrange for you to take over." Chen Mobai still preferred Zhongli Tianyu to take over the Zhengfa Hall, but if that happened, the Kunpeng lineage would control both halls in the future, and their power would be almost the same as that of the Bushan lineage at its peak. When Ying Guanghua learned that Qi Yuheng was going to take on a disciple, he had already considered this point and had given a suggestion through Lan Haitian and Chen Mobai. "Chunyang, you can have the Kunpeng lineage exchange the Kaiyuan Hall for the Zhengfa Hall with you. Your daughter has exceptional talent and is of pure yin constitution. In the future, she can also cultivate the 6 imperial scriptures to represent the Kunpeng lineage. I can instruct the Immortal Affairs Hall to support your daughter's ascension to the position of Kaiyuan Hall Master after Yi Yun." It must be said that Ying Guanghua has thoroughly understood everything about the 3 halls and 4 lineages of the Immortal sect. The message he had Lan Haitian deliver immediately piqued Chen Mobai's interest. Throughout the history of the Immortal sect, although the Kaiyuan Hall was mostly controlled by the Kunpeng lineage, there were exceptions. For example, the Zhengfa Hall has always been regarded as the territory of the Wuki Daeyuan. When it was in decline and had no one, it was successively managed by Ying Guanghua and Shui Xian. If Chen Ziohe takes over the Kaiyuan Hall, it will restore the balance among the 3 main halls. It's just that the dancing weapon and the Kunpeng have switched homes. However, Zhongli Tianyu's talent can only be fully utilized in the Zhengfa Hall, while Chen Ziohe's personality is best suited to the Kaiyuan Hall, which only needs to hold a major conference once a year. This is the method for refining pure Yang Purple Qi and 9 Heavens Pure Spirit Purple Qi. Don't disappoint me, kid. After arranging things for Zhongli Tianyu, Chen Mobai had Hua Zijing call Wang Xinfu over, and then they went to Chicheng Mountain again. "Chunyang, these things must have taken a lot of your effort and time. Actually, you don't need to waste your vital energy. Your breakthrough is the most important thing for our lineage." Master Chengshuan watched as Chen Mobai gave a box of nascent soul qualification certificates to Deng Daoyun, and was both amazed and somewhat worried. "It mainly relies on the condensation of magical artifacts, so it won't waste my time." As Chen Mobai spoke, a flame lit up behind his head, and his second nascent soul immediately appeared in the office. Then, the Hayashan mirror and the purple and green twin swords also appeared. "My spiritual realm has long been at the nascent soul stage, so the cultivation of my second nascent soul is even higher than mine. Over the years, I have had my second nascent soul pretend to be me, taking these magical artifacts outside the heavenly canopy to condense pure Yang Purple Qi and 9 Heavens Pure Spirit Purple Qi." After hearing Chen Mobai's explanation, Master Chengshuan looked enlightened and relaxed. That's good, that's good. However, the spiritual energy on the Immortal sect side is limited. Once our nascent soul cultivators reach the required number, I will no longer provide these resources. Chen Mobai didn't have many pure Yang Purple Qi and 9 Heavens Pure Spirit Purple Qi condensed on the Immortal sect side, but on the Heavenly River Realm side, His second nascent soul would go to heaven to condense them whenever he had time, and had already accumulated nearly 100. However, Chen Mobai knew the principle that things are valued for their rarity. Therefore, to outsiders who knew that he possessed the 9 heavens pure spirit purple chi, it seemed that even if he had the purple and green twin swords, he would still need to go outside the heavenly canopy for a period of time to concentrate and condense a complete one. This will prevent many shameless people from coming to our door begging for it. After all, not everyone is qualified to make the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall spend time on them. That's right, we still need to abide by the rules set by Ancestor Kaingsing. Master Chengshuan nodded in agreement after hearing this. Among the 4 major academies of the immortal sect, the Dance Weapon Academy is renowned because of Chen Mobai, but it only has 3 nascent soul cultivators. Among them, Master Yuxiao, Jiang Chuanju, was from Lingbao Academy and was not considered a direct descendant of their dance troupe. Before refining the Dragon God Star, Wu Qi had never used up all 5 of the 5 nascent soul cultivator slots in the lineage. Chen Mobai's hope this time is that, before the next war begins, the Wuqi lineage can gain 2 more nascent soul cultivators. You got Yan Qiangji a nascent soul elixir. If she is going to form a nascent soul, we can try to get her into our lineage. Chengshuan seemed to lack confidence in the 4 people in his family who had obtained the nascent soul elixir, and his first thought was of outsiders. Let's wait until she can form her nascent soul. Although Chen Mo said this, he felt that Master Chengshuan's reminder was very correct. Even the 4 major academies would fight for a top talent like a nascent soul cultivator. Or through Yan Bingshuan, we could also send her a set of nascent soul resources. This will definitely make Yan Bingshuan even more excited. Oh right, Chen Yang, there's something I've always forgotten to tell you. Just as Chen Mobai was about to take his leave and enjoy another round of surfing, Master Chengshuan suddenly said something like this. What is it? Chen Mobai asked casually, his mind already completely elsewhere. The reincarnation of the star-piercing ancestor is located in Chicheng Mountain. End of this chapter.